Lin Yun smashed onto the ground with a loud sound. The ground cracks with a cloud of dust rising to the sky. Lin Yun was covered in excruciating pain all over his body, and his bones felt like they were on the verge of breaking. When he raised his head, the world spun with afterimages appearing in the surrounding scenery. How ruthless! Senior brother is too ruthless. Lin Yun held onto his head, feeling dizzy as he nearly fell to death. When his vision became clear, he discovered that he was on a barren mountain. The moon shone brightly in the sky, and a blood-colored wolf stood upright before him, coldly staring at him from a distance. There was silver fur on the wolf's forehead in the shape of a crescent moon pattern. The wolf was surrounded by multiple demonic wolves coldly looking at Lin Yun with crimson pupils. The blood-colored wolf was enveloped in a saint aura, and Lin Yun's heartbeat accelerated when the wolf looked at him. He knew that his senior brother didn't lie to him, and this was really a quasi-saint realm demonic beast. As for the demonic wolves around it, they were practically at the nirvana stage. The blood rune fruit. The blood wolf spoke in human language, staring at Lin Yun. This was a monarch demonic beast, not to mention it had a cultivation at the quasi-saint realm. So Lin Yun could only deal with this blood wolf using his sovereign saint artifact. But even so, he was in a dangerous situation because the pack of wolves would surround him if he failed to kill the blood wolf with the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella. He's the one who stole my saint fruit. Kill him. The blood wolf didn't give Lin Yun a chance to explain and firmly insisted that Lin Yun stole the blood rune fruit. The pack of wolves howled, and they traveled across a few thousand meters in the blink of an eye. The demonic wolves were massive, with a size of over 10 feet, and they could easily cover the bright moon in the sky if they leaped into the air. Not to mention that they were all at the nirvana stage, which meant they had swift speed and sharp claws. The wolf pack gave Lin Yun immense pressure when the Silver Moon Alpha Wolf didn't make a move. If the Alpha Wolf made a move, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Yun maintained his calm composure and executed the divine sun-chasing art, leaving behind afterimages amongst the wolf pack. At the same time, dragon roars echoed as blue jade and golden purple dragon runes bloomed with 2 dragons coiling around him. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yun exchanged a few hundred moves with the wolf pack. But there were simply too many of them, and only a few dozen attacked him while the others formed rings around him. Lin Yun faced the wolf pack with the sovereign dragon fist, and dragon roars accompanied his punches. Even if the wolves had a strong defense, they were immobilized when falling to the ground. But there were simply too many of them, and new wolves would charge forth, continuously attacking Lin Yun. Looking afar, Lin Yun looked like an ancient beast, and his vitality was even more potent than the wolves. Then again, the attacks have shattered the dragon runes around his body, tearing through his defenses and leaving behind wounds on his body. Damn it! Lin Yun's pupils flashed with murderous intent, and he released his heavenly dome sword intent at complete mastery. The surrounding demonic beasts were sent flying away, and his sword intent covered those demonic beasts in holes. Lin Yun spread his arms apart and threw punches that were like swords, and a wolf took a punch right in its chest before it could even respond. With his punch empowered by the heavenly dome sword intent, that wolf was instantly knocked flying away with a massive hole in its chest, lying on the ground dead. In just a brief moment, 10 odd wolves were dead, and Lin Yun's attacks were lethal under the empowerment of the heavenly dome sword intent. But when the Silver Moon Alpha Wolf roared, more demonic wolves dashed forth, and more demonic beasts appeared in the surroundings. This scene made the corner of his lips twitch because he couldn't bear the exhaustion, even with his 2 saint physiques. Looking at 10 odd demonic wolves dashing over, Lin Yun hovered in the air as he watched the demonic wolves charging over. This surprised the Silver Moon Alpha Wolf, wondering what Lin Yun was trying to do. But he knew it in the next moment as flames blazed within Lin Yun's pupils and a dazzling sword ray swept out from him, turning into a pillar that soared to the sky, shattering the layers of heaven and enveloping Lin Yun in a dazzling radiance. Astral Sword Intent. The Silver Moon Alpha Wolf stared at Lin Yun's forehead. The Astral Sword Intent pierced the 10 odd demonic wolves before they could respond and collapsed onto the ground. This made the other demonic wolves fearful, and they quickly stopped. Silver Moon Alpha Wolf, I believe there's a misunderstanding between us. Give me some time and I can return you the seed, Lin Yun said, hovering in the air as he radiated with sword rays. The flames were blazing brightly in his pupils, which looked like swords hidden in the depth of his pupils. The Silver Moon Alpha Wolf rose on his 2 feet and stood like a human before he sneered. There's no misunderstanding. Since you've consumed the blood rune fruit, the medicinal effect is still within your body. I still have time as long as I devour you before the full moon. You think you're qualified to negotiate with me with your astral sword intent? The Silver Moon Alpha Wolf dashed forth. Its speed was so fast that Lin Yun couldn't follow it with his naked eyes, and it was blurred even if he used his Azure Dragon sword heart. Lin Yun's face changed, and was surprised because he didn't expect it to be so terrifying when facing a quasi-saint realm head-on, and he had underestimated the danger of this fight. When Lin Yun was thinking about a solution, a sword vibration echoed with a sword ray flying out. The flower burial sword disappeared before Lin Yun, forcing the Silver Moon Alpha Wolf to show itself. The Silver Moon Alpha Wolf was barely 100 meters away, making Lin Yun's face change as he spread his arms and retreated. You want to stop me with your sword? Get lost. The Silver Moon Alpha Wolf's laughter roared, and the flower burial sword was knocked flying away with its claw. The flower burial sword only managed to buy Lin Yun a brief moment, but it was more than enough. As Lin Yun retreated, he raised his hands and formed a saint seal. The glory spirits in the flower burial sword were activated, and it flew back with 10 times the speed. Lin Yun soared to the sky and formed a seal with his hands, and the iris saint seal appeared at the back of his hands. Nether flowers also flew out from him, and the star flew out from his forehead with the flames of the star landing on the nether flowers. As the flames blazed on the nether flowers, the flowers shone brightly as Lin Yun flicked his fingers, and the ignited nether flowers condensed into swords before charging towards the Silver Moon Alpha Wolf. The Silver Moon Alpha Wolf let out a roar, clashing with the flower burial sword while smacking away the incoming swords. When the swords were knocked away and fell to the ground, the black aura emitted from the swords corroded the life force in the surrounding area, creating multiple patches of land with no life force. As the Silver Moon Alpha Wolf became rampant, it dashed forth and slowly pushed back the flower burial sword. Meanwhile, Lin Yun hovered in the air with his hair fluttering, and he retreated while he flicked his fingers as though he was playing the piano. A sword vibration echoed within the valley, clashing with the Silver Moon Alpha Wolf's claws. It sounded like horses galloping on the field. The Silver Moon Alpha Wolf wasn't initially bothered because it didn't place the flower burial sword and the incoming swords in its eyes. But it gradually began to sense that something wasn't right. The flower burial sword attacked as though someone was controlling it, performing a profound sword technique. Not to mention that this sword technique was further empowered by the glory spirits, dyeing the sky in red. Ultimately, the Silver Moon Alpha Wolf could no longer fend off the ignited swords, and those swords plunged into its body. The Silver Moon Alpha Wolf instantly responded by wanting to rely on its cultivation to recover. Still, it was horrified to discover that its saint aura could expel the astral sword intent but not the death energy contained within those swords. The swords were like poisonous needles, and this sped up the Silver Moon Alpha Wolf's exhaustion of saint aura. I hate swordsmen. The Silver Moon Alpha Wolf grimaced its fangs with a rage of flames blazing within its pupils and suddenly reached out to grab the flower burial sword. The flower burial sword was trapped in the saint aura released by the Silver Moon Alpha Wolf and couldn't break free no matter how it struggled. The Silver Moon Alpha Wolf burst into weird laughter, its gaze becoming cold. Lin Yun immediately sensed a wisp of danger with his Azure Dragon sword heart, and his control over the flower burial sword was interrupted. As the Silver Moon Alpha Wolf raised its paw, it reached out, and the incoming swords all shattered, and Saint Aura manifested into a wolf's claw, wanting to tear Lin Yun apart. But Lin Yun's hands joined together as a blue dragon and azure dragon coiled around him. But the two dragons could only briefly it blocked before they exploded, and Lin Yun was forced to retreat 100 meters before falling to his knees, throwing out a mouthful of blood. That was really dangerous. Lin Yun wiped the blood off his lips with shock as he looked at the dissipated claw. If it weren't for the Azure Dragon's sword heart that warned him beforehand and immediately went into defense, the claw would have killed him, and he knew that he had to maintain his composure. He might seem like he was evenly fighting with a quasi-saint, but there was a massive difference between the two. He attacked the other party over 100 times but couldn't inflict heavy injuries on the Silvermoon Alpha Wolf. But the Silvermoon Alpha Wolf only needed to land one attack to heavily injure him, even if he had two saint physiques. It's no wonder why you dare to eat my blood rune fruit. It turns out that you're not bad yourself. The Silvermoon Alpha Wolf approached, looking at Lin Yun as if it was looking at a dead person. This was normal because it could easily kill enemies at the profound death stage, and it would be impressive if they could survive its attack. The Silvermoon Alpha Wolf held onto the flower burial sword and looked at the moon in the sky before it sneered. Don't worry about it. There are still 3 days before the full moon, so I won't kill you now. Come here. The Silvermoon Alpha Wolf reached out with its claw as though it was trying to grab an ant. Lin Yun fell onto one knee, his face becoming pale, but he was terrifyingly calm. He could even hear his own heartbeat, and his injuries were swiftly recovering. When the claw was 4 feet away from him, Lin Yun finally made a move. He raised his hand, and the black tortoise chains flew out. The 9 chains swiftly tangled around the Silvermoon Alpha Wolf's right hand, with 9 colored lightning flames igniting on the chains. This immediately made the Silvermoon Alpha Wolf scream as the chains dug into its flesh. The 9 chains were like serpents traveling on its paw and swiftly surrounded the Silvermoon Alpha Wolf like venomous pythons. And no, the Silvermoon Alpha Wolf was terrified by this move. It was trapping the flower burial sword with its left claw, so it couldn't react in time against the chains before they wrapped around its right claw. The 9 serpents opened their jaws and bit on the Silvermoon Alpha Wolf's head, causing the wolf to let out an excruciating scream and let go of the flower burial sword. Sword! Lin Yun released the black tortoise chains and grabbed onto the flower burial sword when he clenched his fist. The sword had long formed a deep connection with him, and it was like a part of his body. When Lin Yun grabbed his sword, he swung out a sword arc. The Silvermoon Alpha Wolf felt threatened and wanted to retreat, but this sword followed behind him, with the surrounding space crushing down on it. Even if it was a quasi-saint, it was still being crushed by the surrounding distorted space, and the sword arc left a wound on its neck with blood splashing out. After swinging his sword, Lin Yun retreated by 10 steps, but he still suffered the counterattack of the Silvermoon Alpha Wolf. He took a wolf claw head-on and was sent flying back, throwing a mouthful of blood, and the sword flew away. But Lin Yun was surprised as he looked at the Silvermoon Alpha Wolf holding onto its neck. He discovered that he inflicted a heavy injury on the Silvermoon Alpha Wolf. Then again, Lin Yun was also injured, and his bones cracked. He noticed that a quasi-saint didn't seem as terrifying as he imagined, and he immediately decided with a cold light flashing within his pupils. A pair of golden crow wings with a wingspan of nearly 20 feet unfolded behind him. The wings were shining with saint runes, and Lin Yun relied on the wings to stabilize himself and stopped in midair. The incoming wind blew on him as the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella appeared in his hand. He previously used this to slay a Saint Lord while at the Dragon Pulse realm, and he initially planned on summoning the Sovereign Constellation with his life on the line. Although he managed to slay the Saint Lord, he also suffered dire consequences, with his dragon pulses nearly being destroyed and becoming a cripple. But he did not need to take it that far against a monarch demonic beast. He just had to activate the glory spirits on the umbrella. Even so, it would exhaust the majority of his vitality. Oh, Azure Dragon! Lin Yun's face changed when he wanted to open the umbrella. A sword intent restricted the Azure Dragon's Sun Moon umbrella, and he couldn't open it. He immediately figured out what was going on, and the corner of his lips twitched. He wondered if Yi Guhan was really his senior brother and not an enemy wanting to kill him. This is too much. In this brief moment of delay, the Silvermoon Alpha Wolf let out a roar with its saint aura rippling out like blades. Lin Yun quickly responded by folding his wings to block the incoming attacks. When he reopened his wings, he threw out a mouthful of blood and landed a few hundred meters away. The wings were covered in holes, and Lin Yun stowed the wings back into his body before sitting down. He closed his eyes to circulate the blue dragon sky-breaking art, allowing a blue aura to course throughout his body from the blue dragon bone. On the other hand, the Silver Moon Alpha Wolf took a few steps back, relying on this brief moment to recover from its injuries. When it closed its eyes, the surrounding wolves dashed over. But the flower burial sword released a sword vibration and coiled around Lin Yun, clashing with the surrounding demonic wolves, and allowing Lin Yun to peacefully heal his injuries. In the end, a demonic wolf lost its patience and dashed forth. But the moment it leaped into the air, a hole appeared on its forehead, and it collapsed to the ground while the flower burial sword returned to Lin Yun's side. A few demonic wolves dashed over, wanting to take Lin Yun's life while he was healing his injuries. But without exception, a hole appeared in their heads as they fell to the ground. The sword vibration the flower burial sword released instantly intimidated the surrounding demonic wolves, and none dared to move. The flower burial sword seemed even more ferocious than the demonic wolves, loyally protecting Lin Yun and slaying anyone who dared to step within 10-foot radius. This immediately terrified the demonic wolves, and they could only coil around while occasionally bare their fangs at the flower burial sword. But provoking the flower burial sword only killed them, as the few wolves who bared their fangs were ripped to pieces before returning to Lin Yun's side, not allowing the other demonic wolves to come after Lin Yun. The flower burial sword began to circle Lin Yun, provoking the surrounding demonic wolves. This immediately intimidated the demonic wolves, who could only roll on the ground to duck the attacks. Just like that, a sword had intimidated the entire wolf pack. The Silver Moon Alpha Wolf opened its eyes a crack, and its body trembled when it saw the scene. It released a mighty growl filled with rage and prestige. Hearing the Alpha Wolf's growl, the surrounding wolf pack mustered their courage and approached. At this moment, Lin Yun opened his eyes with a cold light flashing through his pupils, and a nether flower bloomed beneath him. As Lin Yun joined his hands together, he pushed his hands forth. The nether flower exploded with countless petals flying out under the flicking divine finger, turning into swords flying out and slaughtering the surrounding wolf pack. Letting out a snort, Lin Yun stood up and soared to the sky with the flower burial sword appearing beneath his foot. "Let's go!" When the Silver Moon Alpha Wolf opened its eyes, Lin Yun was dashing over to the flower burial sword. The Alpha Wolf roared, "You can't escape no matter where you go, and I'll kill you no matter what." Meanwhile, Yi Gohan sat on the mountain, playing with the Azure Dragon's Sun Moon umbrella in his hand. Looking at Lin Yun, he wondered what kind of monster this junior brother was, and he smiled. "You never fail to surprise me." If he didn't make a move and stopped Lin Yun from using the Azure Dragon's Sun Moon umbrella, Lin Yun might have killed that quasi-saint monarch demonic beast by now. But he stopped Lin Yun because he wanted him to temper his sword heart. Lin Yun rode on his sword under the moon. When he turned around, he could vaguely see the Silver Moon Alpha Wolf's gaze from 1,000 miles away. He knew that this matter wouldn't be so easily resolved. He wielded the sword scabbard with his left hand while he stepped on the flower burial sword with his right foot. Along with a whooshing sound, Lin Yun dove into a forest. The flower burial sword left his feet and returned to the scabbard as he firmly stood on the ground. Lin Yun quickly examined his wounds and locked his brows together. He sighed. It's not easy to dispel the saint aura. All his injuries, including the bone cracks, internal organs, and dragon pulses, had recovered under the aid of the blue dragon bone. But he was helpless with the saint aura left within his body. Saint aura was transformed from nirvana aura, and the nirvana aura would transform into the saint aura after undergoing 9 transformations. There was a huge gap between the two because the saint aura was more than 10 times stronger than the nirvana aura. But the difference was even more unbelievable to a quasi-saint who cultivated a ghost spirit or dragon spirit cultivation technique. This was because those at the quasi-saint already had 1 foot on the saint path. Even if the nirvana stage was powerful, it was still under the scope of the mortal realm. The nirvana stage was the pinnacle of the mortal realm, but it was still the mortal realm. Not to mention Lin Yun wasn't even at the nirvana stage. This was why he paid close attention when fighting the Silver Moon Alpha Wolf and didn't choose to clash head-on. He chose to fight from afar, relying on the astral sword intent. Even so, Lin Yun took several attacks, and 9 surges of Saint Aura were left within his body. This was why Lin Yun left in a hurry after treating his injuries. Now that it's cautious, it'll be harder to kill it. Lin Yun sat down and muttered, "But it also can't kill me." His senior brother might be harsh, but he wouldn't watch him die. But it was inevitable for him to suffer, and he still had to ponder how to cultivate the sword heart in the myriad astral celestial art. Speaking of sword heart, he had already cultivated it, but not systematically. I should try and swiftly expel the Saint Aura. Lin Yun closed his eyes and tried to expel the Saint Aura with his dragon origin. But his dragon origin was shattered before it even got close to the Saint Aura. He could only watch as the Saint Aura wreaked havoc within his body before healing his injuries with the blue dragon bone, and he repeated this process multiple times. But he could only do this because he possessed 2 saint physiques. If it was someone else in his position, they would have long died. Left with no choice, Lin Yun could only use the astral sword intent to expel the Saint Aura. His sword soul began to tremble. His astral sword intent filled his body, and managed to stand affront against the Saint Aura. As the two fell into a deadlock, neither one could do anything to the other. If he forcibly tried to clash, the Saint Aura would explode, and he would have several holes in his body. If he wasn't careful, he would be blown apart. This is troublesome. Is this the power of the Saint Aura? Lin Yun opened his eyes and muttered to himself. He wouldn't be so helpless if his cultivation was at the nirvana stage. After all, the difference between dragon origin and Saint Aura was too significant. But even if his astral sword intent was futile, it could temporarily trap the Saint Aura and stop it from wreaking havoc within his body. He closed his eyes and began to think about the myriad astral celestial art in his mind. I have to hurry up. As he comprehended the myriad astral celestial art again, fine golden scriptures flew out of his body and covered him in scriptures, emitting a faint golden radiance. Lin Yun's hands changed, and he recited the myriad astral celestial art mantra to mimic the azure dragon sword heart's changes. Garbage. All of you are garbage. Catch him. Don't let him go. I want him dead. The silver moon alpha wolf roared with the rage of flames blazing in its pupils. The roar of the silver moon alpha wolf echoed throughout the valley, making the wolf pack tremble in fear and leave the valley. Blood was gushing out of its neck as the silver moon alpha wolf laid on the ground, which was a great humiliation. As a quasi-saint monarch demonic beast, it was actually wounded by a swordsman at the profound death stage. Not to mention the 9 holes on its head that were still bleeding. The astral sword intent left within its body was wreaking havoc, and even the massive Saint Aura could only temporarily suppress the sword intent. It was troublesome if it wanted to expel the sword intent completely. But as long as it moved, the sword intent on its neck would start wreaking havoc. The silver moon alpha wolf could only watch as Lin Yun fled. Damn it! Cunning swordsman! I'll find you no matter what. The silver moon alpha wolf's gaze was cold. For hours later, Lin Yun opened his eyes and saw multiple pairs of crimson gazes approaching him. Sensing the active seed within his body, Lin Yun shook his head and could only stop his cultivation of the azure dragon sword heart for now. As long as the blood rune fruit's seed stayed within his body, he couldn't break free from the demonic wolf's pursuit. Just when he wanted to leave, his gaze flickered, and a smile rose on his lips. Why did he have to leave? Since he couldn't avoid the wolf pack, why didn't he use them to temper his azure dragon sword heart? Thinking about it, Lin Yun calmly looked at the wolf pack. When the wolf pack pounced forth, Lin Yun circulated the astral sword intent to suppress the Saint Aura within his body. But he knew he couldn't kill the wolf pack by relying on his dragon origin because there were many demonic wolves in the late phase of the nirvana stage. But he didn't panic and watched the wolf pack pounce at him. When the wolf pack stepped into the forest, Lin Yun activated the azure dragon sword heart. Once they were 1,000 meters away from him. As his sword intent vibrated, his pupils began to shine like a pair of dragon pupils. Lin Yun's gaze was clear, and the demonic wolves pouncing at him were filled with flaws. With just a glance, he could notice the fatal spots of those demonic beasts. After activating the Azure Dragon's sword heart, a silver sword radiance appeared on the ground and swiftly spread to 100 feet. This invisible sword aura sent the incoming demonic beasts flying away. Lin Yun could easily manipulate thunderstorms within 100 feet, and an unstable domain appeared that made Lin Yun look like a deity. This is the Azure Dragon's sword heart, and I can even bear the pressure of a quasi-saint within 100 feet. Lin Yun looked at the demonic wolves charging over. Fine cracks soon appeared on the sword radiance, and the radius soon shrunk to 50 feet, then 10 feet. Under the impact, Lin Yun's body was undergoing a huge impact, and his face became ugly. In the end, Lin Yun could only form a seal as the silver sword radiance slowly expanded and was further perfected. There's a loophole here and here as well. Since it's the Azure Dragon sword heart, I naturally have to manipulate thunderstorms and possess the Azure Dragon soul to be considered an entity. Lin Yun was calm, enduring the impacts of those demonic beasts, and comprehended the profundity. When the crude domain created by the Azure Dragon sword heart shattered, the flower burial sword flew out, forcing all the demonic wolves to retreat. But Lin Yun had no changes on his face and clasped his hands together before activating the Azure Dragon's sword heart again. As a silver sword radiance bloomed once more, it enveloped a 100-foot radius once more with thunderstorms filling it. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts, recalling the secret techniques in the myriad astral celestial art, and tapped his finger. Since it's the Azure Dragon sword heart, I naturally have to focus on the Azure Dragon. As starlight gushed and spread out from his finger, it soon filled the domain, and each starlight was his astral sword intent, looking like an Azure Dragon coiling around Lin Yun. It didn't take long for the domain to be destroyed again because it wasn't stable. But Lin Yun wasn't disappointed and used the flower burial sword to force the demonic wolves back before setting up the domain again. Time gradually passed in this cycle. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Yun's Azure Dragon sword heart was further perfected. It became smoother for him to use, and it was more challenging for the demonic wolves to break it. As Lin Yun's eyes shone brightly, the complete skeleton of a dragon appeared within 100 feet, and his eyes flashed with excitement. I see! I can use starlight to forge the dragon skeleton and the dragon soul with thunderstorms. When Lin Yun's hands moved, the thunderstorm stuck to the skeleton, and an Azure Dragon was slowly being formed within the domain. The Azure Dragon looked like a living saint's sword, inflicting injuries on the demonic wolves that entered the domain. As for those demonic wolves on the ground who were wailing out in pain, they were covered in sword wounds. Far away, Yigohan couldn't help sighing when he saw this scene. Junior brother is really a genius in the sword. This is the genuine Azure Dragon sword heart with a soul. That dog should be there soon, and the real test is finally coming. Yigohan chewed on a fruit in his hand, watching the Silver Moon Alpha Wolf, who recovered from its injuries, appear and approach Lin Yun's location. Lin Yun hovered in the air as a 100-foot radius around him became covered in blood with countless corpses of the demonic wolves. They were practically shredded into pieces with their internal organs on the ground. Right then, a massive wolf claw made of Saint Aura descended from the sky, causing cracks to spread across the ground even more as it fell. This was the might of Saint Aura and an attack of a demonic beast without a cultivation technique. Thus, its usage of Saint Aura was crude in comparison to human cultivators. Even so, this was enough to leave Lin Yun with lingering fear. Lin Yun flicked his finger at the wolf paw, and the Azure Dragon flew out like a sharp sword stabbing into the claw, causing cracks to swiftly spread and slowing down the claw. He spread his arms apart and retreated. After learning his lesson, he naturally wouldn't choose to clash with the Saint Aura head-on. When the Azure Dragon pierced through the claw, it returned to Lin Yun. The center of the claw was radiating with a silver radiance before it collapsed. A colossal figure descended from the sky, the fully recovered Silver Moon Alpha Wolf. I bet my Saint Aura doesn't feel good, right? The Silver Moon Alpha Wolf looked at Lin Yun, could sense that the Saint Aura was still within Lin Yun's body. You too. I bet it won't be easy to deal with the sword intent, or it wouldn't take you so long to come. The corner of Lin Yun's lips rose. Humph. I won't let you go so easily now. The full moon is arriving. The silver moon alpha wolf didn't waste any time with Lin Yun. The saint aura within his body violently surged with saint radiance gushing out, before pouncing at Lin Yun. The silver moon alpha wolf was a demonic beast that could unleash an explosive speed, depending on its bloodline. With a flash, it appeared before Lin Yun. It wasn't because it had disappeared, but it was so fast that Lin Yun's naked eyes couldn't catch up. But the flower burial sword forced it to show itself halfway through, and the sword executed the divine firefly sword. The sky became dark, and the firefly radiance was executed. Ha! The silver moon alpha wolf sneered as Saint Aura gushed out from its claw. This time, the silver moon alpha wolf didn't dare to be careless, destroying all the phenomena, and the sword was immobilized in its paw. You think I'll fall for that again? Let me see what else you can do. The silver moon alpha wolf roared and released its terrifying aura as a quasi-saint monarch demonic beast, causing ripples to fluctuate. Beyond the domain, the towering trees were immediately smashed into dust, and even Lin Yun suffered a decent impact. But he only took half a step back, which surprised the silver moon alpha wolf. But the silver moon alpha wolf didn't hesitate to dash forth. The moment it entered Lin Yun's domain, it immediately felt an immense pressure crushing down, causing it to slow down. What's going on? The silver moon alpha wolf was shocked, and the azure dragon dashed over before it could come to its senses. Get lost! The silver moon alpha wolf roared and threw out a punch. Fine cracks immediately appeared on the azure dragon, sending it flying away. But the silver moon alpha wolf didn't slow down and arrived before Lin Yun with one step. Lin Yun squinted his pupils because the silver moon alpha wolf purposely revealed a flaw, wanting to lure Lin Yun to bring out the black tortoise chains. But Lin Yun didn't fall for it, and his hands began to join together with a shining radiance. He began to form the blue dragon seal, golden dragon seal, silver dragon seal, and sovereign dragon seal. The blue jade and golden purple dragon runes fused when the sovereign dragon seal was formed. When the two dragon runes fused, Lin Yun's aura increased, and he clashed with the silver moon alpha wolf head-on. When the dragon fist and wolf claw clashed, Lin Yun merely retreated, making the silver moon alpha wolf more furious before it dashed forth. As the silver moon alpha wolf's saint aura swept out, various claws rapidly flew out. Lin Yun faced the incoming attack head-on, and his performance wasn't inferior to the silver moon alpha wolf within the domain. The other party didn't notice that it had slowed down, and its attacks became clearer in Lin Yun's eyes. Just like that, they exchanged over 100 moves, and Lin Yun was covered with injuries, despite bringing out the azure dragon divine physique. But he was standing firmly on the ground. This naturally made the silver moon alpha wolf furious because Lin Yun was no different from an ant in its eyes. But even when Lin Yun was bleeding from the corner of his lips and eyes, he still wore a smile on his lips. Wolfie, is this all you have? The full moon will arrive if you don't give it your all. Lin Yun's hair fluttered in the wind and his white clothes were covered in blood. He was actually putting on a strong front, since it was almost time for the azure dragon divine physique to dissipate. At that time, he would be killed with a strike without his domain and the azure dragon divine physique. But he wasn't concerned about his life, but something else, since he still had his senior brother. But this also meant that the azure dragon sword heart had a flaw that needed to be perfected. He didn't have much time or he would have to suffer, even if he didn't die. The silver moon alpha wolf raised its head to look at the moon and became increasingly anxious. On the other hand, Yi Guhan was enjoying the fight. You're courting death. The silver moon alpha wolf lost it, and its body began to shrink with silver runes appearing on its fur. It seemed to have gone berserk, and the domain became unstable. The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched when he saw this scene and couldn't help inwardly cursing. What had he done to have someone like Yi Guhan as his senior brother? He was only at the profound death stage but had to face a quasi-saint monarch demonic beast. Lin Yun had no choice but to grit his teeth and hold on. But the silver moon alpha wolf had become stronger, and it became tough for Lin Yun to hold on. Meanwhile, he began to ponder if he had any flaws in his domain. As Lin Yun pondered, the myriad astral celestial art scriptures appeared in his mind. He had already forged the dragon skeleton with starlight and the soul with thunderstorms, so what was he still lacking? Just as Lin Yun pondered, the blue dragon, golden dragon, and silver dragon seals shattered. The azure dragon divine physique dissolved, and Lin Yun was sent flying 1,000 meters away. As blood splashed, the saint aura within Lin Yun's body was on the verge of going rampant. Brat, what other means do you have? The Silver Moon Alpha Wolf roared and coldly looked at Lin Yun. I asked you if you still have any other methods. The Silver Moon Alpha Wolf roared and arrived before Lin Yun, raising its claw, wanting to slam against Lin Yun's head. This made Lin Yun's face change because he could clearly sense the difference between him and a quasi-saint. Facing life and death situations, the process of Lin Yun's thoughts increased, and he wondered what else he was lacking. Soul and sword united. A voice echoed beside Lin Yun's ears, and he suddenly received an insight. When the idea soul and sword unite appeared within his mind, Lin Yun turned to look at the azure dragon helping him, repelling the pressure from the Silver Moon Alpha Wolf. Lin Yun immediately came to a decision and roared, "Come back!" The azure dragon flew back, entering the silver sword bead within his chest. At the same time, his astral sword intent, which was suppressing the saint aura within his body, poured into the sword bead. This was a risky move. After all, he would be instantly suppressed by the quasi-saint's aura when his domain disappeared. At that time, he would be blown apart before the Silver Moon Alpha Wolf moved, without his astral sword intent suppressing the saint aura within his body. But everything was completed in the blink of an eye, with the azure dragon and astral sword intent pouring into the silver sword bead, his sword heart. In a split second, the domain disappeared, and the saint aura within his body began to wreak havoc. The Silver Moon Alpha Wolf was shocked to discover that the pressure on him had suddenly disappeared. But before he could rejoice, Lin Yun's sword heart shone brightly. It was even more dazzling than moonlight. The silver radiance enveloped every corner of this forest, and a boundless sword intent projected out of the sword heart before filling every corner of Lin Yun's body like a tidal wave. When the sword intent came in contact with the saint aura was instantly cleansed from within his body. When the silver sword intent filled his body, Lin Yun's hair, clothes, eyes, skin, and flesh became silver. This made him look like a silver statue with a holy and mighty aura enveloping him. The incoming attack from the Silver Moon Alpha Wolf was like slow motion and was broken down. Lin Yun stomped on the ground and leaped into the sky, retreating. The entire process took place smoothly, making Silver Moon Alpha Wolf's attack miss and land on the ground with the surrounding space trembling as cracks spread up to 10 miles away. How is this possible? The Silver Moon Alpha Wolf was shocked. It was confident that this attack would land, especially when Lin Yun was severely injured. What a magical feeling! My sword intent is filling every corner of my body. Lin Yun looked at his hands with his silver pupils filled with curiosity. His entire body was forged with astral sword intent, and he had turned into a sword. Soul and sword united. This was the meaning of soul and sword united. As a faint vibration came from the surrounding space, Lin Yun raised his head to see the Silver Moon Alpha Wolf charging over. But Lin Yun merely glanced at it before he ducked the incoming attack with a flash, and his movement was close to teleportation. The Silver Moon Alpha Wolf couldn't come in contact with him no matter how it tried. The divine sun-chasing art is impressive, and my body feels much lighter. Wait, it's not that my body has become lighter, but I have gained complete control of my body. My skin, flesh, limbs, and internal organs have become one. Lin Yun spread his arms apart and sensed the changes within his body. How dare you look down on me? The Silver Moon Alpha Wolf flew into a rage, and the speed of its saint aura becoming rampant increased. Lin Yun came to his senses and smiled. The flower burial sword in his hand released a dazzling silver radiance and pierced through the palm of the Silver Moon Alpha Wolf. Argek! The Silver Moon Alpha Wolf let out a painful howl, grimacing its teeth as it held onto its hand. When it looked at Lin Yun, its gaze became ferocious. As the flower burial sword returned to Lin Yun's side, he didn't grab it but muttered, What will happen if I release this power? Would he be able to kill a quasi-saint? Lin Yun reached out. He placed his thumb down on his middle finger like a fully stretched bow with his sword intent and dragon origin accumulating within the sword heart. The boundless energy flowed out and turned into a silver current, surging towards his finger. Just when the silver moon alpha wolf wanted to take a step forth, it was blinded by a dazzling sword ray before it could respond in time. When Lin Yun accumulated all the energy in his finger, it formed into a silver bead, swiftly expanding 1,000-fold when he flicked it. When the silver bead came in contact with the silver moon alpha wolf, the wolf was sent flying before it fell to the ground a few thousand meters away. As for Lin Yun, he also collapsed on the ground like a broken kite, feeling powerless and couldn't even move his finger. He was exhausted and couldn't even muster a hint of strength from within his body. He couldn't be bothered about anything else right now and wanted to have a good sleep. The silver moon alpha wolf struggled back on its feet and was covered in wounds while slowly approaching Lin Yun. There was a massive hole with blood gushing out of its chest. Lin Yun merely took a glance and could no longer be bothered about it. He couldn't be bothered about that anymore as he was too exhausted. As the silver moon alpha wolf limped and slowly approached Lin Yun, a man chewing on a fruit walked out with a smile. Yi Guhan raised his head and looked at the silver moon alpha wolf with a smile. Wolfie, he's my beloved brother, and I can't allow you to kill him. SS Saint Sovereign. The silver moon alpha wolf began to stagger and immediately descended on its knees, kowtowing. I didn't know about your relationship with him, and I deserve to die. Please spare me. You're too polite. How can I possibly kill you when you helped my junior brother? Yi Guhan smiled, carrying Lin Yun before slapping the back of his head and forcing the seed out of Lin Yun's mouth. It's the full moon now, so you can take this to hold a ritual against the ancestors. Looking at the seed, the silver moon alpha wolf instantly figured out that this Saint Sovereign was the one who stole the fruit. But it could only express its gratitude and obediently picked up the seed. Thank you, Saint Sovereign. Go on. If you can take another step, I don't mind taking you in and teaching you the path to a saint, Yi Guhan said. The silver moon alpha wolf's body trembled when he heard that and immediately kowtowed. Thank you. Thank you. The silver moon alpha wolf no longer had any grievances and kowtowed before leaving. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, he discovered that he was in Yi Guhan's embrace, and his face was cold without saying a word. Even if he knew that his senior brother was helping him, he still couldn't help becoming angry because he suffered terribly in this ordeal. He was happily eating a saint fruit in one moment, then was thrown to fight a quasi-saint in the next. Come, junior brother, eat this fruit. Yi Guhan smiled and shoved a fruit into Lin Yun's mouth. Lin Yun subconsciously bit on it and felt a sweetness from the fruit. How is it? Yi Guhan took the fruit back and bit on it. He smiled before Lin Yun could say anything. Isn't it sweet like me? Lin Yun immediately felt a chill, and was so terrified that he jumped out of Yi Guhan's embrace. Ha ha ha! Yi Guhan laughed upon seeing this scene. Lin Yun could feel his goosebumps rising, and he awkwardly smiled. Senior brother, you're not straight? Ha ha ha! Yi Guhan laughed. He didn't directly reply and wore a mysterious smile. You belittle your senior brother. Let's go and take a look at that Wolfie's ritual. We have to make use of everything we can. What do you mean? Lin Yun was baffled. The blood rune fruit that you ate had to be used in the ritual to bring out the full effects, Yi Guhan said. What? Perhaps it can help you reach the nirvana stage. Lin Yun's eyes lit up upon hearing that. After all, his foundation was too deep, and this meant he had to accumulate more profound death aura than others. This also meant it would be harder for him to reach the nirvana stage since he could clash with enemies at the fourth transformation of the nirvana stage when he was at the profound death stage. Senior brother, you won't con me again, right? Lin Yun asked cautiously. But Yi Guhan warmly replied, Since when have I conned you? I'm only filled with love for you. Look at you right now. Hasn't your azure dragon sword heart reached the initial phase? The full moon hung high in the night as Lin Yun sat beside Yi Guhan, looking at the silver moon alpha wolf performing an ancient ritual with the other demonic wolves down the mountain. All right, stop being angry. Come, have a fruit. Yi Guhan smiled and took out a fruit, wiping it before handing it to Lin Yun. Lin Yun didn't say anything along the way, but his teeth were gritted. He took the fruit and cautiously asked, "There isn't anything weird with this, right?" Once bitten, twice shy. He was afraid that there might be a scheme and wasn't in a hurry to take a bite of the fruit. Yi Guhan smiled. "This is the divine dragon fruit. They're peaches grown in the divine dragon empire's garden, and I take some every few years. That's stealing." Lin Yun was relieved after hearing that and started chewing on the fruit. Hee. Yi Guhan corrected, "It taken, not stolen. How can something done by a saint sovereign be called steal? Furthermore, these fruits are only a little sweeter." "It's not a saint fruit?" Lin Yun asked in a surprised tone. "How can there be so many saint fruits? It's just an ordinary spiritual fruit. A saint fruit has to be over 1,000 years, at the very least," Yi Guhan explained. He then handed the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella back to Lin Yun. When Lin Yun took a bite of the fruit, he realized that it really was just a spiritual fruit and there was nothing special about it. But it was sweet, and he wouldn't get tired of it. As he ate, his expression gradually eased up. He even peeked at his senior brother, whose smile was probably related to the divine dragon fruit. "Senior brother, would I have been able to kill that monarch demonic beast if I went all out back then?" Lin Yun asked, stowing the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella. "Most likely. After all, he already took 2 heavy blows, and he might not be able to bear it again," Yi Guhan explained. Not to mention it had just reached the quasi-saint realm, and it didn't have any inheritance in its bloodline. So its method of using the saint aura was crude. Inheritance in its bloodline? Lin Yun's pupils flashed with doubt. Yi Guhan looked at the distant silver moon alpha wolf and said, "These wild demonic beasts are pitiful, more pitiful than wandering human cultivators. After all, wandering cultivators can still buy cultivation techniques. As for these demonic beasts who didn't retreat to the heavenly demon continent, it's hard for them to obtain a genuine cultivation technique." "There's something like that?" Lin Yun asked in a surprised tone. "The heavenly demons were the strongest batch of holy beasts in the Kunlun realm 3,000 years ago. But they're non-existent now," Yi Guhan continued. "But 3,000 years have passed, and the heavenly demon continent has developed. They're now the greatest threat to the divine dragon empire." Right then, the wolf pack let out a roar in the direction of the full moon. Lin Yun quickly lowered his head and saw a crude altar at the bottom, and many demonic wolves slit their wrists and used their blood to draw runes. "What ritual are they holding?" Lin Yun asked curiously. "Most likely a ritual for the wolf god or some other deity of the wolf clan." "How is that possible? Aren't the gods already gone?" Lin Yun asked in a surprised tone. "You're belittling deities. It's hard to genuinely kill a deity, and the traces they left behind will remain even if they're dead. Their bloodline descendants will remember their names," Yi Guhan said with a profound smile. "This ancient ritual is to awaken the memories in their bloodline, which can be the Silver Moon Alpha Wolf's inheritance, even if they're only fragments." As Yi Guhan spoke, he looked at Lin Yun with a smile. "At that time, it won't be bullied by your sword technique anymore." Lin Yun merely smiled awkwardly and asked, "So what if they still remember the deities? Can the deities revive?" "Logically, no. But as long as the number of people remembering them increases, the traces they've left behind in this world will respond. As time passes this way, they might possibly revive." Yi Guhan smiled. "Then again, it's not easy, and the divine realm is too distant. My words aren't exactly true either, and they won't be at their full strength, even if they come to life." Lin Yun quietly listened and chatted with Yi Guhan, learning about the ancient secrets. When they finished all the divine dragon fruits, Yi Guhan clapped his hands and said, "Time for me to teach you the seal of the Azure Dragon Sword Heart. I'll start with the Myriad Astral Seal first." When Yi Guhan formed a seal, his sword heart began to tremble while absorbing all the surrounding spiritual energy. He was like a whale devouring the boundless spiritual energy. "This is the Myriad Astral Seal," Yi Guan explained. "You can use this technique to enter the soul and sword united state, and you will also greatly boost your cultivation. Lin Yun fell into deep thought because he could sense that before, but he wasn't systematically trained in it. After he tried it several times, he easily succeeded. Isn't it simple? Yi Guhan smiled. When Lin Yun wanted to say something, he immediately figured it out. His senior brother wanted him to comprehend it by fighting with a quasi-saint before guiding him. This way, it would be easier for him to cultivate. If he didn't experience the fight with the Silver Moon Alpha Wolf, it would probably take a long time for him to comprehend it. This is the flying celestial seal. Yi Guhan formed a seal and continued. This was your last attack against the Silver Moon Alpha Wolf, unleashing the power of your sword heart. But your methods were too crude and exhausted all of your dragon origin and vitality. You succeeded in wounding the Silver Moon Alpha Wolf but also became helpless. Lin Yun awkwardly smiled because he collapsed on the ground after executing it. On the contrary, the Silver Moon Alpha Wolf still had a breath left and nearly took his life. The flying celestial seal will help you gather the energy. At the very least, you won't be powerless after unleashing it. Yi Guhan continued. This is the most horrifying means of a swordsman, especially after you grasp the sword domain in the future. Upon executing it, even someone one realm above you will be terrified. Lin Yun smiled because this was a powerful trump card. Upon grasping it, it was equivalent to having a powerful trump card that was entirely his own. What's the difference between a swordsman's sword domain and another cultivator's domain? Lin Yun asked. They're not the same, Yi Guhan said. A swordsman's sword domain defies heaven, while other cultivators' domains oblige the way of heaven. The former is more ferocious, domineering, and they're also easier to snap. The Silver Moon Alpha Wolf roared right then, sensing Lin Yun and Yi Guhan's flying celestial seal. This instantly made the wolf uneasy as it looked over, and the ritual was also paused. Looks like we've scared it. Let's stop for now. Take the opportunity to reach the nirvana stage when the ritual begins. Yi Guhan smiled. He naturally noticed Lin Yun's deep foundation, and it was hard for Lin Yun to break into the nirvana stage. So Lin Yun would need a long time if he had no opportunities. When the ritual began, a white pillar of light shot to the sky from the altar, basking 100-mile radius in a silver radiance. All the demonic beasts collapsed on the ground in respect, and the Silver Moon Alpha Wolf sat on the altar. When the silver radiance swept over Lin Yun, he was shocked to discover that his vitality was ignited. The essence of the blood rune fruit he ate was gushing out of his acupuncture points, as if it was being attracted by a certain holy energy. As flames enveloped Lin Yun the next moment, his profound life and death auras flowed out of the channels and gathered in his violet palace. Under the flames, the profound life aura, profound death aura, and dragon origin began to merge and transform. This naturally brought joy to Lin Yun's face, and he raised his head to look at Yi Guhan. Senior brother? Didn't I just say I'm filled with love for you? Yi Guhan wore a gentle smile. Lin Yun was engulfed in flames as the profound death and a profound life auras violently clashed within his violet palace. His dragon origin was slowly being transformed into the nirvana aura as the two energies clashed. The entire process took 2 days and 2 nights, and his internal organs underwent a different degree of impact, with flames blazing around his body. The flames might look sacred, but they contained significant lethality. Lin Yun ultimately managed to bear it, breaking through the boundaries of the profound death stage and reaching the nirvana stage. At this moment, he was a king in the samsara edict realm, reaching the pinnacle of the mortal's path. As spiritual energy endlessly poured into his body, he circulated his cultivation techniques, and they flowed through his meridians and 10 profound pulses. His bones began to crackle, but this was a completely different feeling, with a sense of satisfaction spreading throughout his body. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, his injuries from his battle with the Silver Moon Alpha Wolf had recovered, and his strength reached a new height. This is the nirvana stage. With my current cultivation, I won't have to use my sword intent if I face the likes of Yi Fifan again, and killing him wouldn't be an issue. The nirvana aura within his violet palace rumbled and filled every corner of his body with a single thought. With a significant boost in his cultivation, Lin Yun became even more fearless within the Heavenly Tao sect, and his aura reached a new height. Restrain yourself a little. You look a little terrifying now, Yi Guhan said. Lin Yun smiled and suppressed all the nirvana aura into his body before cupping his hands towards Yi Guhan as a form of gratitude. We're family, so we do not need to be so polite to each other. Now, do you know that I didn't con you? Yi Guhan smiled, crunching on the divine dragon fruit. No, you didn't, Lin Yun smiled. He actually calmed down a long time ago. He only had some complaints because of the tough fight with the Silver Moon Alpha Wolf. Haha. Smile and have some fruit. Yi Guhan looked at Lin Yun before handing over a divine dragon fruit. Senior brother, how many divine dragon fruits do you have? Lin Yun asked, baffled. His senior brother seemed to have an endless flow of divine dragon fruits. Actually, I took an entire divine dragon tree. Ha ha ha. Yi Guhan laughed. Lin Yun couldn't help sweating upon hearing that. He couldn't believe that a saint sovereign had gone to steal a tree just for a bite. When he looked down the mountain, the Silver Moon Alpha Wolf was nowhere to be seen on the altar, and the other demonic wolves had also gone missing. Since he was curious about the Silver Moon Alpha Wolf's harvest, he asked, "How's the Silver Moon Alpha Wolf?" "Not bad," Yi Guhan replied. "He has officially stepped into the threshold of the saint path. The quasi-saint realm has 9 stages and only 3 phases in general. There are the Azure Origin Phase, Indigo Origin Phase, and the Heavenly Origin Phase. The saint aura would also change according to the different phases respectively. So this means each 3 stages are a threshold, and the saint aura will become golden after reaching the Heavenly Origin Phase and congealing the natal sacred flames." Natal sacred flames? Lin Yun asked with his brows furrowed. Yeah. The natal sacred flames are the initial form of saint origin. If one can't congeal the saint origin, one will be stuck in the quasi-saint realm for the rest of their lifetime. But even the natal sacred flames are enough to suppress other quasi-saints, and it can tear through any martial intents, including sword intent, Yi Guhan said. When he heard that, Lin Yun immediately felt a headache and sighed. Is this the true strength of a quasi-saint? There are so many paths to take. The quasi-saint's path isn't easy, but neither is the nirvana stage. Each transformation of nirvana aura is washing away your mortality. It'll only becomes tougher as you go. If you make a mistake, you can lose your life at the nirvana stage, Yi Guhan said. But each transformation will bring your nirvana aura closer to the saint aura. And I don't have any words to describe this feeling. But nirvana aura wasn't the saint aura, and one would require an astronomical sum of resources to complete the transformation. Furthermore, they also needed great courage and talent since every transformation was a new beginning, and the difficulty would increase. The first 4 transformations were still all right, but would change after the 4th one. Yi Guhan smiled. Furthermore, quasi-saints are also known as false saints. You have to know that the saint realm represents the pinnacle in the world. As long as those in the emperor realm don't appear, they will come to possess a lifespan of over 1,000 years. So the path in the quasi-saint realm is naturally tough. From a certain degree, a quasi-saint has also stepped on the saint realm, and they have transcended. What is the level of the Silver Moon Alpha Wolf that I previously faced? Lin Yun asked embarrassedly. None. The saint aura has yet to transform, so its saint aura is colorless and crude. Because it doesn't have a cultivation technique, the true power of the saint aura wasn't unleashed, Yi Guhan explained. Lin Yun fell silent because he had just reached the nirvana stage and had a long way to go. Don't belittle any quasi-saint, unless you intend to go all out with your life on the line. You must be careful, even if you have a sovereign saint artifact, Yi Guhan continued. I did this because I wanted you to temper your sword heart. I'll be at fault if you belittle any quasi-saints because of it. I understand, Lin Yun replied. No, I bet you still don't know, Yi Guhan said. The Yi clan will continue to target you in the future, and I can't protect you every second. This is why I got you to fight a quasi-saint monarch demonic beast and let you reach the nirvana stage so quickly. Hearing that, Lin Yun instantly understood his senior brother's efforts. Time waits for no one. I hope you can shine in the upcoming golden era and not disappoint the Radiant Sword Saints lineage. I won't let down our lineage. Lin Yun and Yi Guhan exchanged a look. Yi Guhan smiled before they grasped their hands together. When Lin Yun returned to Indigo Thunder Peak, he only rested for a day. Then it was time for him to go to the Nether Orchid Courtyard. He got Lil Purple and Lil Red to enter the Iris Secret Realm before carrying the sword box on his back. Lin Yun already promised Lil Purple that he would probe the secrets of the Solar Lunar Divine Rune after reaching the Nether Orchid Courtyard. Along the way, Lin Yun noticed many people looking at him with weird gazes. After all, his act of slapping the Azure Solar Saint Lord had long spread throughout the Heavenly Dao sect. The Yi clan also went insane, and the ancestor declared that Yi Qingtian was expelled from the clan. This meant Yi Qingtian wasn't allowed to claim himself to be a member of the Yi clan. 10-odd saint disciples of the Yi clan even declared they couldn't take this lying down and wanted to teach Yi Qingtian a lesson. In addition to offending Zhang Yu and his unclear relationship with the two holy maidens, this was no different from offending the four big clans in the sect as an abandoned member of the Yi clan. To a certain degree, the four big clans could be considered the Heavenly Dao sect's will. Yi Qingtian. A purple-robed swordsman walked over when the Nether Orchid Courtyard was just in his view. Lin Yun didn't recognize this person and asked, "You know me? No one in the Heavenly Dao sect doesn't know about you, and your name has even begun to spread throughout the Eastern Desolation as a genius swordsman of the Heavenly Dao sect." The purple-robed swordsman smiled. "I am Yuan Chen. Like you, I've come to the Nether Orchid Courtyard to learn from the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint, and I'm from the Lower Nine Peaks." This man was also heading to the Nether Orchid Courtyard, and it was no wonder this person would call out to him. Lin Yun smiled. The Lower Nine Peaks? The Heavenly Dao sect had 2 palaces, 3 courtyards, and 108 peaks. The Daoyang Palace and Heavenly Yin Palace naturally had the highest positions. As for the 3 courtyards, they have their own inheritance, and the master of the 3 courtyards were either great saints, sword saints, or heavenly spiritualists. Their position wasn't inferior to the 2 palaces, and their disciples were also usually aloof. As for the 108 peaks, their strength differed significantly from the top 9 peaks, known as the upper 9 peaks. The lower 9 peaks was an imaginary number because the other peaks other than the upper 9 peaks were considered the lower 9 peaks. There was no specific gauge in the sect, and everyone naturally acknowledged this saying. "Where will the meeting be held?" Lin Yun asked. "The Solar Jade Palace, which is also the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint's residence," Yuan Chan said in excitement upon mentioning it. The interior of the Solar Jade Palace was enveloped in a saint radiance with multiple stone pillars that were erected. They looked like towering swords if looked at from afar, making one feel insignificant before them and wearing grave expressions. With Yuan Chun leading the way, Lin Yun soon arrived at the destination. The far end of the Solar Jade Palace was a spacious field with multiple stone pillars that were erected. At the depths, there was an abyssal cliff with an azure stone platform hovering in the air. Beneath the stone platform was water, while the back of the platform was an ancient painting. When the two arrived, many swordsmen were gathered here, and the numbers were more than Lin Yun had expected. He exclaimed in surprise, "So many people?" The Heavenly Dao sect wasn't mainly focused on the sword, but there were so many swordsmen here, and most were in the late phase of the Nirvana stage. When Lin Yun swept his gaze over, he saw that they were all at least at the 4th transformation of the Nirvana stage. Many geniuses were at the 5th, 6th, or 7th transformation of the Nirvana stage. Even Yuan Chun was at the 4th transformation of the Nirvana stage. There was a huge difference between them regarding their cultivations, but they shared a similarity of having grasped the Heavenly Dome Sword intent. With a rough estimation, there were nearly 200 of them. Was this the foundation of Eastern Desolation's strongest holy land? Lin Yun was inwardly shocked, but he wasn't too surprised that they all grasped the Heavenly Dome Sword intent, since they were at the Nirvana stage. Aside from the 4 strongest swordsmen, every saint disciple who qualifies is here, Yuan Qian explained. "For strongest swordsmen?" Lin Yun asked curiously. "You were not a saint disciple in the past, so you naturally don't know about them. The 4 strongest swordsmen are legendary figures who have grasped the quasi-astral sword intent with their cultivation teaching the 8th transformation of the Nirvana stage," Yuan Shan explained. They all want to grasp the astral sword intent and become the strongest swordsman in the heavenly Tao sect. So they're usually outside of the sect, training. The Nether Orchid Holy Maiden isn't among them? Lin Yun asked. The Nether Orchid Holy Maiden was too young then. Those four were already known as the four strongest swordsmen before she entered the Nirvana stage. Yuan Shan smiled. The two chatted as they casually looked for a place to sit down. The field was massive, so they came to an empty ground. Many people noticed Yi Qingtian and lowered their voices. After all, Yi Qingtian quickly rose in the ranks, obtaining first in the D group, and even had an ambitious relationship with two holy maidens. This naturally made all the saint disciples unhappy because the two holy maidens had many pursuers. Not to mention that Yi Qingtian was just expelled from the Yi clan, which offended the Zhang clan. So even if Yi Qingtian was the champion of D group, everyone here participated in the Tian group, and none accepted Yi Qingtian in their hearts. Yi Qingtian, you really dare to come to the Nether Orchid courtyard? A voice resounded. This naturally attracted Lin Yun's attention, who was preparing to sit down while chatting with Yuan Shan. The voice came from an azure-robed swordsman from the Dao Yang Palace's direction, and that swordsman was coldly looking at him. The surroundings fell into silence when they looked at the person who spoke. This person was a saint's disciple of the Dao Yang Palace, Yi Xian of the Yi clan, with a cultivation at the 5th transformation of the Nirvana stage. No one was fond of Yi Qingtian here, and the Yi clan was naturally the most furious. After all, Yi Qingtian's act of slapping the Azure Solar Saint Lord spread throughout the heavenly Dao sect. This naturally made the juniors in the Yi clan feel humiliated. That's weird. Why can't I come here? Lin Yun smiled fearlessly. Yi Qingtian, you're disrespectful to your seniors. Do you really think no one can deal with you in the Yi clan? Yi Xian coldly looked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun's eyes coldly flashed, and what Yi Guhan said wasn't wrong. The Yi clan was really troublesome. Let's not mention that he wasn't Yi Qingtian. Even if he was Yi Qingtian, he did nothing wrong to the Yi clan. Senior brother, calm down. This is the Solar Jade Palace, the residence of the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint, Yuan Shan said. Who do you think you are? A piece of trash from the lower 9 peaks. Who gave you the right to speak? Yi Xian said, looking at Yuan Shan. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint invited someone from the lower 9 peaks? Is there a need to invite them? How much potential can they have? They're a waste of resources, even if the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint teaches them. Only the lower 9 peaks are willing to befriend someone like Yi Qingtian. Not only Yi Xian, but everyone else began to insult Yuan Shan as well, with disdain filling their tones. Lin Yun now understood why Yuan Shan was so friendly to him. Yuan Shan already knew what kind of person these people were. Yuan Shan's gaze became awkward with a hint of fury, but he ultimately bore it down. Get lost. I'm teaching Yi Qingtian a lesson as a clansman of the Yi clan. Who the hell are you? Yi Xian flashed and appeared before Yuan Shan with his palm descending down. This palm was ferocious. He had fully unleashed his cultivation at the 6th transformation of the Nirvana stage, and this naturally caught Yuan Shan by surprise. But when his palm was about to descend on Yuan Shan, a person appeared before Yi Xian, and this person was Yi Qingtian. Fury blazed within Yi Xian's pupils, and he circulated his ghost spirit cultivation technique, using 50% of his Nirvana aura. But Lin Yun calmly took this attack head-on and smiled. It looks like there's really no one left in the Yi clan. You're not any stronger than Yi Fifan yourself. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at Yi Qingtian with disbelief because Yi Qingtian was using the Nirvana aura. If they remembered correctly, Yi Qingtian was only at the 5th channel of the Profound Death stage back during the ranking battle. But Yi Qingtian reached the Nirvana stage so quickly? Most importantly, Yi Qingtian was holding his stance against Yi Xian. One must know that they didn't use their sword intent and purely relied on their cultivation. The few strongest here raised their heads to look at Yi Qingtian when they sensed his cultivation. Seeing that the stalemate was ongoing, Yi Xian took several steps back and sneered. Since you've made your move, that saves me the effort to find another reason. Today, I have to slap you too. No matter what. Xian was cocky and his tone was filled with confidence. He felt that since Yi Qingtian made a move, this gave him an excuse to make a move against Yi Qingtian as well. Xian. Yi Qingtian was personally invited over by the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden, and your Yi clan's affairs are nothing compared to her. Wang Yu of the Nether Orchid Courtyard barked. Ha! He's just a shameless piece of garbage. Do you really think that the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden will look at him differently? Xian sneered with the nirvana aura within his body exploding. Stop! A cold bark echoed, accompanied by a terrifying aura that spread out. This instantly made everyone here feel a pressure crushing down on them. When they turned their heads around, they saw the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden. Nether Orchid Holy Maiden. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw Bai Shuang, and even Lin Yun couldn't help taking a peek at the former. A good opportunity. Xian's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. But just when he was going to make a move, Lin Yun already sensed it with the Azure Dragon Sword Heart, and his palm fell on Xian's chest first. With a huge collision, Xian slammed against a stone pillar with blood dripping down the corner of his lips. This scene instantly left everyone stumped because none of them expected that Yi Qingtian's palm would be so terrifying. Yi Qingtian, how dare you launch a sneak attack on me? Xian struggled back up on his feet. Everyone else also wore disdain on their faces as they looked at Yi Qingtian. He's still the same shameless person as before. He was already so cocky after reaching the Nirvana stage. So what if he has a strong talent for the sword? He is just a lecher from the Indigo Thunder Peak. The Holy Maiden came to help him, but he took this opportunity and attacked Xian instead. Sounds of mockery came from the surroundings and Yuan Chun was stumped. He clearly saw that Xian wanted to make a move, but Yi Qingtian was faster than him. Bai Shuang furrowed her brow because she didn't notice that Xian wanted to make a move against Yi Qingtian earlier, but her rationale told her that Yi Qingtian wasn't such a person. When she interacted with him 7 days ago, Yi Qingtian didn't make things difficult on her and made her change her impression about him. Yi Qingtian, I believe you. Why don't you explain your actions? Bai Shuang said. But Lin Yun casually sat down and smiled. Why do I have to explain myself? Those who believe me will believe me, and those who don't won't believe me no matter what I say. Furthermore, I don't care about that at all. You don't care, even if so many people are calling you shameless? Bai Shuang asked with her brows furrowed and faint resentment within her pupils. Lin Yun raised his head and was confused as to why Bai Shuang was furious. He replied, It doesn't matter to you. Holy Maiden, why waste your saliva with him? Let me teach him a lesson and let him know the consequences of launching a sneak attack. Xian incited. He stood up and wore a smirk, wanting to make a move against Yi Qingtian. He felt that the reason why he was injured was purely because Yi Qingtian caught him by surprise. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with disdain, and he looked at Xian with a playful gaze. Xian, watch your manners against the Holy Maiden. Come back. A youth spoke out from the Daoyang Palace's group. He had a powerful cultivation, and his tone was filled with unquestionable prestige. He was one of the strongest amongst the younger generation of the Yi clan, Yi Qinghong. Since Big Brother Qinghong spoke out, I'll let you off for now. Xian had no choice but to give up, even if he was unwilling, and his tone was respectful when he mentioned Yi Qinghong. Consider yourself lucky. If not for the Holy Maiden, I would have crippled a piece of trash like you today. Even when Xian listened to Yi Qinghong, he still left behind his threat as he brushed past Yi Qingtian, acting as though he could conceal his awkwardness by saying that. Whatever you say, Lin Yun smiled. Ha! Xian didn't hear Lin Yun's mockery and thought Yi Qingtian had lowered his head. Letting out a cold snort, he returned to his mat. Meanwhile, Wang Yu, Qinzhong, and Ouyang he fell into deep thought. Bai Shuang looked at Yi Qingtian with a slight change in her expression because she was clearly trying to help him, but he said it had nothing to do with her. Thus, she walked away with a cold expression. Senior brother Yi, the Holy Maiden seems to have become angry, Yuan Chan whispered. I noticed, Lin Yun replied. The Holy Maiden was trying to help you. I know you're in disdain to explain to others, but the Holy Maiden is concerned about your reputation. She's also concerned about her reputation. Yuan Chan transmitted his voice into Lin Yun's ears. When hearing that, Lin Yun's face slightly changed, but he didn't reply to Yuan Chan. This was how he had always been. He wouldn't waste any time with fools, and he wouldn't waste time trying to reason with enemies. If they were unhappy, they could step out and resolve it. As more people entered the Solar Jade Palace, Yuan Chan explained the grades of swordsmen here. The swordsmen could be divided into 4 factions. One was led by the Heavenly Yin Palace's Xiao Jingyan. This person wasn't a member of the 4 big clans, but belonged to a saint clan within the Eastern Desolation. This person was born noble with an extraordinary talent for the sword. He cultivated the Heavenly Yin Sword Sutra, a Heavenly Yin sacred canon branch. The Heavenly Yin Sword Sutra was a ghost spirit martial technique. Since it came from the Heavenly Yin sacred canon, it could be promoted to a dragon spirit martial technique after Xiao Jingyan reaches the quasi-saint realm. It was rumored that Xiao Jingyan was a suitor of the Heavenly Yin Holy Maiden, and those who mocked Yi Qingtian earlier were those around him. Many Wang clan descendants also echoed along with them. There was no question that he was the strongest within the group, or the Wang clan's descendants wouldn't have acknowledged him. The Daoyang Palace also formed a faction with Yi Qinghong leading it. His background was similar to Xiao Jingyan, and he already had an inheritance. He already practiced the Daoyang Sword Sutra a long time ago, and his cultivation was at the 7th transformation of the Nirvana stage. In the Yi clan, he was only second to Yi Feng in regards to his status. As a swordsman, Lin Yun naturally knew that a swordsman's sword sutra was more important than sword techniques. He had such a high attainment in the sword thanks to the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Canon and Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. After all, his sword sutras were the foundation of his sword techniques. His sword techniques wouldn't be so strong if he didn't practice these 2 sword sutras. Yuan Chun wanted to tell Yi Qingtian that Xiao Jingyan and Yi Qinghong weren't pushovers, and he couldn't be careless. Others might think that Yi Qingtian was the one who launched a sneak attack against Yi Xian, but Yuan Chan noticed that Yi Xian was the one who wanted to launch a sneak attack first, and Yi Qingtian merely made a move faster. Wang Yu, Chen Zhong, and the others might only suspect, but Yuan Chan was certain. This was why he was filled with revere for Yi Qingtian. Another faction was the Nether Orchid Courtyard, led by Bai Izhou, who practiced the Nether Orchid Sword Sutra. But even Lin Yun couldn't see through this person's cultivation. Compared to the Heavenly Yin and Dao Yang Palace's factions, the Nether Orchid Courtyard's faction was more united, with everyone accepting Bai Izhou's position, including Wang Yu, Chen Zhong, and Ouyang He. But this person laughed the loudest at Yi Qingtian, and he didn't even bother concealing himself. The last faction was Zhang Kuei, who led the Upper 9 Peaks. But he didn't have any inheritance cultivation technique, and Yuan Chan had no idea what cultivation technique Zhang Kuei practiced. But he knew that Zhang Kuei's cultivation was the strongest. He was on the brink of breaking into the 8th transformation of the Nirvana stage. But Lin Yun merely smiled because Zhang Kuei was probably the weakest amongst the 4, compared to Yi Qinghong, Xiao Jingyan, and Bai Yixu. After all, the Zhang clan's foundation was the weakest amongst the 4 big clans within the Heavenly Dao sect, and no one knew better than him how much a powerful sword sutra could boost the cultivator's strength. After all, inheritance sword sutras had an ancient history and were perfected throughout the years, fully excavating the potential of the sword sutra. As the cultivation increases, the grade of the sword sutra would also increase along the way. This meant one could keep accumulating their foundation and not have to change a new cultivation technique as they made a breakthrough. Aside from them, there are also some at the 7th transformation of the Nirvana stage. But they didn't join any faction or form one. Yuan Chun continued explaining. Lin Yun had long noticed those cultivators at the 7th transformation of the Nirvana stage. They were all aloof, and they only looked at him with disdain. They didn't show any hatred, nor did they mock him earlier. While Lin Yun was examining the surrounding swordsmen, Yi Xian softly whispered at the Daoyang Palace's party, "Big brother Qinghong, why did you stop me earlier? It was a good opportunity, not to mention the Holy Maiden was also furious. I had the opportunity to publicly return the 2 slaps. But Yi Qinghong merely meditated with his eyes shut. He didn't bother himself with Yi Xian, which naturally made him unhappy and furious. Yi Qinghong didn't say a word, but someone else sneered, Yi Xian, even if Yi Qingtian launched a sneak attack against you, you're that certain you can be his opponent? Big brother Yanbei, Yi Xian wanted to refute those words, but the youth, Yi Yanbei, interrupted with a sneer. What's the matter? Do you want to say that you're careless? Even if you're not careless, you won't be able to take him down within 100 moves. At that time, you're the one who'll become a laughingstock. So stop standing out like a clown. Big brother Qinghong naturally has his reasons. Yi Xian was unhappy with what Yi Yanbei said, and his face turned red. But he seemed afraid of Yi Yanbei and didn't dare to say much. Then again, he was mainly afraid that Yi Qinghong would be furious. Half a stick of incense later, the heavenly jade sword saint descended from the sky and sat on the hovering stone platform. When she sat down, the stone platform emitted a faint saint radiance, protecting the platform. We pay our greetings to the martial ant. Everyone immediately bowed respectfully. After all, the heavenly jade sword saint was one of the 3 sword saints of the Eastern Desolation, and she was placed on the same level as the radiant sword saint. By shuaing sword to the sky and stood beside the heavenly jade sword saint. She lit an incense and caressed her zither before sitting down and strumming her zither. Ethereal music started to spread out within the entire palace. This made Lin Yun's eyes light up. He was a grand musician who achieved the Saint King tune. So he naturally noticed that Bai Shuang had an extraordinary attainment in music Dao. The heavenly jade sword saint waved her hand and said, I'll be talking about the sword scripture today. The sword ancestor created this. Some of you here might have seen it before and some might not. But it doesn't matter because the sword scripture only has 3,000 words. And it's neither a sword sutra nor a sword technique. But over the years of accumulation, the sword scripture has no less than 1,000,000 words. It's practically impossible to completely understand it because everyone has their own understanding of it. I'll start with, what is the sword? The heavenly jade sword saint pointed with her finger, and light converged to form a sword hovering in the air. As the sword released a vibrating noise, the sound reverberated throughout the solar jade palace and stumped everyone. Everyone could only hear a buzzing noise, but it wasn't unpleasant. Accompanied by Shuang's zither music, it made everyone feel a warmth in their sword intent, located at the center of their brows. What is the sword? The sword isn't a lethal weapon but a sharp weapon. It possesses righteousness, gentleness, and sharpness. The sword can be connected to a swordsman's spirit and manipulated from a distance away. The heavenly jade sword saint said as the sword flew around everyone's heads, and the saint radiance released by the sword rays captivated everyone's attention. The sword is shadowless and cannot be traced. It can be fine like the rain, it can also be ferocious like a beast, and it can also be unpredictable, the heavenly jade sword saint said, and the saint's sword created various phenomena in the air along with her words. The sword became blurred and realistic, accompanied by a violent gale, and a dragon roar could be heard occasionally, or it would turn into pouring rain, drenching everyone in it. Lin Yun wiped his face and noticed that it was just ordinary rain. But he couldn't help wondering how the heavenly jade sword saint managed to do that. Sword! The heavenly jade sword saint's voice suddenly became sharp, and everyone involuntarily straightened their backs after hearing the heavenly jade sword saint's roar. At this moment, it felt like everyone had become a sword in her hand, and she could control them as she wanted. A star slightly bloomed within the depths of Lin Yun's brow, and he wasn't controlled like everyone else. But he didn't know if it was his misperception. But he seemed to notice the heavenly jade sword saint batting an eye at him. Along with a roar, the heavenly jade sword saint became even more terrifying, and she said, the sword can slay great Qins in the mortal realm, slay demons of hell, and it can also break through heaven. A phenomenon appeared before their eyes. As the phenomenon became realistic, it was a one-sided slaughter. The mortal realm was covered with bones and beheaded demons in hell. Men have to live together with many things in the world, and that is the same with the sword. One has to temper their mentality to practice the sword, using sword Dao as the foundation to step into Dao. This naturally wasn't Bai Shuang's first time hearing the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint's lecture. Her zither music fused into the scriptures, becoming one with the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint's lecture. Her music wasn't inferior, but merged together with the scriptures. This piqued Lin Yun's interest. He neglected the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint's scriptures for a moment and could feel the entire world revolving. The profundity of the music actually complemented the star above his sword sea. In the depths of his forehead, the saint radiance spread throughout his body, which felt comfortable. Wonderful! Lin Yun opened his eyes and clapped his hands together. But his praise instantly disrupted the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint's lecture. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint was briefly stunned and unhappy. While everyone else noticed that the voice came from Yi Qingtian, they couldn't help laughing. Haha! Big brother Qinghong, Yi Qingtian is dead. He actually disrupted the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint's lecture. Yi Xian gloated. Let's not mention the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint. If anyone disrupted a Saint Lord's lecture, it would draw the latter's ire, and they might even make a move out of rage. Bai Shuang stopped playing the zither, and the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint had no expression on her face. But no one could see her facial features and only saw a rough outline. This was because she was enveloped in a saint radiance. But anyone could vaguely tell that the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint was a peerless beauty. Yi Qingtian, how dare you disrupt the martial ant's lecture? The Nether Orchid Courtyards by Izhou stood up and roared at Lin Yun. The other Nether Orchid Courtyards disciples became furious as they looked at Lin Yun. After all, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint was the master of the Nether Orchid Courtyard, and she was equivalent to their martial ancestor. Yi Qingtian, you're disrespecting the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint. Who do you think you are to interrupt the lecture? Are you disregarding our martial ant? Lin Yun gently sighed before the corner of his lips rose into a smile. Just how much hatred did these people have for him? What he did earlier could be considered serious and insignificant, depending on how you view it. It might become serious if they grabbed onto it and didn't let him off. Beside him, Yuan Chun was so nervous that his heart almost leaped out of his chest. But when he saw that Yi Qingtian could still smile, he couldn't help but be filled with respect for him. Lin Yun couldn't be bothered to explain and merely sneered. The martial ant hasn't finished yet. So why are you guys standing up? At the very least, I'm still seated. If you guys say that I'm being disrespectful, you guys should be the ones being more disrespectful. Lin Yun wasn't a pushover, and he naturally wouldn't just watch as they threw dirt on his name. After hearing what Lin Yun said, Bai Izhou's face changed. He wanted to turn around and explain, but Lin Yun laughed. Ha ha ha. It's too late. You guys say that I'm being disrespectful, but you guys are the disrespectful ones. Bai Izhou, not even crippling your cultivation can compensate for your disrespect. Bai Izhou was on the verge of going insane, with his face turning red. He scolded, "You shameless bastard. I'm standing out to reprimand you and not being disrespectful. Wanting to reprimand me on behalf of the martial ant? The martial ant is still alive, so who are you to act on behalf of the martial ant? You're still saying that you're not disrespectful." Lin Yun sneered. Everyone's faces changed when they heard that, and even Bai Shuang couldn't help being alarmed. After all, Yi Qingtian was too ruthless with his words. "Sit down," the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said. She didn't reprimand Bai Izhou, but looked at Lin Yun before asking, combining yin and yang, nurturing an indigo-glazed and untainted heart. Lin Yun's mind was filled with question marks when he heard that. What's wonderful about it? If you can't explain it, you can get lost, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said. Bai Izhou, Xiao Jingyan, Yi Qinghong, and Zhang Kuei wore gloating smiles. This was the most challenging part of the scripture, and there were multiple explanations. But finding an answer that could satisfy the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint was practically impossible. The surroundings fell silent as they looked at Yi Qingtian, including Bai Shuang and the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint. "I don't know," Lin Yun replied. He didn't even listen to the second part of the scripture and naturally didn't know what it meant. It wasn't because he didn't want to come up with something, but he truly didn't know. Raising his head, Lin Yun said, I only heard the first half of it before my attention was shifted to the Holy Maiden's music. When I said wonderful, I didn't mean the martial ant's explanation but the Holy Maiden's music. I don't know anything about the sword scripture, but I know about music. I don't mind leaving if I can't praise music in the Solar Jade Palace. I'm the Dragon Origin Great Saint's secluded disciple. If you want me to get lost because of a single praise, you'll have to ask my master if he agrees. Even if he's willing, I'm not. So I apologize for being unable to comply. Everyone's minds blew apart when they heard that, and they were all dumbfounded with their scalps going numb. While the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint was lecturing in the Solar Jade Palace, the Dragon Origin Great Saint was chatting with Yi Guhan at his residence. It had been a long time since they met, and Yi Guhan discovered that the Dragon Origin Great Saint's complexion had become haggard. This was a rare scene because the Dragon Origin Great Saint became a saint by relying on his physique, which meant his vitality far exceeded his peers. Even if he fought for half a year, he could drag his opponent down through the exhaustion alone, which had happened before. Yi Guhan knew that the Dragon Origin Great Saint and his master, the Radiant Sword Saint, faced the attack of a powerhouse from the demonic sect for half a month, fighting and running for half a month, buying half a month for his master. Half a month later, the Radiant Sword Saint used a sword to slay that powerhouse, thus becoming famous within the Eastern Desolation. Martial uncle, your complexion doesn't look well. Are you preparing to make a breakthrough to the Emperor realm? Yi Guhan said, chewing on the divine dragon fruit. The Dragon Origin Great Saint rolled his eyes and said, I'm not radiant. He can clearly make a breakthrough, but he insists on forcing himself into such a desperate strait that has nothing to do with the Emperor realm. I'll be fortunate if I can reach the Quasi-Emperor realm within 100 years. But it's not that easy. Then what is it? Yi Guhan asked. Wanting to speak about this, the Dragon Origin Great Saint became excited. He raised his brow and said, that disciple of mine wants to fuse the two saint physiques into a divine physique. So I naturally have to find a way for him. Yi Guhan fell into deep thoughts and asked, Martial uncle, have you found a way then? The Dragon Origin Great Saint sighed. Divine physiques have been rare since ancient times, and most bearers of divine physiques are born with it. It's too hard to form an acquired divine physique. Forming an acquired divine physique is heaven-defying, to begin with, so trying to acquire one is no different from going against heaven. Yi Guhan nodded in agreement. I've finally found a way, the Dragon Origin Great Saint said. What? Yi Guhan's face was covered with shock, and he muttered, how? The Dragon Origin Great Saint sipped the tea with a smirk rising on his lips. His haggard complexion had a wisp of superiority, and he smiled. Radiant can't do it, right? My master really can't do it. Yi Guhan awkwardly smiled with the corner of his lips twitching. Ha! The Dragon Origin Great Saint lowered his cup with a smug look on his face, fully displaying his superiority against the Radiant Sword Saint's lineage. This made Yi Guhan feel helpless, but he could do nothing about it, even after being looked down upon. He now knew why the Radiant Sword Saint wanted to send Lin Yun to the Heavenly Tao sect, and his master must have predicted this scene. What's the method? Yi Guhan asked. He knew Lin Yun grasped two saint physiques, and it wouldn't be easy for him to combine them. I flipped through the ancient records. Not even those of the Azure Dragon's lineage would practice the Azure Dragon Divine Physique. Most would choose another divine physique that wasn't inferior in comparison, but is easier to cultivate. That's the Azure Dragon Overlord Physique, the Dragon Origin Great Saint said. He became a saint by relying on his physique and naturally knew more than the Azure Dragon's lineage. The Azure Dragon Overlord Physique is strong, and it's not at all inferior to divine physiques. It might even be stronger in some factors, but it's not a genuine divine physique. The Dragon Origin Great Saint briefly paused, then continued. I just realized that the inheritance of the Azure Dragon Divine Physique is almost lost, and the books that Brat gave me aren't complete. Since ancient times, no one has been able to form the Azure Dragon Divine Physique. But before that, the Azure Dragon Divine Physique is one of the 10 strongest divine physiques. Yi Guhan was stunned because he never expected the Azure Dragon Divine Physique to have such a huge origin. As for why the inheritance is lost, that is because every time the Azure Dragon Divine Physique has been improved, the sovereign constellation would descend and initiate the Azure Dragon Tribulation. In general, the bearers would die before reaching the pinnacle, the Dragon Origin Great Saint said. Compared to that, the Azure Dragon Overlord Physique might be dangerous, but there are still people who've reached the pinnacle. So, Yi Guhan's expression became solemn. So I have to find something for him. It can help him complete the Azure Dragon Divine Physique and bring him a glimmer of hope, the Dragon Origin Great Saint said. What is it? Only deities can defy the heavens, and only deities can resist the Azure Dragon Tribulation. The Dragon Origin Great Saint replied. Hearing what the Dragon Origin Great Saint said, Yi Guhan instantly knew what the former wanted to look for. He immediately rose to his feet with his face changed. His tone trembled as he said, Dragon Origin Great Saint, you? He's my disciple, so what's wrong with me trying to find a glimmer of hope for him? You don't have to persuade me because I have made up my mind. The Dragon Origin Great Saint smiled. Yi Guhan became silent because he knew persuading the Dragon Origin Great Saint was futile. He sighed. Which god's battleground are you heading towards? The divine dragon grave beyond the eastern seas. The Dragon Origin Great Saint answered. Hearing that, Yi Guhan knew that the Dragon Origin Great Saint was serious about this. He asked, When are you leaving? I have already prepared to go. I was just waiting for you. Since you're here, I'll be taking my leave now. The Dragon Origin Great Saint hesitated and asked, How's that old man doing? He can't give up that sword in his heart. Yi Guhan said. I knew it. The Dragon Origin Great Saint slapped his thigh and said, That old man has never considered himself beneath anyone. Since he wants to make a breakthrough to the Emperor realm, he naturally wants to go after Yu Qingfeng. Who was Yu Qingfeng? He was a peerless swordsman, the Sword Emperor. He might become a sword god if he was born in the ancient Golden Era. You've gone to the Jian clan, right? How was it? The Dragon Origin Great Saint asked. It's not time for it to be revealed, Yi Guhan said. Ha! The Dragon Origin Great Saint mocked. They're just a bunch of tortoises, thinking of not taking any risk. Yet they call themselves the Emperor clan. Are they even worthy? Yi Guhan also furrowed his brow. He didn't acknowledge what the Dragon Origin Great Saint said, but didn't want to refute those words. He changed the topic. Does the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint know about Lin Yun's identity? Most likely not. The Dragon Origin Great Saint smiled. But I'm guessing that she managed to notice something. She looked for you, right? I pretended not to be home. I don't dare to lie before her. Yi Guhan smiled. Ha ha ha. The Dragon Origin Great Saint laughed. That brat is right to come to the Heavenly Tao sect. He's fortunate because the Serene Dust Great Saint also has her eyes on him. Ha ha ha. Tian Xuanzi has almost recovered from his injuries, Yi Guhan said. I remembered that Sissy said he wants to rule the Eastern Desolation. Ha ha ha. He's only a hound of the Empress. Is he even qualified? The Dragon Origin Great Saint's eyes were filled with disdain. Finishing his tea before leaving. He was decisive and he wouldn't waste any time since he made up his mind. Dragon Origin Great Saint. This trip? Yi Guhan looked at the Dragon Origin Great Saint and sobbed. He couldn't finish his sentence because this trip would be dangerous for the Dragon Origin Great Saint, with his life on the line. You want to say that I might not be able to return? The Dragon Origin Great Saint laughed. Yi Guhan, I don't like your words. Am I any weaker than that old man? Furthermore, he's my disciple. So what if I can't return? Lin Yun took out the Dragon Origin Great Saint's medal within the Solar Jade Palace. Having no idea that his master was heading towards a god's battleground, everyone in the palace was shocked by him, and they became nervous. After all, Yi Qingtian was too cocky. Not only did he slap a Saint Lord, but he even dared to contradict the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint. One must know that the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint was one of the 3 Sword Saints within the Eastern Desolation. In the entire Kunlun realm, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint was at the top of the pyramid, and they would be implicated if she became furious. When Lin Yun finished, he stood up and wanted to leave. Sit, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said, and Lin Yun was pressed down to his seat by a sword intent. This sword intent was gentle like water, but it contained a majestic power. Master, perhaps he's not lying. Bai Shuang might not like Yi Qingtian, but she still helped him to speak up. Yi Qingtian, even the dragon origin great saint also doesn't dare to speak such words in front of me. The heavenly jade sword saint said without any fluctuation in her emotions. If you can say something, I won't punish you for no reason. After all, you can't interrupt me for no reason. If everyone interrupted me, how would I continue my lecture? The heavenly jade sword saint said, and her words easily crushed Lin Yun's aura. Lin Yun inwardly sighed on the mat because he knew he lost, regardless of the reasons or the sword. He had lost completely. His sword intent was dissolved, and the star in his sword sea also became dim. Lin Yun took a deep breath and circulated the myriad astral celestial art, maintaining his composure and ensuring his star wouldn't be extinguished. When the star reignited, Lin Yun cupped his hands together. Martial Ant is right, and I'm willing to accept your punishment. There was a hidden meaning in his words. He acknowledged that the heavenly jade sword saint was right, but he did nothing wrong either. He would naturally accept it if she punishes him, but he wouldn't accept it willingly. The heavenly jade sword saint smiled. I never said I wanted to punish you. Why don't you tell me what's wonderful about the music? Everyone's listening to my lecture while you're the only one paying attention to the music. If you can't explain it, I'll consider you disrespectful, and it won't be as simple as getting lost. Lin Yun smiled because that was easy for him. He said, the music is wonderful, but the person playing it is even more wonderful. The nether orchid holy maiden is a beauty like jade, and the music is like the shattering sounds of jade. Jade generally represents nobility, and her music is pure, like jade. But what made it wonderful was the nether orchid holy maiden, a peerless beauty. Lin Yun's explanation stumped everyone, but the heavenly jade sword saint interrupted him. So you're saying that I'm inferior to the nether orchid holy maiden and I'm not a beauty? Why did you ignore my lecture and only listen to the music? Everyone's faces changed, including Bai Shuang. Yuan Chun, who sat beside Yi Qingtian, also couldn't help becoming nervous. Xiao Jingyan and others wore gloating smiles because they all knew this was a dangerous question. No matter how he answered, he would have to offend the nether orchid holy maiden or the heavenly jade sword saint. Lin Yun was briefly stumped before his expression eased up. The heavenly jade sword saint naturally wouldn't blame him for being disrespectful and only pointed out the loophole in his words. Others didn't know, but Lin Yun naturally understood the meaning of the heavenly jade sword saint's words. Could it be that the heavenly jade sword saint would punish him if he only praised Bai Shuang? So it was impossible for Xiao Jingyan and others to see Lin Yun punished. But he ultimately had to explain, or that would mean that Bai Shuang was a peerless beauty and not the heavenly jade sword saint. If the heavenly jade sword saint was a beauty, why did Lin Yun only listen to the music and not the lecture? Lin Yun briefly pondered and smiled. Martial Ant isn't a peerless beauty. Everyone's faces changed when they heard that. Even Bai Shuang furrowed her brows because Yi Qingtian was too bold. But Lin Yun's words changed as he smiled. Martial Ant is a fairy enveloped in saint radiance with a fog covering your appearance. Cheeky with your words. You're no different from your master. The heavenly jade sword saint said without any emotions in her tone. She continued, I'll let you go this once. I'll continue my lecture now, and Shuang will carry on playing the zither. Lin Yun was alarmed upon hearing that, not knowing which master the heavenly jade sword saint was referring to. But he cupped his hands together. Thank you, Martial Ant. Everyone could only swallow it down in their hearts because they didn't expect Yi Qingtian would be so easily let off. This naturally made them unhappy, especially Bai Izhou of the Nether Orchid Courtyard. The heavenly jade sword saint continued her lecture, focusing on combining yin and yang, nurturing an indigo-glazed and untainted heart. Even the heavenly jade sword saint couldn't be sure about that sentence and only shared her understanding. Everyone else might not be able to understand, but they basked in the heavenly jade sword saint's scriptures and saint radiance. Everyone could feel their comprehension of sword Tao rapidly rising because of it. Lin Yun also fell into deep thoughts because this sentence was filled with profundity. When the heavenly jade sword saint was done, she took a brush and paper. As she started writing, Saint Radiance would appear around her, and each figure wielded a sword performing a sword technique. This immediately piqued everyone's interest because they could tell that this sword technique was powerful, and it was more interesting than the heavenly jade sword saint's explanation. This immediately brought excitement to everyone's faces because, compared to a lecture, sword techniques were easier in comparison. If they could learn something, it would allow their sword techniques to undergo a considerable boost. Xiao Jingyan, Bai Yizhou, Yi Qinghong, and the others naturally noticed something. The heavenly jade sword saint had infused a complicated sword technique within her writing. The heavenly jade sword saint wrote down 3 ancient words, but no one could understand what she wrote. You guys can decipher the sword technique I included in my calligraphy. I will test you guys after a stick of incense time from now, the heavenly jade sword saint said. Everyone immediately started practicing and was shocked to discover that if they attempted to mimic the sword technique, a vague golden brush would appear and write down the words that the heavenly jade sword saint wrote. It didn't take long for someone to write the first ancient word. After this person was done, the golden word in front of him became condensed with sword intent filling it. This person was Bai Yizhou. He was strong and the strongest amongst the Nether Orchid Courtyard swordsmen. It didn't take long for Xiao Jingyan and Yi Qinghong to write down a word, but their words differed, as expected of the 3 senior brothers. To derive a word in such a short time, they might be able to derive the 3 words in a stick of incense's time. They're really talented, everyone exclaimed with envy on their faces. The 3 were happy and wore smug faces, feeling that a stick of incense's time was more than enough. On the contrary, Lin Yun briefly practiced, then furrowed his brow. He had a feeling that something was lacking somewhere. It wasn't because the heavenly jade sword saint's attainment wasn't profound, but the sword technique lacked something crucial. After he had grasped the azure dragon sword heart, he had a keen sense for various sword techniques and always sought perfection. So he naturally felt terrible, like butterflies in his stomach, wanting to decipher the complete version. Time's up, Bai Shuang said, sweeping her gaze over. She smiled. My master said that she would test you guys. I wonder who's willing to step forth. When everyone heard that, a clamor resounded throughout the palace, and their gazes became heated. I'm willing to give it a try. The heavenly Yin Palace's Xiao Jingyan stood up with a smile. Bai Shuang nodded her head. Since the heavenly Yin Palace stood out, the Daoyang Palace's Yi Qinghong naturally couldn't just watch and stood up as well, with the Nether Orchid Courtyards by Yizhou and Upper Nine Peaks Zhang Kuei following behind. They wanted to display their talent before the heavenly jade sword saint and give her a deep impression. Anyone else? Bai Shuang asked, looking around. I'm willing to give it a try. Me! Almost everyone stood up, wanting to perform well before Bai Shuang. All of them were aloof as swordsmen, and not everyone was fully convinced by Xiao Jingyan. Lin Yun smiled when he saw this scene because these people were confident. He managed to decipher the 3 words within a stick of incense's time, but it wasn't perfect. It didn't take long for Bai Shuang to pick out 8 people. When the 8 were chosen, the palace calmed down because the 8 were at the 7th transformation of the Nirvana stage. Compared to them, everyone else was inferior, and they did not need to become stepping stones. Yi Qingtian, why have you become quiet now? Why don't you come up and try it as well? Lin Yun didn't want to be involved, but Bai Shuang's face was cold and descended before him. Me? Lin Yun replied. I can't even decipher a single word, so don't make things difficult for me. Let my master take a good look then. Come up, Bai Shuang said, wanting to embarrass Yi Qingtian. Lin Yun was briefly stunned, before he bitterly smiled. Bai Shuang was really ruthless, wanting him to go up on the stage even when he said he couldn't decipher anything. Nether Orchid Holy Maiden, don't make things difficult for him. It'll be funny if he can't write anything and comes up with nonsense. He probably didn't pay attention earlier and was thinking about women, Yi Xian said with the corner of his lips rising. Everyone laughed because Yi Xian was still holding a grudge against Lin Yun. But Lin Yun wasn't bothered and asked, Senior sister, you really want me to go up? Of course. Otherwise, who am I talking to? Since you're the secluded disciple of the dragon origin great saint, there must be something special about you, and I naturally have to take a look. Bai Shuang's pupils flashed with a cunning light. Since Yi Qingtian embarrassed her earlier, she would embarrass him now. All right then. Since you want to see it, I'll show it to you. Lin Yun smiled and stood up, waving his hand. On the contrary, Yuan Chun was nervous because he witnessed how Yi Qingtian couldn't write down a single word and didn't seem to be acting when he furrowed his brow. But it wasn't Lin Yun's style to take it lying down after being challenged. The surroundings fell silent because Yi Qingtian was as cocky as before. Many people noticed how he failed to write even a single word, and this clearly proved that his comprehension didn't go smoothly. Yet, he still wanted to show off to the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden by standing out. Show what? Show how embarrassing you are? Yi Qingtian, you should learn how to be humble, Yi Xian said with disdain flashing across his pupils. Before Lin Yun even came forth, Yi Xian already spoke out with disdain in his pupils. Embarrassing? At least I'm much better than a lackey like you, Lin Yun sneered, looking Yi Xian straight in the eyes. If it weren't for the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden and the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint here, he would have killed Yi Xian with a slap. After all, Yi Xian already got on his nerves. That's enough. Step forth, Bai Shuang said, interrupting the argument between Yi Qingtian and Yi Xian, asking Yi Qingtian to step forth. I'm also willing to give it a try. Yi Xian cupped his hands together. He initially had no intentions to step forth because he definitely couldn't be compared to the likes of Xiao Jingyan. But since Yi Qingtian went up, why must he be afraid? With Yi Qingtian guaranteed to obtain the worst score, there was nothing Yi Xian had to fear because he was confident that he was stronger than Yi Qingtian. All right, Bai Shuang said. We'll see. I'll make you so ashamed and let you know the gap between us. Yi Xian glared at Yi Qingtian before he stepped forth. But Lin Yun merely inwardly sneered. It didn't take long for an empty region to be opened up with 10 people standing there. This instantly made the surrounding atmosphere tense, and no one could have expected that this small test would be filled with gunpowder. After all, there was a conflict between Xiao Jingyan and the others. None of the 7th transformation of the Nirvana stage cultivators was willing to be convinced by the other party, not to mention the conflict between Yi Qingtian and Yi Xian. Yi Qingtian really had a fiery temper, and he didn't cower even when facing Bai Shuang's intention to embarrass him. This is interesting. Yi Xian actually stepped forth as well. He only grasped a word, right? What does he have to be afraid of? I noticed how Yi Qingtian couldn't even grasp a single word. He probably didn't even remember the strokes. No matter what, Yi Qingtian is only the champion of the D group, and he's nothing compared to the Tian group's saint disciples like us. Xiao Jingyan and others began to perform the sword technique as the onlookers discussed amongst themselves. As they brandished their swords, a brush appeared in the air, and they were deciphering ancient words with their sword techniques. The 8 swordsmen at the 7th transformation of the Nirvana stage already had a plan in their hearts as they brandished their sword techniques. Occasionally, when it wasn't smooth, they would brandish their swords even more, causing more brush strokes to appear before them. Compared to them, Yi Xian's performance was much poorer. His forehead was covered in sweat, and he occasionally sneaked a peek at the others. But this was nothing compared to Yi Qingtian. Yi Qingtian stood there and didn't even draw his sword. His brows were furrowed together as he fell into deep thoughts. Garbage. Yi Xian snickered after seeing this, and his confidence was greatly boosted. Yi Qingtian, even if you can't remember a single word, you should at least remember some sword techniques, right? Don't tell me that you made no preparations, Bai Shuang said, looking at Lin Yun. Relax. Let me think about it. Lin Yun smiled and closed his eyes. In just 15 minutes, Xiao Jingyan's group of 8 brandished their swords with their sword intent boiling around them. 2 words also appeared around them. Each stroke was golden and enveloped in a faint saint radiance. This instantly amazed everyone who was watching, especially when Xiao Jingyan, Bai Yizhou, and Yi Qinghong managed to write down 2 words. They were like aloof mountains, far beyond their reach, making them feel unfathomable. Hold shit. as expected of successors of the various inheritances. Zhang Kuei's cultivation is the highest, but his performance is a little poor. They're really fast and are already going to write the last word. The others aren't slow either, aside from Yi Xian. Ha ha ha. He just has to stand out against Yi Qingtian. It's really embarrassing that he can't even write a single word. Look, Yi Qingtian hasn't moved either. He probably can't write anything. Everyone's gazes ultimately fell on Yi Qingtian. After all, Yi Qingtian's situation was too special, since he never opened his eyes after closing them. On the other hand, Yi Xian was nervous after hearing the surrounding discussions, but he couldn't help laughing out loud when he turned to look at Yi Qingtian. He inwardly rejoiced that there was a clown like Yi Qingtian here, or he would become a laughingstock. In the end, Yi Qingtian was a piece of garbage who got lucky to refine a saint origin. But the saint origin was an external item, and it was impossible to rely on the saint origin to reach the quasi-saint realm. On the contrary, others were already going to write the third word. 15 minutes later, everyone stopped, and 3 ancient words were hovering before them. Then again, this didn't include Yi Xian because he only wrote down a distorted and crooked word. Just this alone already covered Yi Xian's forehead with sweat because it was difficult for him. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint looked at Xiao Jingyan's group of 3 and commented, "You guys have grasped 50% of the Tao rhythm, and it's impressive to achieve this in just a stick of incense time." "Thank you, Martial Ant." Xiao Jingyan's group of 3 wore smug faces and cupped their hands together. As for the others, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint commented that they grasped 30% of the Tao rhythm. "As for you?" The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint looked at Yi Xian's word and didn't know how to comment on it. Everyone in the surroundings was bearing their laughter because Yi Xian was really embarrassed. A long silence later, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said, "I can't recognize what you wrote." Finally, everyone couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. The surrounding peals of laughter made Yi Xian's face turn red with regret. He wouldn't have stepped forth if he knew it would be so embarrassing. But after Yi Xian cupped his hands together, he turned to Yi Qingtian, who was still closing his eyes, and roared, "Yi Qingtian, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint has already started to judge. So where are yours?" When Lin Yun finally opened his eyes, he looked at Bai Shuang and smiled. "I can't remember the sword techniques, but I can remember some of the brush strokes. Can I write them down in the form of calligraphy?" "Brush." Bai Shuang wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint. After a brush was brought to Lin Yun, he fell into deep thoughts as he bit on the tip of the brush. That fellow really knows how to act. He's really an amateur, and he'll be exposed this time. He doesn't know that the martial ant's words contain Saint Tao and Tao rhythm. It cannot be replicated with a brush and has to be deciphered through sword techniques. Without the Tao rhythm and intent, it's impossible for anyone to replicate the words. As discussions came from the surroundings, Lin Yun felt that they were all putting on airs. In the end, Bai Shuang said, "Yi Qingtian, go down if you really can't do it." "I share a different thought," Lin Yun smiled. When everyone felt that Yi Qingtian was putting on an act, he finally moved. He took a deep breath and began to write. It might be impossible for others, but that wasn't an issue for Lin Yun. Back in the sword sect, the Radiant Sword Saint taught him calligraphy and even demonstrated his calligraphy with the Carefree 9 swords. It wasn't tricky for Lin Yun, but he couldn't determine the flaw in the 3 words. But he didn't have the time to think and was forced to write something. So he decided to write down the 3 words first. A brief moment later, afterimages appeared around Lin Yun, and they began to practice various sword techniques when Lin Yun moved his brush, and the ancient Tao rhythm in the words were being replicated. Whenever Lin Yun wrote something down, each brush stroke seemed as though it would exist for eternity. This instantly shocked everyone with disbelief on their faces, and they couldn't believe that Yi Qingtian really wrote it out. They could clearly see the intent and Tao rhythm as though time had reversed and the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint was writing them down. How is this possible? Yi Xian was dumbfounded. As for Xiao Jingyan's group of 3, they were also perplexed with doubts on their faces. On the other hand, Lin Yun didn't find it weird. since this was the basic skill of Radiant Sword Saint's disciples. He could only say that these saint disciples were too ignorant. When Lin Yun finished writing 3 words, he suddenly laughed just when he was going to stop. Ha ha ha! I finally understand now. His laughter made everyone jump, wondering if Yi Qingtian had gone insane. Martial Ant is really naughty to deliberately leave out a word. It's no wonder why something didn't feel right about the 3 words. Lin Yun muttered, and his words made everyone's jaws drop. But when Lin Yun wrote down the 4th word, a dazzling golden radiance shone out, and the words written by Xiao Jingyan and others dissolved like melting snow. But what was more shocking was that everyone could recognize the 4 words, top of the sky. This was a weird feeling. Everyone couldn't recognize those 4 words, but they would understand the meaning of it. At this moment, even a fool could tell that Yi Qingtian was right, and the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint deliberately left a word out. But strangely, everyone's words disappeared except for Yi Xian's. His words were like a soundless mockery in front of the words written by Lin Yun. At this moment, everyone finally understood why the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint couldn't understand what Yi Xian wrote. It turned out that Yi Xian randomly wrote down nonsense. This scene made the corners of Yi Qinghong's lips twitch, and he couldn't help feeling embarrassed. Yi Xian's face turned red, and he felt so ashamed that he wanted to find a hole to hide himself in it. He wrote down nonsense by mimicking others in the process, thus coming up with that ugly word. He previously mocked that he had Yi Qingtian to cover for him and wasn't afraid of embarrassing himself. But in reality, he never expected he was the clown in the process. This instantly made Yi Xian furious as he roared, Yi Qingtian, you're shameless. Didn't you say that you didn't know? Sorry about it, but I was putting on an act. Lin Yun smiled. Lin Yun's words left everyone dumbfounded, before their cheeks started to tremble under the uncontrollable fury as they looked at Yi Qingtian's face. Yi Qingtian didn't have the slightest spirit as a swordsman, and they would be pissed to death if they were in Yi Xian's position. It was simply too humiliating to be treated as a clown. Yi Xian thought he was smart, but it turned out that he was the clown right from the start. Everyone was furious, not to mention the Yi clan's members, whose faces were terrifyingly dark. Yi Qingtian, you're too much. Yi Xian's face turned red, and he confidently said, You must have learned it somewhere. That's right. The Azure River Sword Saint must have taught it to you. Everyone's eyes lit up because there was that possibility. After all, everyone saw how Yi Guhan took Yi Qingtian away 7 days ago, and Yi Qingtian reached the Nirvana stage when he returned. So it would make sense if they followed Yi Xian's trail of thoughts. Yi Guhan must have taught Yi Qingtian the sword technique and helped him refine the saint origin for him to have such an impressive achievement today. Slap yourself, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said. Yi Xian slapped himself before he could even respond. He still wanted to struggle, but his right hand gave him another slap that burned his cheek. The surroundings immediately became silent, and even Yi Qinghong lowered his head. This was the first time the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint taught a junior lesson. Yi Qingtian, I'm impressed by your performance. I have deliberately left a word out on purpose. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint praised, and she continued, I'll end the lecture today. I'll continue this 2 days from now, and don't forget to recall what I said today. Remember the sword technique you guys learned today. After the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint finished, she was enveloped in a saint radiance and rose to the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone bowed and cupped their hands together. We respectfully send off Martial Ant. On the other hand, Lin Yun was a little disappointed and wondered if she left because of him. When the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint left, the pressure that was on everyone was alleviated, and they began to discuss with each other. They all felt that they had a great harvest today from the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint's lecture. Not only did their comprehension of Sword Tao improve, but their sword intent also made substantial progress. They were also enlightened by the swordsmanship. Lin Yun turned to look at Bai Shuang. He never expected that she would try and make things difficult for him several times today, and he smiled. What does the Holy Maiden think of my performance today? Bai Shuang was inwardly furious, but she had an aloof personality. Even if she didn't like someone, she would honestly admit the merits of someone. She said, "I have witnessed young Master Ye's extraordinary talent in Sword Dao today." Lin Yun was surprised because he never expected that Bai Shuang would admit it. He smiled. Holy Maiden's zither skills are impressive as well, but it sounds a little lacking. So? Bai Shuang raised her brow. Lin Yun smiled. "Let's find a time, and you can play a song for me. Let me experience it once more." The faces of Xiao Jingyan and the others changed, while being unable to help looking at Yi Qingtian. After all, Yi Qingtian was too arrogant to ask the Holy Maiden to play the zither for him. "Yi Qingtian, don't be complacent. You only received some guidance from the Azure River Saint Sword, so what are you so arrogant about?" Bai Ijo roared furiously. "Holy Maiden, there's no need to pay any attention to him. That brat needs to be taught a lesson," Yi Xian said. "Silence. Are the 2 slaps not enough for you?" Bai Shuang loathed Yi Xian more than Yi Qingtian. This instantly stunned everyone because it was rare for Bai Shuang to scold someone so badly. This immediately placed Yi Xian in an awkward position, wanting to dig a hole and hide his head. But he blamed it all on Yi Qingtian, furiously looking at the latter with an eerie gaze. "Sure." Bai Shuang coldly looked at Yi Qingtian before she left, flinging her sleeve. She was inwardly furious because she couldn't help getting angry for some reason whenever she met Yi Qingtian. Yi Qingtian would always gain the upper hand against her, naturally making her uncomfortable. "I'll be waiting then," Lin Yun smiled. "That brat is really impressive." Chen Zhong smiled with his eyes squinted. He realized that he had underestimated Yi Qingtian. "Yi Qingtian, how dare you publicly deceive and fool us?" Yi Xian said after Bai Shuang left. His face was terrifyingly dark as he gritted his teeth. Beside Yi Qinghong, Yi Yanbei's face changed. He wanted to stop Yi Xian because they were in the Solar Jade Palace, but Yi Qinghong stopped him with a gaze. "It's not us. You're the only one who was fooled." Lin Yun smiled. "You bastard. Not only did you launch a sneak attack on me, but you even dared to frame me. I won't let you go so easily today." Yi Xian's rage blazed within his chest, and he couldn't bear it any longer. On the contrary, Lin Yun merely smiled because he didn't fear Yi Xian. Did Yi Xian really think he could do anything to him because his cultivation was at the 5th transformation of the Nirvana stage? Lin Yun was someone who almost killed a quasi-saint monarch demonic beast. If he didn't have to hold back, no one here could keep him around, even if they all came at him. Lin Yun tugged his arms before his chest and smiled. "I like giving others a chance the most. Yififan wanted me to go to the D group and I gave him a chance, too. But it's a pity that he's too useless. I'll also give you a chance today. Come on, let me see how you'll teach me a lesson." His provocation instantly placed Yi Xian in a difficult spot with no retreat. That fellow is really insane. It's no wonder why he even dared to slap a Saint Lord. But the situation doesn't seem to be on Yi Qingtian's side. Yi Xian is at the 5th transformation of the Nirvana stage, and there's a huge difference between the 4th and 5th transformation of the Nirvana stage. Yi Qingtian has just entered the Nirvana stage. Otherwise, where does he get his confidence from if he hadn't even congealed the Nirvana aura? Everyone here was a swordsman, and they had already expected a battle between Yi Xian and Yi Qingtian. But they never expected that it would take place in the palace. Yi Xian sneered, "Son of a bitch. Let me show you the true power of the Yi clan's direct lineage today." Lin Yun couldn't help laughing when he heard what Yi Xian said, and he couldn't notice anything impressive about Yi Xian. Yi Xian quickly drew his sword and unleashed his attack against Yi Qingtian, swinging his sword while accompanying it with a majestic aura. Faint cracks could be seen in the surrounding space as the saint's sword arrived above Lin Yun's head. Yi Xian was fast, but Lin Yun was even faster after practicing the divine sun-chasing art. He easily avoided Yi Xian's attack with a flash without even leaving behind an afterimage. When he reappeared, he wore a playful smile while holding onto a long strap in his hand. When Yi Xian lowered his head, his face changed because his pants were coming loose. "My belt!" Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the belt in Lin Yun's hand. "You're not worthy of having me draw my sword. I'll use this belt to have some fun with you. Lin Yun smiled and used the belt as a sword to execute the Divine Firefly Sword. Lin Yun performed the Divine Firefly Sword as they clashed and attacked Yi Xian. As continuous clashes echoed, it didn't take long for Yi Xian to be placed in a disadvantageous position. Yi Xian had a high cultivation, and he also had a decent sword technique. But he was no different from a child before Lin Yun and couldn't even unleash his ordinary state. He could only receive a one-sided beating from Lin Yun, and his Divine Firefly Sword wasn't as exquisite as Lin Yun's. After Lin Yun performed the fifth sword form, Yi Xian was already barely holding on, and the sword in his hand was knocked away by the belt in Lin Yun's hand. When the saint's sword plunged into the stone pillar, Yi Xian was stumped. But before he could respond, the belt in Lin Yun's hand was like a palm slapping his face. No one expected Yi Qingtian to be so ruthless, especially when Yi Qingtian slapped the face of Yi clan's direct lineage. This naturally made the faces of the Yi clan's members terrifyingly dark. With a resounding slap, Yi Xiu was sent flying away while Lin Yun merely smiled, and the belt in his hand turned into a dragon that was dashing over. Arg! Yi Xian was frightened by this scene as he backed up, knocking against a stone pillar. When the dragon dissipated, the belt was deeply plunged into the stone pillar like a sharp sword. At the same time, Yi Xiu's pants finally couldn't hold on and slipped down. When all the spectators saw this scene, they couldn't help taking a deep breath. But that wasn't all. Lin Yun briefly glanced at Yi Xiu's tool before he said with a playful smile, "Yi Xian, yours are even smaller than Zhang Yu's." Everyone's lips twitched because Yi Qingtian was too ruthless, and his words were extremely insulting. The entire Heavenly Tao sect knew how small Zhang Yu was, and even the female disciples of the profound maiden courtyard laughed at him. So Yi Xian naturally felt ashamed to be compared to Zhang Yu. He knew he was finished, and the entire Heavenly Tao sect would know he was smaller than Zhang Yu. Most importantly, the news of his tool being smaller than Zhang Yu's would spread like wildfire within the Heavenly Tao sect, and this naturally made the faces of everyone from the Yi clan ugly. This is the foundation of the Yi clan's direct lineage? Doesn't seem so impressive after all. Is this the best of the Yi clan? Lin Yun glanced at Yi Qinghong's group. His words included Yi Qinghong and everyone else from the Yi clan. Yi Qingtian, do you think there's no one capable of subduing you in the Yi clan? Yi Yanbei couldn't hold back any longer and charged at Lin Yun. He had a fiery temper but was also calm under his rage. When he approached Lin Yun, he didn't allow him to draw his sword and unleashed his cultivation at the sixth transformation of the Nirvana stage. When his massive Nirvana aura enveloped Lin Yun, he raised his hand and punched Lin Yun's face. He wanted to rely on his cultivation to inflict severe injuries on Yi Qingtian in one move. Everything happened too quickly, with Yi Yanbei charging over before anyone could respond. Not to mention Yi Yanbei instantly unleashed his full strength at the sixth transformation of the Nirvana stage with all his energy gathered in his punch. His punch gave off a dazzling brilliance, and the surrounding atmosphere felt like a heavy waterfall before his punch even arrived. His punch also gave off a terrifying aura that seemed to rip the sky apart. This made everyone's faces change as they retreated, fearing that they might be caught up in it. Yi Yanbei was smart by trying to suppress Yi Qingtian with his cultivation instead of sword techniques. Yi Xian lost terribly because he tried to compete with Yi Qingtian in sword technique and didn't use his advantage in his cultivation. When everyone saw this scene, they knew that Yi Qingtian was doomed. After all, how could someone who had just reached the Nirvana stage possibly fight someone at the sixth transformation of the Nirvana stage? But Yi Qingtian didn't even step back, facing Yi Yanbei's attack head-on. The clash created an explosion with a powerful shockwave, forcing the spectators to protect themselves with their Nirvana auras. When the dust clouds settled, everyone was shocked to discover that Yi Qingtian didn't take a step back in the clash. This was something that no one had expected, and they exclaimed, how is this possible?" Yi Yanbei was also shocked, but his face sank, and he threw his punch again. And yet, Yi Qingtian didn't take a step back, but raised his hands with netherflower's petals flying out from his body. This time, They were both clashing with their cultivations with no intentions of taking a step back. Every clash would cause the nether flower to grow bigger, with more flower petals flying around in the surroundings. The nether energy could dissolve Nirvana aura, thus decreasing the power of Yi Yanbei's attacks by 30%. As for the remaining 70%, Lin Yun destroyed half of it with his sword intent before facing the remaining half with his two Saint Physiques. The Azure Dragon Saint Physique was responsible for clashing head-on, while the Blue Dragon Saint Physique was responsible for treating his injuries. This was a competition of exhaustion, and it was unsure who could last till the end as the nether energy slowly accumulated within Yi Yanbei's body. 10 moves later, the tables were turned around with Lin Yun fighting even more ferociously. He laughed. Is this the strength of the Yi clan's direct lineage? I haven't had enough fun at all. As Lin Yun laughed, he circulated the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon and Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. He punched Yi Yanbei, forcing the latter to take 3 steps back. Come again. Lin Yun laughed and charged forth, not giving Yi Yanbei a chance to catch his breath. His punches were like swords, with black flower petals swirling around his fist like blades. This instantly made Yi Yanbei feel terrible. After all, he had to resist the nether energy within his body with half of his Nirvana aura. He needed time to catch his breath to regain his ground. But Yi Qingtian didn't give him that opportunity, and he was sent flying after several breaths later. When Yi Yanbei landed on the ground, he took 3 steps back with his face changing before he threw out a mouthful of black blood. This instantly shocked all the saint disciples present with disbelief. Many people noticed that Yi Qingtian relied on the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra to defeat Yi Yanbei, making them fearful of Yi Qingtian. On the other hand, the faces of everyone from the Yi clan were ugly. Bai Izhou gloated. It looks like the Yi clan really doesn't have anyone amongst their younger generation. Humph! Yi Qinghong was furious and pushed his palm forth, circulating his cultivation at the 7th transformation of the Nirvana stage and Inheritance Sword Sutra. The floral petals around Lin Yun exploded, and Lin Yun took a few steps back as he faced this attack head-on. Just when everyone thought that Yi Qingtian would be sent flying away, Yi Qingtian suddenly pulled his hand back before pushing it forth. The Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron circulated within his body, causing the incoming attack to shatter, and he gained his footing. Was this the strength at the 7th transformation of the Nirvana stage? It's a lot more terrifying than the 6th transformation of the Nirvana stage. If he didn't use the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron, he might have suffered heavy injuries if he faced this attack while relying on his cultivation. Is this the strength of someone at the 7th transformation of the Nirvana stage? Doesn't seem so impressive after all. Ultimately, you must resort to a sneak attack to barely injure me. Turns out that the Yi clan is even more unsightly than Zhang Yu. At the very least, Zhang Yu didn't try to launch a sneak attack on me. Ha ha ha. Lin Yun wiped the blood off the corner of his lips, and he spread his arms apart. I'll be taking my leave now. Everyone was stumped as they watched Yi Qingtian disappear, and Yi Qinghong's face was ugly. He wanted to teach Yi Qingtian a lesson and establish the prestige of their Yi clan, but he didn't expect Yi Qingtian would leave just like that, and even mocked him before leaving. After this brief moment, there was nothing he could do, even if he wanted to catch up. He coldly said, "Let's go." Yi Qinghong's face was terrifyingly dark as he flung his sleeve and left with the Yi clan's members. Bai Izhou and Xiao Jingyan stood together with surprises on their faces. Xiao Jingyan smiled. It looks like Yi Qinghong is really unhappy. There's nothing he can do about it. The Yi clan has so many people, and Yi Qingtian isn't stupid to fight all of them, Bai Izhou said. But that bastard actually left just like that. Bai Izhou naturally wanted Yi Qingtian to stay behind and continue to fight Yi Qinghong. He wanted to see Yi Qingtian being taught a lesson, but he didn't expect that Yi Qingtian wasn't foolish, despite being cocky. He didn't hesitate to leave after defeating 2 opponents. Xiao Jingyan smiled. No need to hurry. Let him show off for now. The higher he rises, the harder he'll fall. He's nothing but a clown, Bai Izhou sneered. Lin Yun was running to his residence after leaving the Solar Jade Palace. It was good news to him that most swordsmen would stay in the Nether Orchid courtyard. But not long after he left, an old friend actually caught up with him, the Nether Orchid Courtyard's Wang Yu. The two became friends after fighting, and their relationship became closer after exchanging information in the contribution hall. "Brother Wang, how is it?" Lin Yun asked. Wang Yu examined Yi Qingtian and asked, "I thought you were injured, but it looks like I'm over-concerned. Speaking of which, your life intent is effective in treating injuries, right?" Lin Yun smiled. "Not bad," Wang Yu said. "Come and give it a try then." Lin Yun was injured, but he recovered most of his injuries with the help of the blue dragon bone. He couldn't come out unscathed, even after fighting someone at the 6th transformation of the Nirvana stage when he had just reached the Nirvana stage. When he saw the latter catching up, Lin Yun wanted to let Wang Yu give it a try. He wanted to know the difference between life intent and the blue dragon bone. Wang Yu didn't deny it, and they rushed to Lin Yun's residence. Once they reached the courtyard, Wang Yu poured his life intent into Lin Yun's body. Lin Yun had already concealed the blue dragon bone with the divine tortoise transformation. Lin Yun closed his eyes to sense the difference between life intent and the blue dragon bone. The two contained powerful life force, but there was also a huge difference. Wang Yu's nirvana aura felt alive, and he could rely on his life intent to achieve 1/3 of the healing effects of Lin Yun's blue dragon bone. "It looks like I have yet to fully excavate the blue dragon bone's potential," Lin Yun inwardly pondered. When Lin Yun fully recovered, Wang Yu opened his eyes and said, "You're testing my life intent." When he injected his nirvana aura into Lin Yun's body, he noticed that the latter's injuries weren't heavy and could recover with a night of rest. Lin Yun couldn't help feeling awkward after having his intentions detected. But Wang Yu wasn't bothered and smiled. "It doesn't matter. I don't know how to teach you. Otherwise, I'd really want to exchange it for your sword of the beginning." It was just like how Lin Yun grasped the astral sword intent but had no idea how to teach it to others. Many things in cultivation could be considered, but martial intent was an exception because it required one to comprehend it. There might be no effects if you try to explain it to someone, and you might even hurt them. That's simple. I've already told you previously. If you believe I created this sword technique, I can teach you anytime. Lin Yun smiled. Wang Yu rolled his eyes and ignored Yi Qingtian. Yi Qingtian tried to fool him before, and the intent contained within the sword of the beginning was ancient. It felt like it was created in ancient times, and Yi Qingtian might only know that one sword. This was the norm because many ancient books were damaged and incomplete. This wasn't something that a sword saint could create, let alone Yi Qingtian. Lin Yun couldn't help smiling bitterly because no one believed him when he was telling the truth. But he didn't dwell on that for long and asked, "I have something I'd like to ask you. Who is the strongest within the Heavenly Dao sect?" He managed to have a rough gauge of Yi Qinghong with their previous exchange, and he wanted to know the strength of the strongest batch of disciples within the Heavenly Dao sect. Wang Yu briefly pondered before saying, "Let's not mention the older generation disciples. There are even those at the quasi-saint realm, but they're already close to 100 years old. They can be considered peerless geniuses in the outside world, but their aptitude is nothing in holy lands, and they can only join the Golden Guards." "Like Bai Xiao, whom we met back in the contribution hall?" Lin Yun asked. "Yeah. They have a noble status comparable to saint elders but have reached the limit of their potential. It's hard for them to reach the saint realm in the future," Wang Yu said. He continued, "In holy lands, we gauge someone by their potential. They want to nurture geniuses known as the Golden Generation, who are capable of competing with other geniuses in the Kunlun realm. In the current Heavenly Dao sect, only 7 can be considered part of the Golden Generation." "Golden Generation?" Lin Yun asked with a grave expression. "That's right," Wang Yu replied. "The Blue Dragon record will appear soon, and a golden era will arrive in the Kunlun realm. It's not a secret amongst holy lands. We've been making preparations since a few decades ago. The Golden Generation is determined to shine in the Golden Era, and they will become saints. Not only will they become saints, but even Saint Sovereign, Great Saint, or an Emperor. That means the Golden Generation has the potential of becoming an Emperor?" Lin Yun asked. "That's right. Who are the 7 of them?" Let's start with someone you're familiar with. The first is the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden. Wang Yu smiled. She possesses the natal Yang Saint physique and cultivates an ancient cultivation technique, grasping the ice fire intent. I heard that she's currently tempering herself to obtain a divine physique. Her cultivation has reached the 9th transformation of the Nirvana stage, and she can reach the quasi-saint realm anytime she wants. Lin Yun was inwardly alarmed, and he now knew why Bai Shuaing was so terrifying. She probably had a secret about her. You should be familiar with the second person as well. She's our Wang clan's genius, the heavenly holy maiden, Wang Mayan. Her? She doesn't seem that impressive, Lin Yun said in a surprised tone. If he remembered correctly, Wang Mayan's cultivation was only at the 4th transformation of the Nirvana stage. Then again, she might have reached the 5th transformation of the Nirvana stage now, or even the 6th. But her cultivation wouldn't exceed the 7th. Do you know how old she is? Wang Yu asked. Strictly speaking, she's not even 20 and hasn't even entered the Heavenly Will Pagoda, according to what I know. Then again, that's not the most important part. Wang Yu hesitated before lowering his voice. There's something weird about her. Even the elders of the Wang clan can't see her actual appearance. She practices the 1,000-faced demonic art, and there are rumors that she possesses the lunar divine physique and a natal saint heart. Lin Yun's face changed, and he fell into deep thoughts. Wang Mayan was so mysterious that even the Wang clan didn't know her fully. Third is the Holy Spirit Son of the Holy Spirit Courtyard. He was conferred the title of Holy Son at the age of 3 and has been in seclusion for the past 2 decades. He's extremely mysterious, Wang Yu said. The fourth is the Profound Maiden Courtyard's Profound Maiden Miao Yin. She possesses the primordial Saint Yin physique and cultivates the great Yin Saint canon. She has a mysterious origin, and no one knows where she came from. She caused a huge uproar when she descended in the Profound Maiden Courtyard. No one tried to investigate her? Lin Yun asked. Who would dare to investigate her? The Serene Dust Great Saint possesses a divine dragon's bloodline, and it is rumored that she has some bloodline relationship with the Empress. But no one knows why she left her clan. Wang Yu smiled. Lin Yun had no change on his face and pondered that it might have something to do with his master, the Radiant Sword Saint. The fifth is Yi Feng, a genius of your Yi clan. You should be familiar with him, and I'll not mention any further. Wang Yu smiled. But hearing that, Lin Yun bitterly smiled because he wasn't familiar with Yi Feng. He only heard about the name from his senior brother, Yi Guhan. The sixth is Zhang Mulan, a genius of the Zhang clan. He practices the dragon clan's martial techniques and possesses a divine dragon bone. He has the strongest physique amongst all the heavenly Dao sect's saint disciples, Wang Yu said. Lin Yun's eyes lit up when he heard about the divine dragon bone, but his face couldn't help becoming weird. What's the matter? You know him? Wang Yu asked, noticing the change in Yi Qingtian's expression. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he smiled. No, I don't. He was sensitive to the name, Divine Dragon Bone, and he couldn't help feeling his hands itching when he heard about it. After all, he dug out many divine dragon bones, and his face couldn't help becoming weird. Wang Yu looked at Yi Qingtian with a grave expression and said, The last person is also the most mysterious one of the 7, the Daoyang Palace's Holy Son. Lin Yun was familiar with this name. He already heard of the Daoyang Palace's Holy Son when he came to the Heavenly Dao sect. So it wasn't weird that he could be one of the 7 of the Golden Generation. He asked, Where is he? No idea. Perhaps he's in the Heavenly Will Pagoda, training in the 36 layers of heaven, or he might not even be in the Eastern Desolation. Wang Yu shook his head. Lin Yun couldn't help becoming speechless upon hearing that. After all, wasn't it the same as having nothing said? He asked, Have you seen him before? Just a glance from afar. I can only say that he's extraordinary, Wang Yu said. He's known as the Eastern Desolation's twin stars with the little princess of the divine Phoenix Mountain, and their names have long spread throughout the Kunlun realm. Spread throughout the Kunlun realm, Lin Yun smiled. He naturally wouldn't admit defeat to anyone. Wang Yu noticed it but didn't say much and continued. Brother Yi, you still have time to catch up to them. With the sword of the beginning, you already possess some grace of the golden generation. Is that so? Lin Yun smiled. But Wang Yu didn't notice a sharp light flashing across Yi Qingtian's pupils. He misunderstood, believing that Yi Qingtian wasn't confident and said, I'm sure about it. Everyone says your current accomplishments come from the saint origin, but I don't believe that. Executing the light of the beginning is impossible to do by purely relying on a saint origin. That's for sure. I created it, and it has nothing to do with a saint origin. Lin Yun smiled. Wang Yu rolled his eyes upon hearing that and chose to ignore what Yi Qingtian said. After Wang Yu left and the sky darkened, Lil Purple finally couldn't stay within the Iris secret realm any longer and yelled, Let's go! Let's go to the celestial pool. I know the way. This is a great opportunity because no one will suspect you if you appear in the Nether Orchid courtyard. Let's wait a little longer, Lin Yun said. I need to keep a low profile after what happened during the day. Since when have you kept a low profile before? Lil Purple said in disdain. Lin Yun wanted to refute those words, but he ignored her after realizing what she said was right. He would naturally go to the celestial pool since he promised Lil Purple, but not today. Lin Yun wasn't that impulsive and would act after becoming familiar with the Nether Orchid courtyard. Since he decided to maintain a low profile for now, he spent the night practicing the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. When sunlight shone out of the horizon, Lin Yun opened his eyes, and the nether flower on the ground entered his body. There was a gleam of chilling death energy flashing across his pupils. The nether flower within his violet palace had 80 petals, and his Divine Firmament Sword Sutra had reached the pinnacle of the 10th stage for some time now. He would require more death energy if he wanted to make a breakthrough. Suddenly, Lin Yun noticed an unwelcomed guest entering his courtyard. When Lin Yun came out, he saw a white-clothed figure facing him with their back. The other party didn't turn around. She was naturally the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden, who possessed such a temperament amongst the disciples of the Nether Orchid courtyard. Come with me. My master wishes to meet you, Bai Shuang said as she turned to look at Lin Yun. Lin Yun's face changed, having no idea what was happening. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint's lecture should be tomorrow. But he suspected he was too focused on his cultivation and asked, I missed the time? Just follow me, Bai Shuang said as she soared into the sky. Lin Yun carried the sword box behind him and quickly followed Bai Shuang. When they descended from the clouds, a mountain was expanding within Lin Yun's eyes. Lil Purple joyfully exclaimed, That's the Nether Orchid Mountain. The celestial pool is here. Lin Yun's face became strange upon hearing that and wondered if Bai Shuang was bringing him to the celestial pool. Lin Yun was baffled about why he was brought to Nether Orchid Mountain. Doesn't the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint reside in the Solar Jade Palace? Go down. Bai Shuang grabbed his hand and dove down while Lin Yun was confused. Lin Yun's robe was violently fluttering from the wind. The scenery below gradually became apparent when the clouds split like a curtain. Lin Yun discovered that Nether Orchid Mountain was more significant than he had imagined, with countless peaks and palaces. Bai Shuang brought Lin Yun to the palaces at the waist of the mountain, and they landed on a spacious plaza. There were many palaces on the surrounding peaks, and each palace was elegantly decorated. Peaks surrounded the plaza, and the tops of the peaks were filled with palaces. Bai Shuang said, This is Dustless Plaza, a forbidden ground within the Nether Orchid courtyard. This place is open for guests from various holy lands and discussions of important matters. The surrounding area is the 13 Nether Orchid peaks and 13 Dustless palaces. You can pick a peak to stay on, and each peak is connected to the Saint Vein. A day of cultivation is equivalent to a month in the outside world. What's this about? Lin Yun asked. When Bai Shuang turned around, sunlight shone down on her. Lin Yun was briefly stunned, looking at her. He had never noticed that she had such gorgeous eyes in the past. Her eyes were as bright as shining stars. Bai Shuang didn't reply and said, My master will tell you when she's here. The moment she said that, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint descended from the sky and landed on Dustless Plaza. Yi Qingtian, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said as she landed on the mat. A stone table made of jade was in front of her, and she signaled Lin Yun to sit in front of her. There isn't anyone else? Lin Yun curiously asked as he looked around. No one else, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said. I will personally guide you in sword techniques. Lin Yun was briefly stunned and couldn't believe what she said. What's the matter? Are you looking down on me because you're the Dragon Origin Great Saint's secluded disciple? The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said as the surrounding temperature fell with a terrifying chill spreading out. I don't dare to look down on you, Lin Yun said. But despite saying that, he was feeling suspicious within his heart. After all, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint wasn't polite to him yesterday. So why did her attitude change so much today? You'll stay here from now on, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said. Lin Yun was inwardly alarmed upon hearing that, and his face changed. He asked, for how long? I have the final say in that. Lin Yun's face changed. It was naturally a rare opportunity for him to learn from the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint, but he didn't know much about her. So how could he accept being forced to stay here when he had so many secrets? At the very least, using the 3 lives fruit here wouldn't be convenient, and he needed time to finish using all the time within it. Can I discuss it with my master? Lin Yun refused. Your master has already left, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said. What? Lin Yun's face changed because it was too sudden. Didn't the Dragon Origin Great Saint say he wanted to research the Azure Dragon Divine Physique? So why did he suddenly leave without informing him? Oh? It looks like you didn't know that. It looks like Long Yun doesn't care about his secluded disciple after all. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint smiled. Lin Yun awkwardly smiled upon hearing that. He said, then, I have to discuss this with the Azure River Sword Saint. Now that you mentioned it, I have been looking for him for a while, and yet he's been hiding from me. Why don't you get him to come to the Nether Orchid Courtyard? I happen to have something to ask him, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said with a playful smile. The corner of Lin Yun's lip twitched. Even his senior brother ran. I haven't completed my duty as a saint disciple, and I'm afraid I can't stay here long. Lin Yun could only bite the bullet and think of another reason. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint fell into silence. When Lin Yun thought she would let him go, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said, Yi Qingtan, you better stay here. As for your duty as a saint disciple, I will get Shuang to accompany you. If you went alone, you wouldn't know how you'll die. Lin Yun was stunned by the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint's words, refusing to believe what she said. You don't believe me? The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint sneered. That ancestor of your Yi clan is notorious for being narrow-minded. He places great importance on those who are of direct descendant, but if anyone from the concubine lineage threatens Yifeng, they won't even know how they died. Even the Daoyang Palace Master has parted ways with him. So do you think you'll survive if you go out? Or are you considering something as unrealistic as getting Yi Gohan to follow you? Lin Yun fell into silence after hearing that. He didn't expect that the Tough Peak Saint Sovereign was such a ruthless person. Yi Qingtian, how many people dream of receiving my master's guidance? Why are you still pushing back and forth? Are you looking down on my Heavenly Jade's lineage? Bai Shuang furrowed her brows upon hearing Lin Yun's excuses. Her master was the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint, so she naturally became furious after seeing how unwilling Yi Qingtian was acting. Shuang, don't be rude, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said. Yi Qingtian has a prestigious background, and I'm not surprised my Heavenly Jade's lineage can't enter his eyes. Lin Yun could naturally hear the sarcasm within her tone, and something didn't feel right. He felt that the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint wasn't referring to the Dragon Origin Great Saint. Yi Qingtian, we can have a spar if you're unconvinced. I'll limit my cultivation to the profound death stage and you'll cut the nonsense if you lose, Bai Shuang said, looking at Lin Yun. That's a good idea. Yi Qingtian, what do you think of Shuang's suggestion? Surprisingly, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint didn't stop Bai Shuang and even agreed. Lin Yun began to wonder if his master, the Radiant Sword Saint, bullied the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint in the past. He felt that he was suffering on behalf of his master, and it was too apparent that the heavenly Jade Sword Saint was targeting him. But it made no sense because his identity shouldn't have been revealed. Since she mentioned that she wanted him to invite Azure River Sword Saint over, this meant that she wasn't sure of his identity herself. Yi Qingtian, are you willing? The heavenly Jade Sword Saint asked. But Lin Yun replied with a smile, there's no need for that. I have no intention of looking down on heavenly Jade's lineage. I only have respect for the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden, and I agree with you guiding me. I will stay here to practice sword techniques in the future, and Martial Ant can decide how long I'll stay here. Bai Shuang raised her brow with a flash of pity within her pupils. Yi Qingtian was too cunning and didn't even have the slightest courage. All right, Bai Shuang, you can leave first, the heavenly Jade Sword Saint said. Understood. Bai Shuang cupped her hands together as she examined Lin Yun. But there was a smear of disdain flashing across her pupils. This made Lin Yun smile bitterly, and he could only pretend he didn't see the disdain within her pupils. After Bai Shuang left, the heavenly Jade Sword Saint asked, why didn't you agree? Martial Ant, do you want to hear lies or the truth? Lin Yun asked, raising his head. What do you think? Let's not mention that she'll limit her cultivation to the profound death stage. If her cultivation is the same as mine, she'd only lose if she fights me, Lin Yun said calmly. Your temper is really like your master's. In the end, you're still looking down on my heavenly Jade's lineage, the heavenly Jade Sword Saint said in a playful tone. But Lin Yun could only feign ignorance and commented, it's true that the Dragon Origin Great Saint doesn't have a good temper. As the heavenly Jade Sword Saint basked in the Saint Radiance, she didn't dwell on that with Lin Yun and said, how far have you reached in the divine Firefly Sword? I'm only short of the 13th sword form, Myriad Swords Unite. How far have you reached in each sword form? Above complete mastery, the manifestation stage. Let me take a look at your divine Firefly Sword. Understood. Lin Yun took a deep breath and took several steps back. After he drew the Flower Burial Sword, he began to perform the divine Firefly Sword created by the Sword Ancestor. Executing the Firefly Radiance, Dawn Radiance, Sunset Radiance, Waning Moon, Heavenly Snowing Mountain, Silver Blood, Indigo Thunder Azure Frost, Rising Sun, and Radiant Moon Heart. Lin Yun began to perform the divine Firefly Sword in the plaza before the Dustless Palace, fully exhibiting the profundities of the sword technique. Many of the majestic intents looked ethereal when he performed them. This was the manifestation stage, making the sword technique entirely into his, using it as he wished. I apologize for my embarrassing performance. Lin Yun cupped his hands after sheathing his sword. Do you really think it's embarrassing? The heavenly Jade Sword Saint asked. What? Lin Yun was baffled. Looking at you, do you really think you can receive my praises? The heavenly Jade Sword Saint said in disdain. I dare not think about it. You're saying that you don't dare to think about it, but I'm afraid that you dare in your heart. I also don't dare in my heart. Lin Yun could feel his scalp going numb after being targeted by the heavenly Jade Sword Saint. He had no choice but to clamp his tail between his legs. Even his senior brother feared the heavenly Jade Sword Saint, so what could he do? Since you're a swordsman, you should know that the manifestation stage isn't the limit, the heavenly Jade Sword Saint said. I know. Why didn't you practice since you know? The heavenly Jade Sword Saint asked. Now isn't the time yet, Lin Yun said. He continued, I have a feeling that the divine Firefly Sword is only a key. The 13 sword forms might seem unpredictable, but it's only the sword technique's tip of the iceberg. So it's not time for me to bring it to the minuscule stage yet. Not bad. At least you're not too foolish. Have you ever wondered why you can't master the 13th sword form? The heavenly Jade Sword Saint asked after praising Lin Yun. The 13th sword form is too profound, and I'm too stupid to comprehend it, Lin Yun said. He attempted the Myriad Swords Unite multiple times, and it was different from the 12 sword forms. He couldn't comprehend the 13th sword, no matter how he tried, but he didn't place it in his heart because the current divine Firefly Sword was enough for him. Ha! The heavenly Jade Sword Saint sneered. Lin Yun could only tremble uneasily. After interacting with her back in the Solar Jade Palace, he couldn't help feeling nervous when facing the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint didn't even reveal her murderous intent once, but he couldn't help fearing her for some reason. Even her sneer would make his hair stand on end. In my opinion, there is so much trash within the Heavenly Dao sect that it makes you feel proud and can't be bothered to practice the 13th sword form, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said. Lin Yun's face changed, but he could only grit his teeth and reply, "Martial Ant is right. I'll be honest with you. Shuang already learned the 13th sword form a year ago," the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said, and Lin Yun could feel a terrifying chill accompanying her voice. Lin Yun's face changed when he heard that, and he muttered, "How is that possible? Why is it not possible?" The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint asked. "She has been accompanying me ever since she was young, receiving my guidance daily. So she's stronger than you, whether it's in terms of her foundation or talent. Do you think it's impossible now?" Lin Yun was speechless, and his thoughts processed rapidly. When he learned that Bai Shuang had mastered the 13th sword form, he couldn't believe it because even he failed. His senior brother has always praised him, and many saint elders were shocked when he performed the 6th sword form. This gave him a misperception that he was the best, making him complacent. So the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint's words were equivalent to cold water being poured down on him. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint mumbled, "Do you still think you can defeat Shuang now?" When Lin Yun was thinking about how to respond, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint roared, "You're just Radiant's disciple. So what is there to hide? Lin Yun, how long are you going to disguise yourself in front of me?" Lin Yun's mind blew apart with a vibrating sound as an outburst of Saint Radiance exploded from the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint, causing heaven and earth to tremble. When Lin Yun raised his head, he saw the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint's appearance before him. Her beauty was flawless, with a cinnabar mark on her forehead, looking like condensed love and resentment for the past 1,000 years. Her elegance was peerless and unrivaled, and this was a significant blow to Lin Yun. Regardless of having his actual name called out, her peerless appearance, or the cinnabar mark on her forehead. This made Lin Yun feel a little overwhelmed, and he felt that his master had conned him. After all, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint's resentment against his master was a little too great. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint was enveloped in a dazzling saint radiance, and her actual appearance was revealed. This made Lin Yun take a deep breath to calm down. He said, "Senior, you must be joking. Is this the Radiance lineage? Daring to do and not daring to admit." The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint sneered. Lin Yun wondered what his master did to the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint. He bitterly smiled, "Martial Ant, I have no idea what you're talking about. Still trying to feign ignorance?" The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint sneered. "Is that what Jian Wuming taught you? If you still refuse to admit it, I'll kill you right now." A majestic murderous aura descended from the sky, and this struck a massive blow to Lin Yun's divine tortoise transformation, with signs of collapsing any moment now. "Martial Ant, you can just kill me if you want," Lin Yun said. A saint's sword flew over without warning, and the tip was about to point at Lin Yun's eyes the next moment. Lin Yun sensed it with his Azure Dragon sword heart, but didn't avoid the sword or blink his eyes. When the sword stopped, it was only a few centimeters away from his eyes, and an ordinary person would have been scared to death. Time seemed to have stopped, before the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint waved her hand and summoned the saint's sword back. This naturally relieved Lin Yun, and he said, "Thank you for sparing me." "I'm not sparing you. I'm just trying to confirm your identity," the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said. Yi Guhan did have a close relationship with Yi Qingtian, and he was the one who pleaded for Yi Qingtian back then. That was the reason why I didn't take his life. But I've seen him before, a year ago, and he had a motive for sneaking into the celestial pool. Lin Yun's face changed when he heard that. He didn't expect that the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint knew about it. A person's talent can accumulate, and their cultivation can even skyrocket. But did you know that there's something difficult to change? I don't know. The desire to live. Yi Qingtian had a lot of concerns in his heart, and he would do anything to survive, even if he had to suffer humiliation, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said. But you're not a person like that, and there's no one like that in the Radiance lineage. I already guessed your identity when you wrote down the 4 words back then. Not to mention Yi Guhan has been hiding from me. This only further confirmed your identity in my heart. Lin Yun's gaze changed, but he said nothing about it. Carry on and hide yourself. I can't be bothered to expose you, just like how I couldn't be bothered to expose Jian Wuming back then. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said with a cold flicker within her pupils. This was her pride as a swordsman. She continued, from today onwards, you will stay here to practice the sword. How long do I have to stay here for? Let's discuss it after you master the 13th sword form. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint basked in the Saint Radiance again, becoming deep and unfathomable. She took out a paper and started writing on it with her brush as the Saint Radiance gathered from the surroundings. 6 ink figures flew out from the paper, wielding a sword, and charged at Lin Yun. This was the same teaching method as the Radiant Sword Saint, except that the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint was more ruthless. The 6 figures all executed the Divine Firefly Sword, with Astral Sword intent and their cultivation at the Nirvana stage. When he landed on the ground, Lin Yun soared to the sky, surrounded by 6 figures. He wasn't bothered initially, but he soon began to silently complain. But a brief moment later, sword wounds were left on Lin Yun's body, and the astral sword intent contained in the attacks made Lin Yun grit his teeth in pain. Even with 2 saint physiques, the pain still made Lin Yun grimace. But the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint wasn't bothered with that and continued to write with her brush. The inked figures changed their sword techniques. It was still the Divine Firefly Sword, but they executed the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th sword forms. Even with the Azure Dragon Sword Heart warning him, Lin Yun couldn't react quickly enough, increasing his injuries. The entire plaza was enveloped in sword rays. Lin Yun had pushed the divine sun-chasing art to the limit and practically divided himself into 6. But he still couldn't face the incoming attacks, and the flower burial sword was knocked away when the 6 inked figures executed the 7th sword form. The 6 inked figures had surrounded him, sealing him from all directions and instantly immobilizing him. Is this the level of Radiant's disciple? The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint mocked as she stopped writing. Lin Yun was naturally unconvinced and even wanted to bring out the Azure Dragon Sword Heart. But when he raised his head, he bumped gazes with the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint and could see the latter's playful gaze. It was as though the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint was saying she was waiting for him to expose his identity. But Lin Yun's temper also rose, and he knocked an incoming sword away. He bore 2 swords head-on before the flower burial sword flew over and blocked the remaining swords. Is this the best the Heavenly Jade's lineage has to offer? Lin Yun smirked, but his smile soon disappeared as the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint lowered her head to write on the paper. When the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint wrote on the paper, the inked figures continued to execute the Divine Firefly Sword. When they executed the 12th sword form, Lin Yun was covered in wounds and fell onto one knee. What about the last sword? Lin Yun squinted his pupils. After all, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint had yet to execute the 13th sword form, Myriad Swords Unite. We'll continue after resting for half a stick of incense, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said, letting Lin Yun rest for half a stick of incense time before she repeated the cycle. By sunset, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint had repeated the Divine Firefly Sword nearly 100 times, but she didn't execute the 13th sword form, Myriad Swords Unite. This made Lin Yun suspect that the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint wasn't here to teach him, but to take revenge on him on behalf of his master. If the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint was willing to teach, she should have taught him the 13th sword form since Lin Yun already mastered the 12 sword forms. We'll continue tomorrow, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said, soaring to the sky and disappearing. Lin Yun took a deep breath, but he didn't ask much. He sat on the ground with his legs crossed to treat his injuries. After all, he wasn't someone who would admit defeat so easily. The next day, all the swordsmen gathered within the Solar Jade Palace. Today was the day the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint would give a lecture to everyone, and no one dared to be late. Over the past 2 days, they have gained a lot from the 3 words left behind by the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint. Wang Yu approached Chen Zhong and asked, "Have you seen Yi Qingtian?" No, Chen Zhong shook his head. Yi Qingtian would naturally become the center of attention if he were here, and it was impossible for him not to take note of Yi Qingtian if he came. That's weird. Where did he go? Wang Yu asked. He initially wanted to invite Yi Qingtian but couldn't see the latter anywhere. He couldn't even see Yi Qingtian after coming to the Solar Jade Palace. Don't worry about it. He'll come, Chen Zhong said. Wang Yu looked at the surrounding swordsmen and muttered, I wonder why Martial Ant suddenly placed such great importance on this sword assembly. She never paid any attention to it in the past. Chen Zhong smiled. The Heavenly Dao sect's previous ranking was low. After all, we're not a sect of swordsmen, so Martial Ant probably couldn't stand it any longer. Perhaps? Wang Yu casually responded, but he was looking around and couldn't find Yi Qingtian anywhere. He wasn't the only one. More people were noticing that Yi Qingtian couldn't be found anywhere. Where is he? The Yi clan became doubtful when they couldn't see Yi Qingtian anywhere after arriving early. When the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint arrived, Yi Qingtian still wasn't found anywhere. But everyone suppressed the doubts in their hearts and focused on the lecture. For hours later, after the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint left, everyone finally couldn't suppress their doubts. Why didn't Yi Qingtian come today? Don't tell me that he's afraid? After all, he fled so quickly the other day. I bet he's afraid Big Brother Qinghong will go after him. I think Martial Ant most likely chased him away. After all, he dared to be disrespectful to Martial Ant in public. Martial Ant might not say anything, but she must have disliked him. He's just a lecher. The news of Yi Qingtian being kicked out by the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint spread like wildfire. But these people didn't know that the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint had landed on the plaza before a dustless palace after she left the Solar Jade Palace. On the plaza, Lin Yun had divided himself into 6, executing the same sword technique, the Divine Firefly Sword. But the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint soon squinted her pupils because she noticed something wasn't right. It turned out that the sword forms executed by Lin Yun weren't the same. They might be the Divine Firefly Sword and the same sword form, but each sword's order and intent differed. Amidst the chaos, Lin Yun swung his sword with the surrounding space overlapping. The power of Lin Yun's sword also increased with the clouds changing colors. This made the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint dazed, and she could see the shadows of the Radiant Sword Saint on Lin Yun. Time seemed messed up within the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint's eyes as the Radiant Sword Saint turned around and smiled. Ziyuan, what do you think of my sword technique? I can easily break the sword technique that you executed yesterday. You have been practicing the sword the entire night? Is that how you are unwilling to lose to me? Nah, I don't need a night to solve your sword technique. There's a layer of frost on your hair. It's just sword frost, not from the cold. Come, let's try again today. I'm not someone who will give up so easily. Lin Yun sheathed his sword and discovered that the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint had arrived. He smiled. Martial Ant, what do you think of my sword technique? The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint came to her senses, and her facial expression became gentle. She asked, You've been practicing your sword the entire night? Of course. I won't admit my loss so easily, Lin Yun said. But when he finished, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint became furious and sneered. Your Radiance lineage is still the same as before. Can't afford to lose? So what if you lost once? The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint held onto the brush and began writing down on the paper. There were 18 inked figures this time, and the difficulty had tripled compared to yesterday, wanting to teach Lin Yun a lesson. Lin Yun spent the next few days like that. He might be practicing his sword but was receiving a one-sided beating. Whenever Lin Yun felt he could cope with the pace, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint would increase the difficulty and wouldn't give him any time to catch his breath. In just 7 days, the 6 inked figures increased to 72, and Lin Yun could sense that his Divine Firefly Sword was improving daily. He even drastically improved the Divine Firefly Sword, and his strength would improve by leaps and bounds every time he broke his limit. But this inhumane way of teaching not only made Lin Yun feel exhausted in his physique, but also in his mental state. There were several times Lin Yun almost couldn't hold on and wanted to bring out the Azure Dragon Sword Heart, Golden Crow Wings, Sovereign Constellation, and even the Sovereign Dragon Seal. But he ultimately gritted his teeth and bore it down. Even so, he had to admit that his harvest for the past few days was incredible. In just a few days, his divine Firefly Sword reached the minuscule stage. He also had his own understanding of the divine Firefly Sword and now understood why he couldn't master the Myriad Swords Unite. The essence of the Myriad Swords Unite wasn't to combine all the sword forms but to reach a new height in the power of his sword forms. The true profundity laid in unity, meaning he had to return to zero. He had to forget all 12 sword forms and return to the first sword form, Firefly Radiance, like a loop. It might seem like returning to the original point, but after the circle was drawn, the Firefly Radiance would become different when he executed it again. On the 8th day, the heavenly Jade Sword Saint was hovering in the sky as she watched Lin Yun practicing his sword technique. On the plaza, Lin Yun took 12 steps out, leaving behind an afterimage with each step, and each of his afterimages would swing out a sword. As the afterimages condensed, they looked like the entire cycle of that firefly's life. The sword techniques also progressed from the Firefly Radiance, Heavenly Snowing Mountain, Silver Blood. The afterimages complete an entire cycle. When Lin Yun took the 13th step forth, he returned to the original spot, and all the afterimages overlapped. All the afterimages turned into the Firefly Radiance before Lin Yun thrusted his sword forth. His sword looked as though it was alive. It couldn't be extinguished, and the dustless palace began to tremble. I have finally mastered the Myriad Swords Unite. Lin Yun rejoiced and felt that all his hard work was worth it. When he thrust his sword out earlier, the surrounding space trembled, and he felt like a new door had opened. After he mastered the 13th sword form, he discovered that there was still another volume of the Divine Firefly Sword. The 13 sword forms of the Divine Firefly Sword were only a key to open the gate to the genuine Divine Firefly Sword. He now looked forward to the heavenly Jade Sword Saint's arrival. When he raised his head, he saw the heavenly Jade Sword Saint. He said, "Martial Ant, I mastered the 13th sword form, Myriad Swords Unite, spending 7 days to master it. It looks like Radiant has taken in a foolish disciple." The heavenly Jade Sword Saint was inwardly shocked despite what she said. It took Bai Shuang an entire month to master the 13th sword form, but Lin Yun only used 7. Having cold water pouring down on him, Lin Yun was already used to it and smiled. "Martial Ant, what else do you have to teach me?" "Yi Qingtian, let me ask you, how many words have I written over the past 7 days?" the heavenly Jade Sword Saint asked. This, Lin Yun frowned because he really didn't pay attention to that. "You're like a dead wood that cannot be carved. You don't even know how many words I've written." Jian Wuming might be stupid like a pig, but he wouldn't be so distracted. The heavenly Jade Sword Saint said, "Remember carefully, I have written 36 words. I will punish you to reflect on yourself for 3 days. The heavenly Jade Sword Saint twirled her hand, and the papers she wore opened up like a painting. There were 36 paintings, meaning 36 ancient words, and the words were like a cage that trapped Lin Yun within it. Each painting emitted a majestic saint radiance. "Martial Ant." Lin Yun immediately felt a headache, but when he raised his head, the heavenly Jade Sword Saint simply ignored him and left. Even after the heavenly Jade Sword Saint left, her voice still echoed throughout the plaza. The 36 paintings and 36 words were arranged in disorder like a cage that trapped Lin Yun within. "Ha ha ha! You're trapped for being too smug. I asked you to maintain a low profile, but you just had to show off." Lil Purple's voice resounded from the sword box. "It doesn't matter. It's just 3 days." Lin Yun sat down and comforted himself. "If you can't destroy these 36 words, I don't think it'll just be 3 days. Who knows? She might become even angrier when she gets back and traps you for 3 months, 3 years, 30 years, or even 300 years. Lil Purple said. "I don't think she will," Lin Yun comforted himself. "Why not? Your master must have let her down, and your master got you here to atone for his sins. But you just keep showing off and refuse to admit your true identity. So she probably became angry long ago, Lil Purple said. But I don't think she's really angry, or she wouldn't have taught you sword techniques and let you master the myriad swords unite. Lin Yun fell into deep thought. Despite knowing that Lil Purple was babbling nonsense, he had to admit that what she said did make some sense. His master got him here to atone for his master's sins? Regardless of the truth, there was no doubt that his master had a complicated past with the heavenly Jade Sword Saint. Can't afford to lose? So what if you lost once? The heavenly Jade Sword Saint's words appeared within his mind once more. Lin Yun wasn't too bothered back then, but he felt that there was a deeper meaning now that he pondered it again. He began to believe what Lil Purple said and asked, "So, what should I do now?" Lil Purple wore a smug look and said, "It's actually simple. You can't realize it because you're involved. If you call her mistress, I bet she'll let go of the grudges." Lin Yun was stumped when he heard that, feeling Lil Purple was spouting nonsense. "You don't believe me? If she didn't love your master, why would she guide your sword techniques?" Lil Purple reprimanded. "Furthermore, it doesn't sound good for you to call her martial aunt. It'll make her seem old. They all call her that because they respect her. Not to mention she's a senior who's close to 3,000 years old," Lin Yun said. "If the heavenly Jade Sword Saint was the same generation as the Radiant Sword Saint, she should be about that old. Then again, her age couldn't be seen from her appearance." "Ha!" Lil Purple sneered. "I'm over 100,000 years old. So why don't I hear you call me ancestor? I should have smashed your scumbag head now." Lin Yun muttered mistress in his heart before shaking his head because her suggestion sounded unreliable. Let's not mention if his master and the heavenly Jade Sword Saint went that far. Even if they went that far, they weren't officially married. So he shouldn't address heavenly Jade Sword Saint as mistress. It was more respectful for him to address the heavenly Jade Sword Saint as martial aunt. "You nearly fooled me?" Lin Yun laughed. He sat with his legs crossed and began to practice the myriad swords unite in his sword sea. 3 days weren't long, and it was just a blink of an eye for cultivators. "Ha! You can carry on and wait. What do you think of what I said now?" Lil Purple said in a confident tone. While Lin Yun was practicing his sword technique within his sword sea, he sat on the ground, as inked figures appeared around him, performing the divine firefly sword. The inked figures were moving at a slow speed and drew a circle. Just as Lil Purple had said, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The heavenly Jade Sword Saint didn't show up. Instead, it was zither music that woke him up. "Eru?" Lin Yun opened his eyes, and the surrounding inked figures disappeared, entering the depths of his forehead. When Lin Yun raised his head, 13 sword circle marks were on the ground. He casually raised his head to look in the direction the music was coming from, and noticed that the music came from one of the 13 peaks. If he remembered correctly, that should be Bai Shuang's residence. Lin Yun already knew that Bai Shuang lived there, and she would occasionally play her musical instruments at night. She was proficient in music and knew many musical instruments, such as the ancient zither, lute, zither, flute, and bamboo flute. But today he actually heard her playing the Eru, and it was the song he played at the Nirvana banquet. Has the method of playing Eru been spread out? Lin Yun muttered to himself. But little did he know that Bai Shuang was also looking down towards Lin Yun from the peak. Her master really treated Yi Qingtian differently. She followed her master for a long time, but she had never seen her treat anyone the way she treated Yi Qingtian. Lin Yun didn't know what those words meant, but she knew well. In just such a short time, her master already taught her so much. Lin Yun slowly stood up on the plaza and looked at the surrounding words. He said, "These should be sword techniques, right?" "That's right," Lil Purple replied. "But the order is all messed up, and I can't comprehend anything in a short time. Have you been researching them? Isn't that obvious? Who'll find the solar lunar divine rune for me if you're really trapped in here?" Lil Purple said. "Let me give it a try, then." Lin Yun stood up and casually picked a painting before touching it. But an accident happened as lightning flickered on the ancient word, and his hand was bounced off. At the same time, the ancient word came to life as the brush strokes manifested into inked figures. Lin Yun circulated the divine sun-chasing art and avoided the incoming attacks. He then spread his arms apart before he calmly landed on the ground. The 36 paintings slowly moved, intercrossing as they rearranged themselves. This was the heavenly Jade Sword Saint's true intention. Her intention wasn't to trap him here, but to teach him another sword technique after seeing him master the myriad swords unite, and the sword technique was contained within these 36 words. His foundation was sturdy, and he could practice a genuine sword technique. Martial Ant said that the Radiance lineage isn't willing to admit defeat, but she's the same herself. Lin Yun inwardly sighed. He knew that his master and the heavenly Jade Sword Saint weren't people who would admit defeat. But he had to rely on himself to comprehend this sword technique. The difficulty was really high. Lil Purple, did you manage to see anything? Lin Yun asked. No, but what? Have you noticed that dead wood that cannot be carved has 36 strokes? Perhaps there's a mystery in that, Lil Purple said. Lin Yun was briefly stunned. He was sure that those words were what the heavenly Jade Sword Saint said to reprimand him. Give it a try and see if you can find those words, Lil Purple said. Lin Yun was initially skeptical and swept his gaze through the 36 paintings. But the paintings began to spiral with countless figures and countless phenomena appearing. This instantly dazzled Lin Yun, and he could sense an endless flow of information pouring into his mind. His mind was on the verge of exploding, and the situation was too dangerous without any signs. Soon, blood began to drip down Lin Yun's lips. Lin Yun roared and activated the Azure Dragon Sword Heart, and executed the myriad astral celestial art. The silver sword bead within his chest shone with a silver sword radiance spreading out, soon turning his entire body silver. The painting began to revolve, and every word became clear within Lin Yun's eyes. I really found it. Lin Yun hovered in the air with his silver hair draped down. He was shocked to discover that he could find the dead wood that cannot be carved words, but those paintings moved swiftly and were hard to notice. Sword Heart Unite. A silver azure dragon flew out from the sword heart with a single thought. When the dragon returned, it had a painting in its mouth, and the massive figure moved at lightning speed. It didn't take long for 4 paintings to appear before Lin Yun, and they were the words that the heavenly Jade Sword Saint spoke before. Lin Yun opened his mouth but was speechless because the 4 words became crucial for breaking out. Even if Lin Yun was strong, he could only toughen his scalp to retrieve those words. Lil Purple smiled. Martial Ant has become really naughty. Alright, stop staying here any longer. Go and take a closer look to see if those words contain mystery. Lin Yun's gaze was fixated, and his face soon changed. MHM? What's the matter? These words seemed to have been separated and were reassembled together. They look ordinary, but each fragment contains a powerful sword intent, Lin Yun said. A puzzle. Lil Purple's eyes lit up. This must be a puzzle. You have to assemble them to know the real words. I'll give it a try. Lin Yun took a deep breath, and the Azure Dragon's sword heart fixed on the 4 paintings before he tried assembling them with his sword intent. But all his attempts failed. There were more possibilities than you could imagine. I can't try it blindly, or I'll fail. Lin Yun soon decided after a few hundred failures. Since the heavenly Jade Sword Saint intended to teach him, she must have left some clues behind. And the clues should be on the dead wood that cannot be carved. I got it. A thought appeared within Lin Yun's mind as he tried to find clues. He soon had joy on his face and began to assemble the paintings. It didn't take long for 4 words to be assembled before him. He didn't recognize them individually but instantly understood what it meant when they were assembled. Withered tree coming to life. The 36 paintings soon fused into Saint Radiance and entered Lin Yun's mind. Towering sun. Withered flower. Close yet far. Ancient and obscure scriptures soon appeared within his mind. This was a sword technique. This powerful sword technique was more terrifying than the 13 swords of the divine Firefly sword. They contained various terrifying phenomena, and even his astral sword intent was terrified. The hovering paintings fell to the ground and became blank. At the heavenly Tao Sex Indigo Thunder Peak. Wang Yu, Chun Zhong, Ouyang He and Yuan Chun, who had some relationship with Yi Qingtian, came to Indigo Thunder Peak. Yi Qingtian isn't at Indigo Thunder Peak. So where did he go? Wang Yu sighed. Chun Zhong, Ouyang He and Yuan Chun were baffled. When Yi Qingtian didn't come to the Solar Jade Palace, only a few believed that the heavenly Jade Sword Saint chased Yi Qingtian away, but it was close to half a month, and Yi Qingtian was still nowhere to be seen. This naturally sparked a wildfire of rumors within the Heavenly Tao sect, and there were many versions. But weirdly enough, Yi Qingtian seemed to have disappeared and couldn't be found anywhere within the Heavenly Tao sect. He's not at Indigo Thunder Peak. No one saw him leave the sect. So just where did he go? Qinzhong said, holding onto his chin. They didn't have much of a relationship with Yi Qingtian. Only Wang Yu had a deeper relationship with him. But they could be considered acquaintances, so they were pretty worried about his whereabouts, and it was a little severe if the heavenly Jade Sword Saint chased him away. Half a month from now, the Divine Tao Pavilion's young Master Frostless will be here. If he doesn't show up, the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden will be snatched away. Wang Yu sighed. Young Master Frostless was a descendant of a divine musical clan, an embodiment of elegance and wealth. He was proficient in music and practiced spiritual runes at the Divine Tao Pavilion. He saw Bai Shuang from a distance and fell in love with her. He could be considered one of Bai Shuang's suitors, and there were rumors that the Bai clan had intentions of matching them together. After all, young Master Frostless was a perfect match for Bai Shuang, regardless of his family or background. Most importantly, everyone within the Heavenly Tao sect also knew that Bai Shuang was proficient in music and various musical instruments. The 6 holy lands of the Eastern Desolation often interacted with each other, and there were rumors that this was why young Master Frostless joined the Divine Tao Pavilion. Thus, Wang Yu was anxiously looking for Yi Qingtian, but he couldn't find him anywhere, nor did Yi Qingtian leave behind any news. Then again, why should he worry for Yi Qingtian if he wasn't concerned? Wang Yu shook his head because Yi Qingtian was nowhere to be found. I heard that the Yi clan's ancestor is looking for him, and he gave Yi Qinghong orders to secretly look for him, Yuan Chan whispered. Ouyang He smiled. Not only him. Bai Yizhou, Zhang Kuei, and Xiao Jingyan are also looking for him. Let's go back to the Nether Orchid Courtyard. Let's hope that nothing happens to him, Wang Yu said. Lin Yun, who was in the plaza before the Dustless Palace, had no idea that Wang Yu was looking for him. He dispersed the myriad astral celestial art, and the silver radiance around him turned into a silver bead. He sat down and began to digest the massive information within his mind. He was digesting, not comprehending. This was because his mind was buzzing, and he couldn't be bothered to do anything else with the sudden information stuffed into his mind. For hours later, when Lin Yun opened his eyes, he spread his arms apart and soared to the sky before brandishing his sword within the plaza. He was roughly practicing the scriptures that he had digested, but it was crude and couldn't be considered cultivating. When he was done, Lin Yun's vitality surged within his body, and it felt satisfying. He sheathed his sword and smiled. This is a really good sword technique. Let's call it the Wither Sword Art for now. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint didn't tell him the name of this sword technique, and Lin Yun could only come up with a name himself. He tried it earlier, and this sword technique was much stronger than the 13 swords of the Divine Firefly Sword. But just when he wanted to return, he stopped and turned around with a hint of doubt within his pupils. The zither music was still playing, but it was already late at night. But after a brief pondering, Lin Yun finally understood what was happening. The eru played by Shuang wasn't smooth, and the intent was somewhat lacking. She could barely play the intent contained within the music, so she should be practicing. But the eru wasn't easy to play and had a high threshold, despite seeming easy. He suddenly thought of something and said, Lil Purple, I heard you mention the celestial pool is a forbidden ground? Yeah. It should be hard for others to enter, aside from Bai Shuang, right? Yeah. Not many people go to the celestial pool aside from the designated dates, Lil Purple said. She suddenly asked, Lin Yun, don't tell me you plan to go to the celestial pool now? Lin Yun didn't reply, but it wasn't a sudden idea. After all, Lil Purple urged him several times, and this was the perfect opportunity. He said, "Let's go and take a look. If there's something wrong with the situation, we can withdraw. Lead the way." Since it was confirmed that Bai Shuang wasn't there, this was the perfect moment to visit the celestial pool and look for the solar-lunar divine rune. Hehe. I'm already excited, Lil Purple said in excitement. On the contrary, Lin Yun was calmer in comparison because he already sensed that there was a mystery behind the solar-lunar divine rune. Even if they managed to find it, it wouldn't be so easy to take it away. But he couldn't be bothered about that for now and wanted to understand the situation first. He didn't wish to see Lil Purple hurt again. Lil Purple might seem optimistic, but Lin Yun knew he owed her a lot. After making preparations, Lin Yun flew towards the celestial pool at night. He had Lil Purple put a spiritual array on him, allowing him to perfectly meld with the darkness as long as he didn't fight anyone. In addition to the divine tortoise transformation, it was hard for anyone to detect his existence, aside from saints. The foot of the mountain was covered in blooming flowers, and Lil Purple exclaimed in shock, "So many guards." It was different from the last time she was here, and many disciples were patrolling at the foot of the mountain, including a golden guard. Saint disciples held the position of golden guards after reaching 100 years old, and they all had their cultivation at the quasi-saint realm. There wasn't a quasi-saint guarding here before. The Nether Orchid Courtyard isn't a garden. They will naturally strengthen their security after what you did, Lin Yun said. But this also means that there's something weird here. Do you want to wear the mask? Lil Purple said, wanting to give Lin Yun the Silver Moon mask. Lin Yun briefly pondered, but then gave up on that idea. He might have a glimmer of hope if he didn't wear the mask. At the very least, people within the Heavenly Tao sect didn't dare to take it too far because of the Dragon Origin Great Saint. They might not hold back if he wore the mask upon discovering him. "Let's go," Lin Yun said as he shuttled through the guards. None of the disciples responded, and only the Golden Guard gave a glance here. But after scanning with his quasi-saint's aura, he closed his eyes because he couldn't find anything. Lin Yun couldn't help praising Lil Purple's spiritual array because a quasi-saint didn't detect him. He calmed down and continued his journey, soon climbing the mountain, sneaking within the darkness. There's a reaction. Lil Purple formed a seal with the crimson and golden runes shining on her forehead. Lin Yun quickened his speed before stopping 15 minutes later. There was a group of deacons guarding outside the celestial pool, and there was a golden guard. This golden guard turned out to be an old acquaintance, Bai Xiao, whom Lin Yun met back at the contribution hall, and Lin Yun had a good impression of this person. "That person from the Bai clan is the one who exchanged the true dragon Saint Liquid for you?" Lil Purple asked. "That's him. Hehe. Why don't we kidnap him later and get even more true dragon Saint Liquid from him?" The quality of the true dragon Saint Liquid he provided was pretty good, Lil Purple muttered. Lin Yun knew that this person wasn't so simple and ignored Lil Purple. He was careful and even held his breath, circulating the divine tortoise transformation to the limit. His blood flow stopped and his body became bold. But Bai Xiao seemed to have noticed something and appeared before Lin Yun with a frown on his brows. Lin Yun was decisive and didn't just foolishly stand there. He spread his arms apart and silently retreated. After he retreated, he saw Bai Xiao waving his hand in Lin Yun's previous position, making Lil Purple nervous. "Elder Bai, what's the problem?" Bai Xiao's movements naturally attracted the attention of the other deacons. "Nothing. It's just a mosquito." Bai Xiao smiled and opened his palm to reveal a mosquito. This instantly made the other deacons speechless. But they had to admit that guarding the celestial pool was monotonous, and they couldn't enter it, since it was a forbidden ground. But, usually, no one could come to the celestial pool. Lin Yun wasn't willing to remain there and risk being found, so he quickly entered the celestial pool. Everything became easy after he entered the celestial pool. There wasn't anyone in there, but the pool was filled with a dense saint aura. The entire pool was covered in a white fog made from saint radiance, making it even more mysterious. "There's no one here." Lin Yun and Lil Purple let out a breath of relief. So Lin Yun landed beside the celestial pool and was filled with emotions as he looked at the pool. After all, Yi Qingtian was expelled from the Heavenly Dao sect because he peeked at Bai Shuang, thus indirectly causing his death. But he never expected that he would also come to the celestial pool. The solar-lunar divine rune is at the bottom of the pool, Lil Purple said in a certain tone. Lin Yun's face changed, and he began to hesitate to go in to look. But he didn't notice that someone else was also there. This person wasn't Bai Shuang but the heavenly holy maiden, Wang Mayan. She had arrived long ago, and she was hiding behind a rock. Judging from her position, anyone could tell this wasn't her first time here. Yi Qingtian is the best because he's foolish enough to come to the celestial pool for me, Wang Mayan said. If he's still around, I won't need to come here myself. She came here several times in secret, but the guards became stricter, and she had already intended to leave. She wasn't able to find anything in her previous attempts, and this was why she wanted to enter the pool to take a look and see if she could obtain a harvest. But she was cautious and didn't even get close to the celestial pool. It looks like I have to talk with Yi Qingtian and try to bluff him to come here for me once. Wang Mayan's gaze flickered, but the Yi Qingtian that was here now wasn't the one she knew, and he wasn't that easy to fool. If she wasn't careful, she would be dragged down as well. Right then, a ripple spread out on the pool, and this surprised Wang Mayan. She had been watching over this place, and she didn't see anyone come here. So how could anyone else be here? Was it Bai Shuang? But Wang Mayan soon shook the speculation from her mind because Bai Shuang wouldn't be so sneaky. It looks like there's a show to watch now. Wang Mayan smiled, and her face became even more charming. Lin Yun swam within the celestial pool and could sense the rising surrounding temperature. If Lin Yun didn't possess two saint physiques, he wouldn't be able to endure the high temperature. After he swam 10-odd meters down, the pool water became heated, which surprised Lin Yun. After all, the celestial pool was too weird. What's going on? He had been to some spiritual pools, and most pools had a flame vein beneath them. But this was no flame vein because not even a quasi-saint could bear it. The surrounding pool water had become golden, which meant it wasn't just a flame or spiritual vein beneath it. Suddenly, Lin Yun's vision opened upon seeing a seated figure. This person was naked and emitted a faint saint radiance. This immediately made Lin Yun's eyes widen in disbelief, and he nearly exclaimed because it was Bai Shuang. But what was she doing here while practicing the Eru in her residence? Why was she here the moment he left? This made the corner of Lin Yun's lips twitch because he was too unfortunate. But before he could think more about it, Bai Shuang suddenly opened her eyes with a terrifying aura contained within her pupils. The bottom of the pool was glittering gold, with silver saint radiance shining down. Bai Shuang's skin was pearly white, and she had a voluptuous figure without flaws. Under the radiance, she looked like a goddess, and Lin Yun was stumped when he looked at her. She was too beautiful, especially at the bottom of the celestial pool. She looked so beautiful that no one could think about blasphemy against her, and Lin Yun couldn't help feeling guilty in the depths of his heart. When he saw Bai Shuang's eyelashes twitching, Lin Yun panicked and yelled, "Quick! Give me the mask!" Lin Yun transmitted his voice to Lil Purple. He initially didn't think he would need it, and his first reaction was wearing it when Bai Shuang woke up. This was like a child who made a mistake. Their first reaction was to hide their identity. "I have already prepared it for you." Lil Purple was already prepared, and she put the mask on Lin Yun's face when he asked for it. When Bai Shuang suddenly opened her eyes, Lin Yun's the Nirvana aura was empowered by a thunderstorm and formed into a water dragon that charged forth. Due to the violent turbulence within the pool, Bai Shuang couldn't see who attacked her. Such impudence! Bai Shuang's face became cold as she allowed that lightning dragon to get close to her. When it was a foot away from her, saint radiance shone within her pupils as an ancient power started gushing out. The sheer power shattered the water dragon, and she could see a silver figure wanting to escape. But Bai Shuang had no changes on her face as she gently raised her hand. When a golden and silver radiance shone on her wrist, it soon formed into a dome barrier, instantly enveloping Lin Yun. When the dome was formed, the water in the surrounding area was pushed away. Seeing this, Lin Yun let out a breath and he tried his best to maintain his composure. But no matter how calm he couldn't help feeling distracted when he saw Bai Shuang's naked body. "How do I look?" Bai Shuang asked indifferently. "Beautiful." Lin Yun wanted to reply subconsciously, but a powerful palm flew over. The power behind this palm easily sent him flying away, before he collided against the bottom of the pool from the momentum. The colossal impact sent a great shock to Lin Yun's 10 dragon pulses with a stabbing pain. It felt like he was pressed against the wall by an invisible hand and he was powerless against it. "Be careful. That's the dragon snapping hand," Lil Purple warned. This attack caught her by surprise and injured her back then. This palm technique wasn't only powerful, but it was also vicious. As a result, she couldn't use many of her means and suffered greatly because of it. Lin Yun couldn't be bothered too much for now. The star within his sword sea began to bloom. When he released his astral sword intent, he easily broke free of the pressure and slipped out. When he slipped out from the attack, a palm print was created on the wall that made Lin Yun's scalp tingle. The walls at the bottom of the celestial pool were clearly specially forged and engraved with powerful saint runes. But Bai Shuang easily smashed the wall with a palm. "Quick! Leave! Don't get entangled with her. There's something weird about her," Lil Purple urged. Lin Yun also knew that he couldn't stay here for long and had no intentions of subduing Bai Shuang. Most importantly, he was the one at fault. He peeked at someone showering and was discovered. Lin Yun didn't have the cheek to stay here, at least not before Bai Shuang. Lin Yun gently tapped his foot on the ground and dashed forth. This made Bai Shuang, who was planning to put on her clothes, frown her brows. She soared to the sky and immediately appeared before Lin Yun with a saint's sword. When she swung her sword down, she unleashed a terrifying sword ray. Quasi-astral sword intent? Lin Yun was shocked that Bai Shuang grasped the quasi-astral sword intent, which meant she had been hiding this deeply. Furthermore, she had empowered her attack with a fire and ice stream. They were her two martial intents. This made her sword even more terrifying. 2 years ago, when Lin Yun was pursuing his ranking on the Elysium Core ranking, he fought with Bai Shuang's clone on the ranking, but he could barely win the battle. 2 years have passed, and Bai Shuang had become harder to deal with. This forced Lin Yun back to the bottom of the lake, filled with silver radiance. The temperature in the surrounding water became scorching hot, and he wouldn't have been able to last within the high temperature if he didn't have the two saint physiques. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yun exchanged over 10-odd moves with Bai Shuang at the bottom of the celestial pool. But Lin Yun didn't attack, just merely dodged Bai Shuang's attacks. Several times he almost retaliated by instinct, but he held himself back. On the contrary, Bai Shuang's attacks became even more ferocious, containing her powerful nirvana aura. Her cultivation was much higher than Lin Yun's, and Lin Yun would fall into a disadvantageous position if they fought for real. But if Bai Shuang continued to entangle with him, he would have no choice but to draw his sword. But what's more troublesome was the dome barrier keeping the water from pouring down, making the surrounding temperature even hotter than a furnace. Bai Shuang unleashed more than 10-odd swords, and she was long covered in sweat. But he didn't dare to take another glance at her. She was a goddess just a moment ago and was covered in sweat now. It was hard for him to describe it in words. He couldn't draw his sword or look at her, and he would die sooner or later if this continued. He knew he couldn't continue like this, so he took a deep breath before moving. He dodged to the side before dashing back and grabbing Bai Shuang's wrist. Bai Shuang struggled and was surprised to discover she couldn't break free, but her face remained unchanged as she struck forth at Lin Yun's chest with her other hand. But as the silver moon mask shone, saint runes appeared on Lin Yun's chest, blocking Bai Shuang's strike. "If I was hostile towards you, I would have at least snapped your wrist at this opportunity," Lin Yun coughed and said hoarsely. Even with the silver moon mask protecting his vitals, this attack still injured Lin Yun pretty badly. Bai Shuang's face slightly changed, but she still coldly said, "You can try it. I believe there's a misunderstanding between us." Lin Yun tried to explain. "There's no misunderstanding," Bai Shuang said coldly. "You're the one who fooled Zhang Yu and wrote that poem. That little girl is also in cahoots with you." Lin Yun bitterly smiled upon hearing that because he knew the misunderstanding couldn't be resolved now. But the dome barrier suddenly cracked before it crumbled. This instantly made Lin Yun's face change because the water was hotter than magma, and it wouldn't feel great on them if it fell. Even Bai Shuang's face changed when she saw this scene. Move out of the way! Lin Yun released Bai Shuang's hand and retreated to the side. But just when Bai Shuang wanted to make a move, the dome barrier crumbled, and she took a heavy backlash because she had engraved her Saint rune on the barrier. This naturally made Bai Shuang's reaction speed a tad slower. This scene changed Lin Yun's face, and he quickly dashed forth. As a pair of wings appeared behind him, the sword box he was carrying was knocked to the side, and the water that was hotter than magma began to pour down. The heavy impact made Lin Yun groan as blood dripped down his lips beneath the mask. But because Lin Yun stood out, Bai Shuang was well protected under the wings, and they were in an ambiguous posture. They could hear each other's heartbeats, and time seemed to have stopped as Lin Yun embraced Bai Shuang's waist with his wings enveloping them. Bai Shuang was briefly stunned, seemingly wondering why the intruder saved her. But when she regained her senses, she roared, "Let go of me!" Lin Yun awkwardly smiled and immediately let go of Bai Shuang. But when he let go of her, the pool water surged from both sides, creating a powerful undercurrent at the bottom of the pool, and the momentum brought Bai Shuang back to Lin Yun. This time, Bai Shuang bumped into Lin Yun's embrace, and he could clearly sense the softness before her chest. Before Bai Shuang could flare up, they fell because Lin Yun couldn't stand any longer, and they were brought to the bottom of the pool by the powerful momentum, creating a powerful vortex at the bottom of the lake. The vortex swept Lin Yun and Bai Shuang as they began to spiral. This caught them by surprise, and they couldn't get away from each other. On the contrary, they stuck closer to each other instead. Lin Yun gave it a try, but couldn't use his cultivation under the boundless Saint aura within the pool. Get lost! Bai Shuang's face finally changed. This gave Lin Yun no choice but to forcibly shove Bai Shuang away. But when he pushed with both his hands, he kneaded onto something soft with his hands, and his face instantly changed beneath the mask. Let go! Bai Shuang roared. Why yeah, I'll let go. Lin Yun awkwardly removed his hands. But the moment he let go, the vortex stuck them together again, creating an awkward situation between them. Just like that, they were carried by the momentum. When the vortex finally settled down, Lin Yun took advantage of this moment and soared to the sky like a blade. When Bai Shuang was finally free, she quickly took a robe from her interspatial bracelet. But the robe couldn't bear the high temperature at the bottom of the pool, and the Saint runes began to melt. Bai Shuang couldn't be bothered about that and gritted her teeth. You want to leave? Dream on. When Lin Yun soared out of the celestial pool, he stowed his wings and carried the sword box as he flew down. This instantly attracted the attention of all the deacons guarding outside, and they looked at Lin Yun with shock. They couldn't figure out how this person came in, leaving them with huge question marks on their foreheads. So there's really a mosquito. Bai Shao smiled with his eyes squinted and stepped forth, charging at Lin Yun. A fatal threat soon approached Lin Yun. When they fought, Lin Yun discovered that an actual quasi-saint was much stronger than the Silver Moon Alpha Wolf. In just one exchange, Lin Yun was sent flying away. Keep him alive! Bai Shuang flew out from the celestial pool, enveloped in saint radiance. All right, Bai Shao said. He had already probed Lin Yun's strength from his last attack, so he descended back to the ground and ordered, "Capture him!" He was confident that his palm could severely injure Lin Yun, and it was more than enough for the 10 deacons to capture him. But Lin Yun took a tree branch and used it as his sword. 13 figures flew out from him and started drawing circles that overlapped with fireflies. Lin Yun's attack was slowly grounding down the attack from Bai Shao, and Lin Yun's sword aura slowly absorbed it. Lin Yun thrust his sword 3 circles later, surprising the incoming deacons. The deacons were sent flying back and collided with the surrounding rocks. Lin Yun dissolved Bai Zhao's saint aura and turned it into his before releasing it towards the incoming deacons. Myriad swords unite? Bai Zhao was dumbfounded with disbelief within his pupils when he saw this scene. How did this person manage to do it when he was clearly only at the nirvana stage? Saint Radiance burst out from the surroundings as multiple quasi-saints approached. Lin Yun knew that he was in trouble. The security around the celestial pool increased after several rounds of intrusion. It was fine if he didn't cause any commotion, but it would be hard for him to leave now after causing a commotion. In just a brief moment, 8 quasi-saints surrounded Lin Yun. A quasi-saint roared, "Who the hell are you? How dare you intrude on the celestial pool?" He wanted to make a move, but Bai Shuang stopped him and said, "Hold on. I have something to ask him." Bai Shuang then coldly said, "Remove your mask and let me see who you are. Take off your mask." A few quasi-saints roared with murderous intent flashing within their pupils. Their faces were ugly because someone actually intruded on the celestial pool even though they were guarding it. This was no different from slapping their faces. Bai Xiao was still all right because he already sensed something earlier, but he couldn't intrude on the celestial pool since it was a forbidden ground. He was also curious about who this person was beneath the mask, and he had a feeling this person was a saint disciple of the Heavenly Dao sect. Lin Yun bitterly smiled beneath his mask. He had already expected this scene. Since he intruded on the forbidden ground, he could be discovered. But he never expected that Bai Shuang would be at the celestial pool's bottom. He also never expected that they would have such close contact at the bottom of the celestial pool. If that didn't happen, Lin Yun wouldn't mind removing his mask. He was a great saint's secluded disciple, and he wouldn't be killed. It would be easy to resolve this matter when the Dragon Origin Great Saint returned. But now, he even intended to use his trump cards to escape. After that, he could just deny it since he was wearing the mask. "If you take off your mask, I'll spare you, no matter who you are." Bai Shuang gritted her teeth. But Lin Yun smiled bitterly and replied, "I might be able to live if I don't remove my mask. You'll probably be the first to take my life if I do. It's not up to you." Bai Xiao smiled and suddenly made a move, appearing before Lin Yun. Although Lin Yun sensed his movement with his Azure Dragon Sword Heart, it was already too late, and he could only fall backwards. This made Bai Xiao surprised because he failed. But he was faster and pushed his palm forth at Lin Yun's chest before rapidly removing his mask. When Lin Yun took 3 steps back, he fell onto one knee, and his true appearance appeared before everyone. When they saw his face, everyone was shocked with disbelief in their pupils. This was because everyone recognized this person. "Yi Qingtian," Bai Shuang exclaimed as she took a step forth. Not only her, but the other quasi-saints were also shocked. No one expected that Yi Qingtian would be so bold as to intrude on the celestial pool again. Bai Xiao was also surprised as he held onto the silver moon mask and looked at Lin Yun. After having his mask removed, Lin Yun no longer dwelled on it. He tied his hair and smiled. "Brother Bai, do you mind returning the mask to me?" Bai Xiao awkwardly smiled and handed the silver moon mask back to Lin Yun, secretly giving him a thumbs up. Lin Yun took the mask before looking at Bai Shuang with a smile. "See? I said that you'll probably be the first person wanting to take my life if I remove my mask." "You're right," Bai Shuang said coldly. She ordered, "Kill him." "What?" Bai Xiao was shocked before he awkwardly smiled. "Shuang, there's no need to take it that far." The other quasi-saints also fell into a dilemma. After all, Yi Qingtian was the secluded disciple of the Dragon Origin Great Saint, and his position within the sect was higher than theirs. But they couldn't refuse the Holy Maiden's order either. "I said, kill him," Bai Shuang repeated with her face becoming even colder. Right then, the heavenly jade sword saint descended from the sky and relieved everyone before they cupped their hands together. "We pay our respects to the heavenly jade sword saint." The heavenly jade sword saint looked at Lin Yun and mocked. "Your master really taught a good disciple. Remember what I told you? Quick." Lil Purple transmitted her voice from the Iris secret realm. This made Lin Yun's face briefly change before he made up his mind and secretly said to the heavenly jade sword saint, "Mistress, there's a long story, so please help me resolve this crisis first." When the heavenly jade sword saint heard Lin Yun call her mistress, her face changed, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. No one knew what had happened, and they had fear on their faces. The heavenly jade sword saint roared, "Yi Qingtian, who gave you the guts?" Lin Yun instantly knew he was doomed. But before he could react, the heavenly jade sword saint pushed her palm forth with a powerful saint radiance released from her. When she gave off her pressure, all the quasi-saints fell onto their knees with their souls trembling under the terrifying saint radiance. This scene also made Bai Shuang anxious. She wanted to kill Yi Qingtian but couldn't help feeling heartache when she saw this scene. She began to recall how Yi Qingtian risked his life to block the pool water for her earlier, and how he took a one-sided beating when he could retaliate. This instantly made her doubt if she had misunderstood him. Was that the action of a lecher? For some reason, Bai Shuang felt heartache. She had never experienced this before, and she turned to look at her master. "Master, no." But before she could open her mouth, the heavenly jade sword saint already made a move. Her palm landed on Lin Yun, causing the latter to lose his consciousness and leaving everyone in the surroundings trembling in fear. This scene had shocked everyone immensely, and none of them had come to their senses from the shock yet. Bai Shuang's face changed, but looking at Yi Qingtian from afar, she discovered that he was alive and didn't seem heavily injured. This made Bai Shuang heave a sigh in relief, and her gaze became complicated when she looked at Yi Qingtian again. Yi Qingtian didn't seem to be a lecher like what was rumored, and he could be considered a good person. So she had a feeling that Yi Qingtian had other motives. Yi Qingtian hasn't changed despite being punished. He's intruded the forbidden ground and committed blasphemy against the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden. He will be confined in Remorse Cliff, and his punishment will be determined after the Dragon Origin Great Saint returns. The heavenly Jade Sword Saint's voice resounded. Everyone was surprised when they heard that, and the faces of those at the quasi-saint realm couldn't help becoming weird. Remorse Cliff was where one had remorse for what they did, and there wasn't any actual punishment. There were even possibilities of one coming out from it ahead in advance. Generally speaking, those who weren't hardworking in their cultivation, were involved in a private scuffle, or failed to complete their mission would be sent to Remorse Cliff for confinement. According to what Yi Qingtian did, no one would find it inappropriate even if the heavenly Jade Sword Saint sentenced Yi Qingtian to death. At the very least, he should be placed on the heavenly punishment stage to undergo the torture of elements. So what the heavenly Jade Sword Saint did was no different from slapping Yi Qingtian's palm with a ruler. She might seem to have punished Yi Qingtian, but she went easy on him. After all, that palm she released was terrifying, and they wouldn't be surprised if Yi Qingtian was blown to bits. "Golden Guard Bai Shao," the heavenly Jade Sword Saint said. "I'm here." Bai Shao stepped forth and cupped his hands together. "You'll be responsible for watching over Yi Qingtian. Take him away from Nether Orchid Mountain immediately." "Roger." Despite the doubts on Bai Zhao's face, he was inwardly relieved because this was the best outcome. After receiving the heavenly Jade Sword Saint's orders, Bai Shao grabbed Lin Yun and his sword box and headed to Remorse Cliff. "Shuang, you come with me. As for everyone else, you guys can disperse." The heavenly Jade Sword Saint summoned Bai Shuang and headed to the Solar Jade Palace. The other quasi-saints exchanged glances, and their pupils were confused. "That scared me. I thought Yi Qingtian was really going to be killed. This is the best outcome. Otherwise, there would be a conflict between two great saints when the Dragon Origin Great Saint returns. But Yi Qingtian hasn't changed at all. He's born with a fortunate life. He had the Azure River Sword Saint asking for mercy before, and he became the Dragon Origin Great Saint's secluded disciple this time." The quasi-saints discussed amongst themselves as they left. But no one noticed that there was another person in the celestial pool. This person was the heavenly Holy Maiden Wan Mayan. She took an opportunity during the chaos and entered the celestial pool, arriving to where the battle took place between Yi Qingtian and Bai Shuang earlier. After checking the pool, Wang Mayan finally realized what was happening with the Solar Lunar Divine Rune. "I see. It's no wonder why I can sense the Solar Lunar Divine Rune's aura, but haven't been able to find it." A smile rose on Wang Mayan's lips as she muttered, "That lass is too tender to compete with me." But her smile soon became weird because she could sense that Yi Qingtian wasn't simple. She continued, "Don't tell me something happened between Yi Qingtian and Bai Shuaing at the bottom of the pool." When the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint and Bai Shuaing returned to the Solar Jade Palace, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint asked, "Shuaing, you look like you have something to say. Can it be that there's another story to tonight's matters?" "I do have some speculations," Bai Shuaing replied. "Go on." "Yi Qingtian is a lecher, and he must have an objective in entering the celestial pool. He might also be someone else." Bai Shuaing shared her speculation. "What is he after?" The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint already knew of Yi Qingtian's true identity, so she wasn't surprised. "It might be the Solar Lunar Divine Rune," Bai Shuaing said. "The Solar Lunar Divine Rune? That's impossible. He doesn't need the Solar Lunar Divine Rune." The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint's face changed, and she soon rejected it. She found the Solar Lunar Divine Rune with the Radiant Sword Saint. If the Radiant Sword Saint really needed it, he wouldn't let her have it back then. Even if he changed his mind. No, it isn't like him to change his mind. Nor would he send his disciple to steal the Solar Lunar Divine Rune from the Nether Orchid Courtyard. That isn't something Jian Wuming would do. Bai Shuaing was inwardly surprised, so she softly asked, "Master, do you know something? I will handle this matter. He's definitely not here for the Solar Lunar Divine Rune," the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said. From the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint's words, Bai Shuaing instantly realized that there was a story behind Yi Qingtian's actions, and she couldn't help becoming furious. She couldn't figure out how Yi Qingtian knew how to hide so well. He said he loved her but had so many hidden secrets. What else did he do within the celestial pool? "Tell me if you suffered any grievances, and I'll punish him for you," the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said. Bai Shuaing knew that if she told her master what really happened, her master definitely wouldn't let Yi Qingtian off so easily. Thus, she took a deep breath and said, "Nothing happened. I noticed him when he entered the celestial pool, and he can do nothing to me with his strength." The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint fell into a long silence before she said, "Shuaing, you can't fall in love with someone like him." Bai Shuaing's heart panicked when she heard that, and she immediately refuted. "How can I possibly fall for a lecher like him? Furthermore, my heart already belongs to someone else." As Bai Shuaing said, her expression became gentle, and she instantly tossed what happened today to the back of her mind. She even revealed a smile on her lips. "Who's this person? I've heard you mention him, but he's still nowhere to be seen after 2 years," the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said. "He will be here. This is our agreement. Master has also heard of this person, but I can't tell you about it now. Master will naturally know who he is when he comes." Bai Shuaing smiled, but her gaze was firm. She believed in that person. Since he said he would definitely come no matter what. Looking at Bai Shuaing's expression, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint couldn't help smiling and said, "All right, you're alarmed tonight, so rest in the Solar Jade Palace today." "Thank you, Master." Bai Shuaing naturally agreed to it. After that night, the entire Heavenly Dao sect exploded because the news of Yi Qingtian intruding into the celestial pool was spread throughout the sect once more. They could only say that Yi Qingtian was too cocky, not to mention the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden caught him. No one had any idea why Yi Qingtian intruded on the celestial pool when he had such a bright future. He was the champion of D Group and the Dragon Origin Great Saint's secluded disciple. Yi Qingtian's name had long spread through the Eastern Desolation, and the other Holy Lands knew there was a talented swordsman within the Heavenly Dao sect. Then again, they could also understand him. After all, it was already shocking when he first intruded on the celestial pool. So they weren't surprised that he would intrude again, especially since he had become even cockier than a year ago. They could only say that it was as expected of Yi Qingtian. Some said that Yi Qingtian was dead, and his corpse was hung on Remorse Cliff. They claimed they sensed the powerful aura the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint released last night, and not even an ordinary saint could survive her attack. Some said that Yi Qingtian wasn't dead, but he was heavily injured with his cultivation crippled. There were various stories, but no one doubted the story of Yi Qingtian intruding on the celestial pool. When Wang Yu, Ouyang He, Chen Zhong, and Yuan Chen heard of what Yi Qingtian did, their jaws dropped. They pondered for 7 days and 7 nights, searching the entire heavenly Tao sect for Yi Qingtian, but he was actually in the celestial pool. A long while later, Chen Zhong smiled, as expected of Yi Qingtian. It's no wonder why we couldn't find him anywhere. Wang Yu wore an awkward expression. He was initially worried about Yi Qingtian's safety, but he never expected that Yi Qingtian would be sick again. There must be a story behind this matter. After all, why would he be confined in Remorse Cliff if it was something severe? Ouyang, he said. In my opinion, Senior Brother Yi has already changed, and the matter between him and the Holy Maiden might be more complicated than we expect. Yuan Shan said softly. I also share the same view, but many quasi-saints witnessed him intruding on the celestial pool, Wang Yu said. He then raised his head and saw a gloating expression on the faces of Xiao Jingyan, Yi Qinghong, Bai Yizhou, and Zhang Kuei. They were discussing that Yi Qingtian was already dead, which made Wang Yu frown unhappily. After all, Yi Qingtian was better than them, no matter what others said, so he decided to ask Yi Qingtian about it at Remorse Cliff. In the profound maiden courtyard, when the serene dust great saint learned of this matter, she was furious. How could Wu Ming's disciple do something like that? Bai Ziyuan is too much. Who's Wu Ming? Xianxia asked. The serene dust great saint instantly became speechless. She already knew about Lin Yun's true identity from the dragon origin great saint and had been thinking of a way to fetch him. Since Lin Yun was the radiant sword saint's disciple, he could also be considered her disciple. Since Jian Wuming got him to come to the heavenly Tao sect, he must have wanted her to take care of Lin Yun. Lin Yun would only suffer if he went to Bai Ziyuan, and this was what she had been concerned about. But what she heard today made her lose her temper because she couldn't believe the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple would do something like this. She believed that Bai Ziyuan must have framed him. The Serene Dust Great Saint looked at Xianxia and said, You don't have to ask about it. Yi Qingtian is definitely innocent, or he would be on the heavenly punishment stage by now. Being confined to Remorse Cliff means Bai Ziyuan feels guilty. The Serene Dust Great Saint donned a blue robe with a pair of shining bright eyes. She was still a peerless beauty, even if she was proficient in Buddhism Tao. Xianxia said, But it is a fact that he intruded on the celestial pool. Many quasi-saints can attest to it. It might be true that he intruded the celestial pool, but he can't commit blasphemy against the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden. The Serene Dust Great Saint snorted. That lass looks as ordinary as her master. So why would Yi Qingtian commit blasphemy against her? Xianxia widened her pupils and did her best to endure her laughter. Her master had a good temper, aside from being overprotective of her, but she would look down on everything related to the heavenly Jade Sword Saint. If she really sent Yi Qingtian to the heavenly punishment stage, I'd have to save him no matter what. The Serene Dust Great Saint frowned. But he's confined to Remorse Cliff, and I'm unable to save him. Bai Ziyuan is still as scheming and shrewd as before. The Serene Dust Great Saint took out a jade bottle and turned to look at Xianxia. She said, There's a Saint Dragon pellet within it. Deliver this to him, regardless if he's injured. Xianxia was surprised to hear what her master said, but she still received the Saint Dragon pellet. When Lin Yun woke up, it was already noon. He found himself on an abyssal cliff with a cave behind him. This instantly puzzled him about where he was because he should be on the heavenly punishment stage. When he examined his injuries, he discovered that not only was he not injured by the heavenly Jade Sword Saint, the latter had even left Saint Aura within his body. On the contrary, he recovered from all the injuries he suffered from Bai Shuaing, and he was surprised that it worked for him to call the heavenly Jade Sword Saint mistress. Yi Qingtian, you're awake? Bai Shao appeared before Lin Yun, looking at him with a playful gaze. Big brother Bai, where am I? Lin Yun asked. Read for yourself. Bai Shao pointed in a direction. When Lin Yun looked in that direction, Bai Shao pointed to a stone tablet. He recited the name on the tablet, Remorse Cliff. Lin Yun was stunned when he read it. But looking at the tablet, Lin Yun couldn't help recalling the past. When he raised his head, he saw a figure walking over. This figure was graceful and elegant. This was Xianxia. She seemed to have come out from his memories, and her smile was still the same. She was the profound maiden, the direct disciple of the serene dust great saint, and part of the golden generation within the heavenly Tao sect. But in Lin Yun's heart, she would always be that senior sister who brought him and Li Wuyo to the great Qin Empire, Xianxia of the Firmament Sword Pavilion. When reality overlapped with what was in his mind, Lin Yun involuntarily blurted out, "Senior sister." Xianxia looked at Lin Yun weirdly before she smiled. "What's the matter? Am I not worthy of becoming your senior sister, now that you've been accepted as the Dragon Origin Great Saint's secluded disciple? According to the seniority within the sect, you also have to address me as senior sister." She heard Yi Qingtian was cocky and arrogant, especially when he returned. He even dared to slap a saint elder. One could tell how cocky he had become. So she thought that he wasn't willing to call her senior sister. Lin Yun came to his senses and quickly explained, "Absolutely not. If the profound maiden is willing, I can call you senior sister for the rest of my life." Oh! Bai Xiao and Xianxia were both surprised. Since when was Yi Qingtian so polite to someone, especially looking so anxious? Bai Xiao asked, "Why is the profound maiden here? According to the rules, you can't approach any further because the remorse cliff is also considered a forbidden ground." Xianxia smiled and took out the Saint Dragon pellet. She said, "My master was afraid he might be injured and asked me to deliver a pellet. So, please hand this to junior brother Yi." Bai Zhao's heart jumped when he heard about the Saint Dragon pellet. It was rumored that it could save the life of anyone beneath the Saint realm. If one refined it well, they could even glimpse the Saint Dragon. This was the same pellet Zhang Yu took when Lin Yun crippled him. Even a saint wouldn't have many of them, thus making it rare. But Bai Xiao was shocked because he had no idea why the Serene Dust Great Saint would give something so precious to Yi Qingtian. And she even got the profound maiden to deliver it. Wasn't she a little too good to Yi Qingtian? Ultimately, Bai Xiao suppressed the question within his heart and handed the Saint Dragon pellet to Yi Qingtian. Lin Yun received the bottle with his face changing. He had roughly guessed the reason, and the Serene Dust Great Saint must have known his identity. It should have probably been told to her by the Dragon Origin Great Saint. He cupped his hands and said, "I'll accept this Saint Dragon pellet. Please express my gratitude to the Serene Dust Great Saint on my behalf." Lin Yun had restrained his thoughts after coming to his senses, and he wasn't even willing to take another glance at her. This baffled Xianxia because Yi Qingtian didn't seem like the rumors. She said, "My master told me that you don't have to worry while you're at Remorse Cliff. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint wouldn't dare to do anything to you with her around." Bai Xiao turned to look at Yi Qingtian weirdly. He had no idea when Yi Qingtian became so close to the Serene Dust Great Saint. After all, the latter was well known for being overprotective. Lin Yun expressed his gratitude again and felt that the relationship between his master's lovers was a little weird. "Yi Qingtian, do you have anything you want me to tell my master?" Xianxia asked. She glanced at Bai Xiao before she continued. "If you suffered any grievances, you can tell me, and my master will seek justice for you." Her words made Bai Zhao's face change as he uneasily looked at Yi Qingtian. The Serene Dust Great Saint was known for having a fiery temper and being overprotective. If Yi Qingtian really said something, he wouldn't doubt that the Serene Dust Great Saint would fight the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint the next second. If a fight between the two great saints breaks out, it would definitely cause a massive din within the Heavenly Tao sect. So this was why he became uneasy. "Nothing. I was the one who intruded on the forbidden ground first, and the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint did nothing wrong," Lin Yun said. He already realized that the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint's palm was equivalent to saving him. As for confining him at Remorse Cliff, it was equivalent to giving him a gentle slap on the wrist. "Okay." Xianxia smiled and left. When Lin Yun looked at Xianxia's leaving figure, he couldn't step forth and felt heartache. He knew he couldn't disclose his identity because it would bring trouble to Xianxia if anyone knew he was Lin Yun. Beside Lin Yun, Bai Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. "Brother Yi, thanks." "Why are you thanking me?" Lin Yun asked. "If you had said anything else, the Serene Dust Great Saint would knock on the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint's door within half a day." Bai Xiao smiled wryly. They would probably fight, and half of the Nether Orchid courtyard might be dismantled. It's that serious? Lin Yun asked in shock. Bai Xiao nodded. Regardless of whether it's the Serene Dust Great Saint or Heavenly Jade Sword Saint, neither of them have a good temper. They might restrain themselves if it was someone else, but it would be unimaginable if they faced each other. Lin Yun couldn't help feeling speechless because those two weren't something as simple as being love rivals. Big Brother Bai, how long must I be confined here? Lin Yun asked after recollecting himself. I'm not sure about that, Bai Xiao replied with a frown. Most people will stay from 7 days to 3 months in Remorse Cliff, but the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said nothing about you. What did Martial Ant say? She said, till the Dragon Origin Great Saint returns. That means I can't leave this place until my master returns? Unless Martial Ant releases me? That's right. Lin Yun quickly knew his current situation. His punishment wasn't severe, but he didn't know when the Dragon Origin Great Saint would return. He didn't even know where his master went. He asked, will you stop me if I want to leave? I won't, and you can try leaving if you want. Bai Xiao smiled. Lin Yun sent a doubtful look at Bai Xiao before he stepped forth. But whenever he stepped out, he could feel an obstruction stopping him. When he reached out, nether orchids bloomed around the surrounding air, releasing a powerful life force. Under the powerful life force, Lin Yun could sense his nirvana aura sinking into the ocean. He even tried using his sword intent, but he could do nothing about it. He muttered, life intent. This is the Nether Orchid Sword Array, personally set up by the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint. Even a saint can't escape, Bai Xiao said in a playful tone. This array isn't that profound. I can easily break it if I wanted to. Lil Purple's voice resounded from the Iris secret realm. Her words immediately gave Lin Yun confidence. Just when he was going to turn around, a figure ran up the mountain and yelled, Yi Qing Tian. Lin Yun turned around and smiled when he saw Wang Yu. What are you doing here? Brother Bai, I have some words to say to him privately. Wang Yu turned to look at Bai Xiao. It's fine, Bai Xiao smiled. But you can't go any further. Thank you, Wang Yu said. He naturally knew about the Nether Orchid Sword Array. After Bai Xiao left, Wang Yu smiled wryly. Yi Qingtian, as expected of you. I've been looking for you for half a month, and you actually ran to the celestial pool. It's no wonder why I couldn't find you. Why were you looking for me? Lin Yun asked curiously. There are rumors that the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint chased you out. Yi Qinghong and the others are also searching for you. A few others and I are worried about you because of that. Aren't we friends? Wang Yu replied. Lin Yun couldn't help feeling awkward after hearing that. After all, he would also be worried if he was in Wang Yu's position. But the term friends made Lin Yun feel extravagant, especially since he wasn't Yi Qingtian. But Wang Yu's words made him feel a warmth within his heart. He said, Thank you. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint brought me away to guide me in a sword technique. I knew it. I knew that it was not what Yi Qinghong said. Wang Yu said excitedly. Lin Yun merely smiled awkwardly because he didn't know how to reply. There are rumors that you're either dead or crippled. I'm relieved to see you all right, Wang Yu said. What about Yi Qinghong's group? They probably want me dead. Lin Yun wore a playful smile. Oh, there's something else I'm here to tell you about. And this is why I asked Bai Xiao to give us some space, Wang Shui said as he nodded. What is it? Lin Yun asked. The Divine Tao Pavilion's young master Wushuang will be here in half a month. According to what I know, the Bai clan is satisfied with him, and they're giving the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden pressure. Wang Yu said and looked deeply at Lin Yun, trying to see any changes on Lin Yun's face. What has it got to do with me, then? Lin Yun asked. Stop pretending. Everyone in the Heavenly Tao sect knows you're infatuated with the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden. Otherwise, why would you intrude on the celestial pool? Wang Yu smiled. Lin Yun opened his mouth, but didn't know how to refute those words. Wang Yu's face held a wisp of respect as he said, Others might not know you, but I know you well. You previously said there's nothing wrong with falling in love with someone. Isn't it just intruding on the forbidden ground? So what if you intrude on the forbidden ground for someone you love? Wang Yu continued to shake his head as he recited. People laugh at me for being insane, and I laugh at them for being unable to see through me. Yi Qingtian. I know you. Lin Yun was placed in an even more awkward position than before, and he said, You might have misunderstood my meaning. Isn't that what you said? Wang Yu asked. That's what I said, but… Lin Yun tried to explain, but he was interrupted by Wang Yu with a smile. Yi Qingtian, are you still going to put on an act? I'm not acting at all, Lin Yun explained. Others don't know how infatuated you are, but I know you well. You're a sword fanatic and a love fanatic, Wang Yu said. Lin Yun's face became bitter when he heard that. Don't tell me that you're not concerned about it. If you don't show up half a month from now, I'll look down on you, Wang Yu said righteously. Lin Yun was dumbfounded because he knew that Wang Yu had significantly misunderstood. He could only change the topic. Since you're here, I'll also tell you that I'm the one who created the sword of the beginning. I can teach you now if you want to learn it. This again? Don't try to change the topic. You have to come no matter what, half a month from now. Wang Yu smiled and left without giving Lin Yun a chance to respond. He was confident he didn't find the wrong person, and Yi Qingtian was alive. He didn't seem to be injured by the heavenly jade sword saint. He wasn't worried that Yi Qingtian couldn't come. If Yi Qingtian wanted, he could figure out a way to leave. After all, he dared to intrude on the celestial pool, so how could Remorse Cliff trap him? On the other hand, Lin Yun's gaze was complicated as he looked at Wang Yu's figure. Wang Yu left in satisfaction, leaving behind the dumbfounded Lin Yun. Haha! It looks like the misunderstanding is a little deep this time. Lil Purple gloated from the Iris secret realm. Yeah, the misunderstanding is too deep. Lin Yun smiled wryly. What do you plan to do now? Are you going over there half a month from now? I can make preparations for you in advance, Lil Purple said excitedly. Why should I? What does it have to do with me? Lin Yun rejected her proposal. He was already misunderstood, and he didn't want the misunderstanding to grow deeper. He had no choice but to accept the karma Yi Qingtian left behind to protect his identity, and he did absurd things that he normally wouldn't do. Looking back at it now, his actions did look like he was infatuated in the eyes of some. So it was no wonder that Wang Yu would misunderstand him, which wasn't surprising. He did all of that to ensure that his identity would not be exposed, but he didn't know that it gave Bai Shuai some trouble. In addition to what happened within the celestial pool, Lin Yun couldn't help feeling guilty towards her. He agreed with Bai Shuai that he would come to the Heavenly Tao sect to look for her one day, and it wouldn't seem good if he went against their promise. Scumbag, Lil Purple said in contempt. I can't get involved in this matter anymore. I'm here in the Heavenly Tao sect to become stronger. I must still return to the ancient barren domain to protect my master during his breakthrough. Lin Yun's gaze became determined. He couldn't be involved with Yi Qingtian's karma anymore because his master would break into the Emperor realm sooner or later, and Tian Xuanzi would make a move then. Lin Yun swept his gaze and stopped on the stone tablet before inwardly sighing. Since he was here, he might as well take advantage of this opportunity to cultivate. He carried the sword box and returned to the cave. He got Lil Purple to set up a few spiritual arrays before taking out the 3 lives fruit. But when he took it out, he noticed a crack on the 3 lives fruit with several small cracks extending from that. He exclaimed, What's going on? Why are you surprised? The 3 lives fruit is a one-time usage item, and you've separated your usage multiple times. Lil Purple came over and said, Bring it over. Let me take a look at it. How many times can I use it? About 2 times for 2 years each, Lil Purple said as she handed the fruit to Lin Yun. This 3 lives fruit is of the best quality. Otherwise, the effects would have become worse. I have to cherish it well then, Lin Yun said as he tightly held the 3 lives fruit. Aside from the Heavenly Tao sect's resources, the 3 lives fruit was the main reason he could become so strong at such a fast speed. But you have almost finished using all your resources. Are you sure that you want to use the 3 lives fruit? Lil Purple asked. Lin Yun would waste his time within the 3 lives realm without resources. I can still use the Great Saint Origin twice, Lin Yun said. So I'll use it once. There were already rumors that he refined a Saint Origin, and Lin Yun had nearly forgotten that he had an actual Saint Origin. That was the Great Saint Origin left behind by the profound Wither Great Saint, the disciple of the Southern Emperor. Are you really not going? Lil Purple asked. No, Lin Yun gritted his teeth and entered the Three Lives realm. A year should be enough for him to refine the Great Saint Origin. The Great Saint Origin left behind by the profound Wither Great Saint was sealed 9 times, and its energy would multiply as he unlocked it. The energy of the 8th seal was more than all the previous 7 times. As for the 9th time, it was certain that it should be stronger than the first to 8 seals combined. Lin Yun sat with his legs crossed and took out the Saint Dragon pellet, before immediately swallowing it. The Saint Dragon pellet quickly dissolved into boundless vitality within his body. When this energy peaked, a mighty dragon origin gathered within his chest, and Lin Yun roared. Along with a dragon roar, Lin Yun endured the pain as a pair of golden wings appeared behind him. Under the stimulation of the dragon origin, the Saint Dragon pellet began to thoroughly fuse with his body. Saint runes were appearing on the golden wings, before they began to devour the surrounding spiritual energy. This Saint Dragon pellet actually made the golden crow wings merge with me even more perfectly. Lin Yun was inwardly surprised. The divine sun-chasing art was actually cultivating this pair of wings. The wings could not only increase his speed, but it was also a myriad rune saint artifact. At the end of the cultivation, he could even engrave glory spirits on it. The golden crow wings had over 20,000 saint runes, and he even fused it with many golden crow feathers. So the wings were as sharp as a saint artifact. Relying on this Saint Dragon pellet, the golden crow wings could actually help him cultivate by devouring the spiritual energy between heaven and earth just like the ancient golden crows. Lin Yun could cultivate with his techniques and the golden crow wings. This meant his cultivation could achieve twice the effect, and the Saint Dragon pellet had given him a surprise. Time to unseal the Great Saint Origin. Lin Yun formed a seal, and the profound Wither key within his heart began to release boundless energy. As boundless energy poured out from the key, it poured out of his pores and covered every corner of the Three Lives realm. The density of energy within the surroundings reached a shocking height. Fortunately, I'm within the Three Lives realm, or so much of the Saint Aura would be lost in the outside world. Lin Yun inwardly muttered. This reminded him that he had to set up a spiritual array when he wanted to undo the last seal. Just like that, Lin Yun spent 3 months within the Three Lives realm. He could have made a breakthrough long ago by relying on the energy he refined, but Lin Yun didn't do that and continued to refine more of the energy to purify it even further. He had 10 dragon pulses as his foundation, which far exceeded others. He could fight enemies at the 5th transformation of the Nirvana stage when he was only at the 1st. In a sense, the higher the purity of the Nirvana aura, the harder it would be for him to reach the quasi-saint realm. But that was relatively speaking because he would also become stronger than others when he made a breakthrough. After 6 months of seclusion, Lin Yun finally attempted to make a breakthrough. His breakthrough was smooth, and he had condensed a core within his violet palace. The core was condensed with Nirvana aura after purifying it multiple times. The Nirvana aura that was initially chaotic had been regulated into streams of energy around the core. There were 10,000 strands of Nirvana aura, and they coiled around the core. They were like swirling stars, and this was no longer in the scope of the mortal realm. After all, the Nirvana stage was a transformation into the saint path, and one would shred their mortality the further they went in the transformation. Time passed quickly, and Lin Yun stayed within the Three Lives realm for a year. His cultivation reached the 2nd transformation of the Nirvana stage, and he also formed the 2nd core with 20,000 strands of Nirvana aura coiling around it. The 2 cores looked like 2 astral vortexes within his violent palace. Back at Remorse Cliff, Bai Shao stood on the stone tablet, looking bored as he occasionally glanced in the direction of the cave. He sighed. Yi Qingtian can really hold himself in to stay within the cave for 7 days straight. He initially thought he could kill his time by chatting with Yi Qingtian, but he never expected that Yi Qingtian would disappear into the cave. This was harsh on him because no one knew when the Dragon Origin Great Saint would return. Within the Three Lives realm, Lin Yun opened his eyes and stopped his cultivation. The Three Lives realm still had a lot of energy and would be a massive resource if he could devour all of it. He was already in the Three Lives realm for nearly 2 years, reaching the pinnacle third transformation of the Nirvana stage. His Nirvana aura also reached 70,000 strands, which was a tremendous boost to his strength. It's still insufficient for me to reach the fourth transformation by relying on external items. I need real training. Lin Yun had a clear understanding within his heart. He already tried to make a breakthrough multiple times in 2 years, but he couldn't congeal the fourth core, no matter how he tried. The Nirvana stage had 9 transformations. The first 4 weren't tough. The real challenge was after the 5th transformation, especially the 7th, 8th, and 9th transformations. Each breakthrough was a tremendous boost in strength. The closer he was to the saint path, the clearer he could sense its power. Lin Yun knew that he couldn't make a breakthrough. Not because he lacked the resources, 0, but because he lacked life and death experiences. So he gave up and focused on consolidating his cultivation. After all, it wasn't good to be hasty in cultivation. When he left the cave, Lin Yun saw Bai Shao meditating. He had a purple saint aura coiling around him, and he could faintly see the outline of a dragon. Bai Shao was also basking in saint radiance and seemed to have transcended from this world. Lin Yun squinted his pupils and could feel the threat coming from Bai Shao. If Bai Shao was willing, he could sever a mountain. To a certain degree, those at the quasi-saint realm were already on the saint path because their strength had far surpassed the mortal realm. The quasi-saint realm has 9 stages and only 3 phases in general. They are the Azure Origin Phase, Indigo Origin Phase, and the Heavenly Origin Phase. You're finally willing to come out? Bai Shao opened his eyes with a smile and recalled the surrounding purple saint aura into his body. But he was soon surprised when he looked at Yi Qingtian because he could sense that the latter's cultivation had become stronger. His Nirvana aura became more refined, and this made Bai Shao wonder if Yi Qingtian really had a saint origin. I didn't expect Brother Bai to be at the Indigo Origin Phase. I have been disrespectful in the past. Lin Yun smiled as he stepped forth. He initially thought that Bai Shao had just reached the quasi-saint realm and that he would only be at the Azure Origin Phase. But he never expected Bai Shao to be at the Indigo Origin Phase. I can't be compared to you, Bai Shao smiled. Big Brother Bai, you're too humble. With your age, it's only a matter of time for you to reach the Heavenly Origin Phase and ignite the sacred flame. Lin Yun could tell that Bai Shao wasn't simple. You don't have to flatter me. I could be considered a genius in the past, but I have already excavated all my potential at my age, not to mention the golden era is coming. So it's nothing impressive even if I became a saint. Bai Shao smiled. Lin Yun could naturally notice Bai Zhao's disappointment in himself, and he changed the topic. How long have I been in the cave? 13 days, Bai Shao replied. Lin Yun briefly pondered and couldn't help asking, has the Divine Dao Pavilion's party arrived? Are you talking about young Master Wushuang? Don't tell me that you're really going after my clan's holy maiden, are you? Bai Shao raised his brow and asked with a playful smile. You know of the young Master Wushuang as well? Lin Yun was surprised. Even Bai Shao knew about this person, proving that young Master Wushuang seemed to have a background. Bai Shao smiled. Yi Qingtian, have you forgotten my surname? I'm a direct descendant of the Bai clan. Lin Yun finally understood what was going on. It turned out that he didn't notice it since it was the darkest under the light post. Bai Shao smiled. Let me tell you about it. The 6 holy lands often interact with each other. We might call it interaction, but you should know what it actually is. It can be considered a competition or provocation. Lin Yun nodded his head. This was the cultivating world, and the competition was between the younger generations. Even if they appeared to be friendly on the surface, things would change when they fought. After all, the Heavenly Dao sect was known as the strongest holy land within the Eastern Desolation, but it was unavoidable for them to be challenged. But it's different this time because everyone knows that young Master Wushuang is using this opportunity to get close to my holy maiden. Bai Shao smiled. It's natural for a fair lady to be courted. I have long heard that the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden's name has spread throughout the Eastern Desolation, even throughout the Divine Dragon Empire. Lin Yun wasn't too surprised about that. The Bai clan seniors are also satisfied with young Master Wushuang. He's the young master of a musical clan, and the Bai clan's inheritance is lacking, if you really compare them. Is that so? Lin Yun smiled. He wasn't too bothered about it. Don't underestimate the musical clans, Bai Xiao said. Lin Yun merely smiled and didn't make any explanation. He wanted to think highly of the musical clans but couldn't after defeating Mei Zihua during the Nirvana banquet. Speaking of which, Mei Zihua's reputation wasn't inferior to this young Master Wushuang. The musical clans might be strong, but their young masters weren't the strongest. It was fine even if they were the strongest because that was what he specialized in, beating the strongest. Bai Xiao naturally noticed Yi Qingtian's disdain for the musical clans, and he couldn't help feeling that Yi Qingtian was really cocky. He continued, "It was fine if that was the case, but the relationship between Shuang and young Master Wushuang is actually pretty good." Oh! Lin Yun's face changed slightly. Young Master Wushuang is proficient in music Dao and specializes in the Eru. His talent is unimaginable. I also know a thing or two about music Dao, Lin Yun smiled modestly. But Bai Xiao replied in disdain, "You're a talented swordsman, but forget about music Dao. You probably don't even know what an Eru is. It's a long-lost instrument within Kunlun realm. But, thanks to Flower Burial, it has re-emerged during the Nirvana banquet." Is Flower Burial really that strong? Lin Yun asked. To put it appropriately, you're nothing compared to Flower Burial. Bai Xiao looked at Lin Yun in disdain. Lil Purple couldn't help laughing out loud within the Iris secret realm. Wearing an awkward smile, Lin Yun asked, "Isn't that an exaggeration? You can only be cocky within the Heavenly Dao sect. But Flower Burial's name has long spread throughout the Kunlun realm. Outside the ancient barren battlefield, he slew a Saint Lord when he was only at the Dragon Pulse realm," Bai Xiao said with his brow raised. "I heard that he made use of a sovereign saint artifact to achieve that, and that he nearly died because of it," Lin Yun argued. "That's why I said you're inexperienced. Do you know what kind of treasure a sovereign saint artifact is? Ordinary Dragon Pulse realms can't even use a sovereign saint artifact, not to mention slaying a Saint Lord with it." Bai Xiao smiled, shaking his head. Seeing that Lin Yun still wanted to argue, he continued, "Listen to me first." Lin Yun's lips twitched, but he kept quiet. Back on the heavenly path, Flower Burial became famous throughout the Kunlun realm as the champion of the 9th heavenly path. All of the champions are considered monstrous geniuses in the Golden Generation, but if you have to say which of them is first, it would be Flower Burial, Bai Xiao said. Lin Yun couldn't help feeling speechless, wondering who had said that. There's nothing the other 8 can do about it, even if they're unconvinced, Bai Xiao said. Back then, everyone thought Flower Burial had died outside the ancient barren battlefield. But who could have known that he was also proficient in music Dao? He became the champion of the Nirvana banquet and even made the 3 Lives tree bloom. Even Mei Zihua of the musical clan admitted his loss, losing 8 of his maids to Flower Burial TSK. Flowers that only bloom for one person. Just imagine that and look at yourself again, Bai Xiao said in disdain. He shone brightly during the Nirvana banquet while you sneaked into the celestial pool to peek at the Holy Maiden. He's first on the Dragon Pulse ranking while you begged for mercy under Xianxia. He might be at the Quasi-Saint realm now, and you're still peeking at the Holy Maiden showering. Lin Yun wanted to explain for himself, but his words were stuck in his throat. What's the matter? Are you unconvinced? Isn't what I said right? Bai Xiao asked. I'm convinced, Lin Yun replied with a grievance in his chest. What else could he say? So don't even think about our Holy Maiden and spend your time well here, not to mention you can't leave anyways. If it's Flower Burial, the Nether Orchid Sword Array wouldn't be able to stop him. Bai Xiao smiled. Lin Yun was speechless when he heard that, especially the respect Bai Xiao had on his face when he mentioned Flower Burial. This really made Lin Yun speechless, and he didn't know how to refute that. Let's take a step back. Even if you're not Flower Burial, what can you do if you go out? Do you know about music Dao? Can you play the Eru? You'll only be embarrassed if you go out, and young Master Wushuang probably wants you to go so that he could embarrass you. Lin Yun initially wanted to stop this topic, but Bai Xiao couldn't stop. He asked, "Are you sure that I can't leave this place? I won't stop you if you can leave, so you can go ahead and try." Bai Xiao smiled. "Watch well, then." Lin Yun wanted to give it a try, but he came to his senses because it looked stupid to be unconvinced by himself. If he left this place, the misunderstanding would only become more complicated. He had already made up his mind that he would stay here and not make more trouble for Bai Shuang. "Don't cower," Bai Xiao smiled. Lin Yun calmed down and became tranquil, facing Bai Xiao's provocation. He said, "I do know music, Dao." He turned around and left, practicing his sword on Remorse Cliff. Yi Qingtian's response made Bai Xiao smile because Yi Qingtian never cowered, even when facing a Saint Lord. But he could only be convinced by facing him, Bai Xiao, to disregard young Master Wushuang. Did Yi Qingtian think he was flower burial? So what if Yi Qingtian was unconvinced? He could only suck it up whether he liked it or not. 2 days later, young Master Wushuang of the Divine Dao Pavilion finally arrived. This was an official exchange between two holy lands, and young Master Wushuang was hosting several guests within the Dustless Palace. They were the likes of Bai Yizhou, Zhang Kuei, and Yi Qinghong, the representatives of the 4 big clans. Bai Yizhou, Zhang Kuei, and Yi Qinghong were honored. They were descendants of ancient saint clans and nobles within the Heavenly Dao sect. This was why they didn't place the other saint disciples, aside from those of the 4 clans, in their eyes. But their birth was nothing compared to young Master Wushuang. The musical clans were ancient, and they even had grandmaster musicians who grasped the divine dragon tone in their clans, and grandmaster musicians were comparable to Emperor Realm powerhouses. Those responsible for ceremonial music throughout the Divine Dragon Empire came from the musical clans. The musical clans were noble within the Divine Dragon Empire, possessing a unique position. They would often have the opportunity to play for the Empress as well. So even if young Master Wushuang was young, he might have seen the Empress before. The Empress was publicly known to be the strongest existence in this era, and she was a godlike figure who drew respect everywhere. She was a legend to begin with. Not to mention the Blue Dragon record would soon appear, and this made everyone even more respectful towards the Empress. Bai Yizhou, Zhang Kuei, and Yi Qinghong wouldn't be so respectful if young Master Wushuang was only a genius within the Divine Dao Pavilion. But things were different in addition to his background. Young Master Wushuang was elegant and graceful, as rumored, permeating the aura of nobility. But he didn't show it even as he chatted with Bai Yizhou, Zhang Kuei, and Yi Qinghong. He had no air around him, which further made Bai Yizhou, Zhang Kuei, and Yi Qinghong feel honored. Amongst the 3, Bai Yizhou was especially respectful to young Master Wushuang. Tomorrow is the exchange between the 2 holy lands, and I apologize in advance if I take anything too far. I have nothing against you guys, but I can't help it because of my position. Young Master Wushuang smiled. This is why I'm inviting you guys over privately. Young Master Wushuang, you're too polite. We're descendants of ancient saint clans, while you're from a musical clan. How could competition between holy lands possibly affect our relationship? Bai Yizhou smiled. His words had a hidden meaning. Their ancient saint clans were above the Heavenly Dao sect, so they wouldn't be bothered about the honor of the sect. Young Master Wushuang inwardly sneered but didn't show it on his face. He asked, "I heard that there's a newly emerged genius in the sword recently, and his name is Yi Qingtian, who caused quite the commotion during the conferring ceremony. He's already dead. That person is the scum of my Yi clan. Half a month ago, he intruded the forbidden ground and was personally killed by the heavenly jade sword saint." Yi Qinghong sneered. "That's a pity then. I still wanted to get acquainted with him," young Master Wushuang said. "There's no need to find pity for him. He's the scum of the sect. Even if he's not dead, he's definitely crippled. After all, how can anyone survive an attack of the enraged heavenly jade sword saint?" Zhang Kuei smiled. Bai Yizhou continued in disdain. "Even if he's not crippled, he's nothing compared to young Master Wushuang. Someone like him is a genius swordsman. He's only lucky to refine a saint origin, and everyone in the sect knows that he's scum. He's still the same scum as he was a year ago. Young Master Wushuang merely smiled and not paying attention to their words. It looked like he couldn't see this genius anymore. He was still looking forward to seeing this person, who was Bai Shuang's pursuer. Right then, music echoed from outside the dustless palace, instantly making young Master Wushuang pupils light up, and he instantly knew what instrument was being played. Eru. Bai Ijo smiled. I heard that young Master Wushuang is the strongest in the Eru within the Kunlun realm, and you have long surpassed flower burial. I'm looking forward to seeing it in our exchange tomorrow. Young Master Wushuang merely replied with a smile, not agreeing or denying that. Seeing that young Master Wushuang wasn't modest, Bai Ijo continued with a smile. We all know that my clan's Nether Orchid Holy Maiden is interested in music Dao, and she would often practice it. So I'll have to trouble young Master Wushuang to provide some guidance during tomorrow's banquet. Young Master Wushuang raised his glass and smiled. I don't dare to say for others, but I have some music Dao experience. Let's take the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden's music, for example. Her music might sound beautiful, but it isn't accurate enough. The characteristic of the Eru is soft and lyrical, but its foundation is sorrowful and mournful. You won't be able to play the essence if you can't grasp those 2 points. Bai Ijo and the others nodded, but no one knew if they really understood or were just pretending to understand. They smiled. I see. We'll look forward to tomorrow. I believe young Master Wushuang will shine brightly. Young Master Wushuang smiled. This is my first time in the Eastern Desolation. I must depend on you guys if I want to be famous and gain a foothold here. Bai Ijo, Zhang Kuei, and Yi Qinghong exchanged a gaze with a smile. They roughly knew what young Master Wushuang wanted to do now. He wanted to become famous by defeating the Eastern Desolation's strongest holy land. That's easy. We'll also have to trouble young Master Wushuang when we go to the Divine Dragon Empire. The trio replied. The Dustless Palace was bustling with people the following day. The Dustless Palace was a forbidden ground of the Nether Orchid Courtyard, and no one dared to come here if there weren't distinguished guests coming here. A banquet was being held in the plaza before the Dustless Palace, and all the famous disciples of the Heavenly Tao sect were present. Many inner disciples also took the opportunity to come here to take a look at young Master Wushuang. After all, they had long heard of young Master Wushuang from the musical clan. But this time, he came representing the Divine Tao Pavilion, and he came with many of the Divine Tao Pavilion's disciples. Everyone knew that this so-called exchange was a competition between the younger generation of 2 sects. There were similar exchanges occasionally, but they weren't that popular. The Yulon Flower Festival was the one that would make everyone go into a frenzy because the 6 holy lands, including all the righteous and demonic sects within the Eastern Desolation, would be present. But for this exchange, there were only disciples of the Heavenly Tao sect and the Divine Tao Pavilion. After all, youngsters were full of vigor and took the glory of their sects heavily. In the past, the Divine Tao Pavilion was the one who would lose. This time, young Master Wushuang was leading the team. Young Master Wushuang was a saint disciple of the Divine Tao Pavilion, and the Divine Tao Pavilion's disciples wanted to take revenge for their past losses. There were tables on the plaza, and the 2 sects' disciples sat across from each other. The Nether Orchid Holy Maiden led the Heavenly Tao sect's corner, while young Master Wushuang led the Divine Tao Pavilion's corner. Those qualified to be here were at least at the 5th transformation of the Nirvana stage, but most of the people were at the 6th transformation in the Nirvana stage. As for those at the 7th transformation, they were at the top of the pyramid here. Seeing anyone at the 8th transformation of the Nirvana stage was a rare sight. After all, saint disciples at the 8th transformation of the Nirvana stage were mostly over 50, and it was rare to see anyone under the age of 50. An exchange between holy lands was usually held between younger generations, and the older generation disciples would rarely be involved. That was the same for the Divine Tao Pavilion, unless it was Yulon Flower Festival, where geniuses from the righteous and demonic sects were present. Wang Yu, Chun Zhong, and Ouyang He sat together, trying to find Yi Qingtian within the crowd. Wang Yu muttered, "The Divine Tao Pavilion is already here, So where's he? Don't tell me he's really trapped in there? Who are you talking about? Qinzhong asked. Nothing. Wang Yu forced out a smile. When everyone was present, the banquet began after Bai Shuang welcomed the guests from the Divine Tao Pavilion. Right then, young Master Wushuang spoke out with a gentlemanly smile. I have something to say. Young Master Wushuang, you can just say what you want. Bai Shuang replied courteously. Our two sects have a long history of exchanges. This is my first time here, and I wish to take this opportunity to present a song to the Holy Maiden. Young Master Wushuang said confidently. But when he said that, many people from the Heavenly Tao sect frowned, and their enmity against the young Master Wushuang grew. After all, Bai Shuang had many pursuers within the Heavenly Tao sect, and they would join hands against an outsider like young Master Wushuang. Sure enough, that fellow is here for the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden. So what if he's from a musical clan? Does he really think he's worthy of the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden? He's so pretentious. Many people muttered, and they looked at young Master Wushuang with enmity. Ha ha ha. I have long heard young Master Wushuang is an expert in music. So please go on. Bai Izhou had interacted with young Master Wushuang beforehand, so he naturally stood out ahead of Bai Shuang and agreed. I heard that the musical clan is qualified to play before the Empress. Yi Qinghong smiled. Young Master Wushuang, I bet you've prepared for a long time. Zhang Kuei smiled. Many Heavenly Tao sect's disciples frowned as they looked at the three unhappily. These three were disciples of the Heavenly Tao sect, but they were helping the Divine Tao Pavilion instead. Seeing this, Bai Shuang said, Go on then. Young Master Wushuang smiled and took out a zither. When he started playing, it was an ancient song that everyone knew, Lovesick. His intention was evident because everyone could sense his infatuation for the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden in his music. Young Master Wushuang was pretty confident in his performance, and this ancient song had no difficulty. So even if the Heavenly Tao sect's disciples were unhappy, they had to admit young Master Wushuang's skills. Regardless of this song's intent, accuracy, and technique, it was perfect. Under young Master Wushuang's Saint Lord tune, the song sounded ethereal, resounding in the sky. When the song was over, everyone came to their senses with the likes of Wang Yu, wearing a grave expression, as they looked at young Master Wushuang. They instantly realized that young Master Wushuang wasn't a pushover. Grass decays under the autumn wind, and where can I find it in the boundless world? It's hard to extinguish lovesickness? The young Master Wushuang muttered before he smiled. I hope you guys like my performance. Bai Shuang's emotions fluctuated because of the song. She was also thinking about the person she loved and could only wait because she didn't know where to find him. Young Master Wushuang, you deserve your reputation, Bai Shuang said, and her voice was crisp like chipping jade. Holy Maiden, you're too polite. Young Master Wushuang smiled. It's nothing impressive at all. I also know a bit or two about music Tao. I wonder if young Master Wushuang can give me some advice. Someone from the Heavenly Tao sex party stood out, looking at young Master Wushuang, full of provocation. When Wang Yu turned his head over, he saw that it came from Zhou Su of the Holy Spirit Courtyard. The Holy Spirit Courtyard's disciples were proficient in spiritual runes. So many were also proficient in music Tao. Zhou Su was the best amongst them, and he was unhappy when he saw young Master Wushuang playing lovesick. After all, wasn't it the same as trying to snatch the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden from them by playing that publicly? Oh? You want an exchange? Young Master Wushuang smiled. That's right, Zhou Su said, his pupils filled with fighting spirits. He might be slightly inferior to young Master Wushuang in music Tao, but he was confident in his mental energy. He's asking to be humiliated to compete with young Master Wushuang in music Tao. Doesn't he know young Master Wushuang comes from a musical clan? I can't believe there's a fool like him in the Heavenly Tao sect. Ha ha! The Divine Tao Pavilion's disciples wore playful expressions with a hint of disdain in their pupils. They were confident in young Master Wushuang, and they believed that he could help the Divine Tao Pavilion obtain a victory against the Heavenly Tao sect. In the end, the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden would be won over by young Master Wushuang. It didn't take long for the exchange to take place. Many of the saint disciples of the Heavenly Tao sect were worried, and they were also impressed by his courage, despite knowing that Zhou Su would most likely lose. They might call it an exchange, but it was a spar. The music Zhou Su played sounded like galloping horses on the battlefield, full of murderous intent. This instantly made everyone stunned because they didn't really expect Zhou Su to be proficient in music Dao, and he had long grasped Saint Tune, playing a war song, the Azure Wolf's Rage. Interesting, young Master Wushuang was stunned and played the same song as Zhou Su. They both competed in their music, and the plaza seemed to have become a battlefield for them. Two Azure Wolves were clashing with each other under the music, fighting fiercely and making everyone tensed up. But half an hour later, Zhou Su had the upper hand because his wolf and the cavalry army charged at young Master Wushuang. His mental energy was strong, and he had already reached the 12th grade Saint Spiritualist. The phenomena created by his song easily destroyed young Master Wushuang's phenomena before charging at the latter. A futile attempt? Young Master Wushuang smiled in disdain, allowing Zhou Su's phenomena to come at him and flicking his finger, playing a long tune. When the zither string trembled, golden radiance burst out from young Master Wushuang, and his Saint Tune instantly reached Great Saint Tune. Under the golden radiance, the phenomena created by Zhou Su was swiftly being destroyed, and the strings of Zhou Su's zither snapped before he threw out a mouthful of blood, his face becoming pale. This made everyone's faces change, and they realized that young Master Wushuang didn't give it his all earlier. Don't embarrass yourself if this is the best you can do. The Divine Tao Pavilion's saint disciples mocked with disdain on their faces. Bai Shuang's face also changed, and she instantly realized that the Divine Tao Pavilion didn't come with goodwill. The Heavenly Tao sect's disciples were also naturally furious because they held great pride in the glory of the sect being the strongest sect within the Eastern Desolation. They immediately got up on their feet and wanted to compete with young Master Wushuang. But young Master Wushuang smiled and said, "There's no need to hurry. We can play one at a time." While young Master Wushuang was showing off, Lin Yun reached the minuscule stage of the Myriad Swords Unite at Remorse Cliff. The minuscule stage was above the manifestation stage. 13 figures flew out from Lin Yun around Remorse Cliff, perfectly drawing a circle. Unlike in the past, the 10-odd different phenomena were fusing together. When Lin Yun drew his sword intent enveloped the entire Remorse Cliff. When he thrust his sword, it was like a powerful explosion, with the surrounding air shattering like a mirror into countless fragments. This move again. Bai Shao frowned outside Remorse Cliff. He had to admit that Yi Qingtian was a genius swordsman. He had been practicing the Myriad Swords Unite over the past few days and had made swift progress. Now he could control his sword as he wished, making Bai Shao feel a chill run down his spine. Dustless Palace. When he heard the zither music, Lin Yun sheathed his sword and raised his head to look towards the Dustless Palace. He asked, "Has the banquet begun? What's the matter?" Bai Shao concealed the shock within his heart and smiled. "Don't tell me you really think that you're flower burial? Don't even think about it. You're unworthy." "What am I unworthy of? Unworthy of Bai Shuang, being compared to flower burial, or clashing with young Master Wushuang?" Lin Yun smiled. Bai Shao was startled because Yi Qingtian seemed more transparent today and gave off a powerful aura. But Bai Shao still bit the bullet and said, "All of them. Big brother Bai. You said you won't stop me if I can leave here myself?" Lin Yun asked. Bai Shao raised his brow, not knowing what Yi Qingtian was planning. He said, "I only said that if flower burial was in the Nether Orchid Sword Array, the array can't trap him." "So, have you said it before?" Lin Yun asked. I guess," Bai Shao said in a guilty tone. Lin Yun sighed before he smiled. "Actually, I've been hesitating if I should go, and I still don't have an answer yet. There are times in the world when something cannot be cut with one sword." "Then don't go out," Bai Shao said. He was feeling a little guilty. He did say that he wouldn't stop Yi Qingtian if he could leave by himself. But if Yi Qingtian really left, he would have to be blamed for it. But Lin Yun didn't hear what he said, and his face gradually became cold. "I still don't know if I should leave, but I'm clear on one thing. Who the hell is that young Master Wushuang?" Is he qualified? Then, Bai Zhao's face soon changed, and he was shocked to see that the surrounding nether orchids were withering. There's no need to hurry. We can play one at a time. Young Master Wushuang, whose name was Nie Wushuang, said. His tone was calm, but what he said was cocky. This was the same as saying that he wasn't targeting any one individual but everyone. Let me face him. Just when the Heavenly Dao sex party became furious, a lightning bolt flashed, and a person appeared before the plaza. This person was Ouyang He. He was third on the Dragon Pulse ranking 2 decades ago and was proficient in Lightning Dao. His cultivation had been at the 4th transformation of the Nirvana stage not too long ago. Now that he was at the 5th transformation of the Nirvana stage, his Nirvana aura was terrifying, despite not having a high cultivation. He was notorious for being ruthless within the Heavenly Dao sect, and many saint disciples at the 7th transformation of the Nirvana stage were afraid of him. Are you sure about that? I'm afraid I might hurt you, Nie Wushuang said with an amicable smile. Is that so? What about now? Ouyang He smiled, and lightning began to flash within his palm. The lightning reached over 1,000 feet, illuminating the entire plaza. 6th grade lightning intent. Everyone was shocked, and they instantly knew where Ouyang He's confidence came from. But Nie Wushuang shook his head and smiled. Consider it my loss if you can get within 10 steps of me. Everyone felt that Nie Wushuang was too arrogant. Even if he came from a musical clan, it made no sense for him to be that strong. You think too much. Ouyang He's face became dark, and he released lightning pressure, causing the sky to change. Thunder began to rumble throughout the plaza, but Nie Wushuang was calm as he strummed the zither, and the note actually suppressed Ouyang He's lightning. But that wasn't all. Nie Wushuang shut his eyes to play an ancient song, Merciless. A thunderous rumble echoed throughout the plaza, and everyone was shocked to see that Ouyang He was approaching, enveloped in lightning. As expected of Ouyang He. He might not have high cultivation, but it's rare for someone's martial intent to reach his height at such a young age. Everyone looked at Ouyang He. They wanted to see his true strength. Ouyang He slowly approached under everyone's gazes, and he wasn't hindered by Nie Wushuang's music at all. With the empowerment of his Nirvana aura, the lightning phenomena became even more terrifying as countless purple streams formed into dragons, roaring as Ouyang He approached. Nie Wushuang reacted as though he didn't sense it. His eyes were closed, and he was focused on playing his music. But no one noticed the white mist coming from his fingers, and the murderous intent was accumulating like a volcano. Ouyang He stopped. Everyone was shocked to discover that Ouyang He couldn't take another step forth when he was almost 10 steps away from Nie Wushuang, as though an invisible barrier was stopping him. As the two powers clashed, the rumbling thunder became even louder, and a terrifying aura enveloped the entire plaza. The Divine Dao Pavilion's disciples sneered, while the Heavenly Dao sect's disciples were shocked. Was this where Nie Wushuang's confidence came from? Ouyang He frowned because he could sense that he was blocked. He initially wanted to immediately suppress Nie Wushuang and interrupt his music. At that time, Nie Wushuang would be embarrassed, regardless if he won or lost. But he couldn't take another step forth no matter how he tried. Nie Wushuang's music sounded as though it contained magic and was even more terrifying than his lightning. When Nie Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes, he was like a Buddha from hell, and his smile could subdue all the evil spirits in the world. With a flick of his finger, the music note left a massive crack in the thunderclouds, with sunlight shining down from the crack. When he strummed the zither strings once more, a crimson streak flew out. His murderous intent was entirely condensed within it, and Ouyang He's phenomenon crumbled when they came in contact. How is this possible? Ouyang He's face changed. But that wasn't all. Every strum of the zither strings would release a crimson streak. When Nie Wushuang increased his speed, it felt like he was throwing a barrage of weapons at Ouyang He. Multiple wounds appeared on Ouyang He's body before he was sent flying out, throwing out a mouthful of blood as he crashed against a table. No matter how he tried, he couldn't even get up. A song of Merciless to purge all monsters. Nie Wushuang smiled, and the plaza fell silent. He looked in the Heavenly Dao sect's direction, and the smile on his face made everyone feel suffocating as he said, "Let's continue." Everyone felt that Nie Wuxuang was too terrifying. Ouyang he stopped before he could get within 10 steps of him. "It looks like 15 steps is too difficult for you guys. How about this? I'll surrender if anyone can take 30 steps near me. You guys can even come at me together, if you want." Nie Wuxuang smiled. "He's too much. He's too cocky. Does he think the Heavenly Tao sect has no one? Isn't it just music Tao? I don't believe I can't do it." The Heavenly Tao sect's saint disciples were furious after being belittled, and more people stepped out. "Great!" Nie Wuxuang laughed and continued to play merciless. This time, he had fully released his murderous intent and was enveloped in a crimson radiance. It didn't take long for him to win 8 rounds in a row. When he defeated another person, Nie Wuxuang slammed his palms on the zither, sending everyone flying away before they could even step forth. At the same time, a powerful murderous intent swept out from him. Nie Wuxuang smiled. "Anyone else?" The surroundings fell silent, and no one dared to speak. Wang Yu looked anxious with his right fist clenched, and his face was filled with indignance. He muttered, "Yi Qingtian, are you really not coming?" Everyone couldn't help turning to look at Yi Qinghong, Bai Yizhou, and Zhang Kuei. Those 3 were the strongest amongst the younger generation present, and they could definitely teach Nie Wuxuang a lesson if they made a move. But they had already formed a deal with Nie Wuxuang and disregarded the surrounding gazes. This naturally made everyone furiously grit their teeth, but they could do nothing about it. "Who's the one playing the zither? Why don't I also listen to it?" A voice resounded as a figure landed on the roof in the plaza. This person wore an indolent and playful smile. When everyone from the Heavenly Tao sect felt at a loss, a person no one had expected appeared. Yi Qingtian stood on the roof as he wore a cynical smile. Everyone in the plaza was stumped when they saw Yi Qingtian. Even some disciples from the Divine Tao Pavilion looked at Yi Qingtian in surprise. "He's Yi Qingtian? The newly risen talented swordsman of the Heavenly Tao sect? But isn't he in confinement? How did he come out?" Even those from the Heavenly Tao sect were baffled by Yi Qingtian's appearance. There were rumors that the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint heavily injured Yi Qingtian, and some said he was beaten to death. Everyone was puzzled when they saw Yi Qingtian appearing in public, uninjured. "I knew that I didn't make a mistake." Wang Yu slammed on the table in excitement. Yi Qingtian was really an infatuated person, as he said, and his heart was filled with love, despite his cocky outer appearance. Bai Shuang's face also changed when she saw Yi Qingtian. After all, she had tried to forget about Yi Qingtian for the past few days, but she couldn't help recalling what happened in the celestial pool. For some reason, she even felt a hint of fear, which she never felt before. "It looks like I'm not too welcomed." Yi Qingtian smiled, descending from the roof. He gazed at Bai Yizhou, Yi Qinghong, and Zhang Kuei, who were also shocked by his appearance. "Yi Qingtian, you're confined at Remorse Cliff for intruding on forbidden ground. How dare you come out? Are you disregarding the rules and regulations of the Heavenly Tao sect?" Yi Qinghong roared. Lin Yun casually found a place to sit down before he smiled. "I heard someone playing the zither, so I came out to take a breather. The Holy Maiden is here, so who do you think you are to stand out? Brat, are you disregarding the Holy Maiden's existence?" Yi Qinghong was immediately left speechless, with his face becoming red. This was because he never won once whenever he argued with Yi Qingtian. "Holy Maiden, this lecher isn't worthy of staying here. Please let me chase him out," Yi Qinghong said, cupping his fists together. "That's right. How can someone as shameless as him stay here?" Bai Yizhou followed suit, but Lin Yun wasn't afraid of them and smiled. "I did nothing wrong, to begin with, so who said that I'm guilty? Even if I'm guilty of something, it's not your turn to stand out. Look, the Holy Maiden hasn't said anything yet." Bai Shuang was inwardly fuming, but she couldn't figure out how someone could be so shameless. "Nie Wuxuang, not bad. Why don't you carry on? I still haven't had enough of it." Lin Yun smiled as he looked at Nie Wuxuang. Nie Wushuang responded with a smile and placed both his hands on the zither. He didn't reply to Yi Qingtian or play the zither. This instantly made everyone look at Yi Qingtian with surprise. After all, Nie Wushuang was a descendant of a musical clan. The song he played earlier crushed everyone from the Heavenly Dao sect, and they were greatly embarrassed. Even if Yi Qingtian was a talented swordsman, he had just entered the Nirvana stage. So no one was optimistic that he could face Nie Wushuang, who was at the 7th transformation of the Nirvana stage. Only Yi Qinghong, Zhang Kuei, and Bai Yizhou were stronger than him amongst the Heavenly Dao sect's disciples because they were outstanding geniuses of their clans. But they had no intention of stepping out. Not only that, they even mocked their fellow saint disciples and praised Nie Wushuang instead. Naturally, this made everyone furious, but they could do nothing about it. A smile appeared on Nie Wushuang's face as he said, "I have long heard of your name before coming to the Heavenly Dao sect, but honestly speaking, I don't think you're qualified to listen to my music." Oh, Lin Yun's interest was piqued, and he smiled. "I'll be honest with you. I have some knowledge of music Dao as well, so why don't you listen to mine?" The moment he said that, Yi Qinghong burst into laughter. "Yi Qingtian, don't embarrass yourself. You're nothing compared to young Master Wushuang. He's a descendant of a musical clan. It's fine to embarrass yourself, but don't embarrass our Heavenly Dao sect. You're just a clown. It looks like being confined at Remorse Cliff wasn't enough to change your cockiness." Bai Yizhou mocked. "You're not even worthy of cleaning the shoes for our young master. And yet you want to play music before our young master?" A servant beside Nie Wushuang said. "It looks like I've kept too low of a profile." Lin Yun smiled. He noticed that many of the profound Maiden Courtyard's disciples brought musical instruments with them, and he smiled. "Is there any big sister who is willing to lend me a musical instrument?" "Yi Qingtian, use mine. Yi Qingtian, use mine." Many of the profound Maiden Courtyard's disciples had a good impression of Yi Qingtian and didn't hesitate to send their musical instruments over. This scene naturally made many of the Heavenly Dao sect's saint disciples jealous. Looking at the passionate, profound Maiden Courtyard's disciples, Lin Yun picked a zither and briefly examined it before placing it on the table before him. Nie Wushuang glanced at the servant standing beside him, and the servant roared, "What audacity! Who allowed you to play the zither before my young master?" The servant quickly dashed out. He actually had a cultivation at the 5th transformation of the Nirvana stage, surprising many people. He might be fast, but Lin Yun was even faster and had played the zither. When the musical note burst, the servant was sent flying away, heavily injured by the note. The servant threw a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground. This scene happened too quickly, and no one came to their senses. They could only look at Yi Qingtian with shock. As the saying goes, you must look at the owner if you want to beat the dog. But I can't stand dogs barking when I'm playing the zither, so I apologize, young Master Wushuang. Lin Yun smiled. He might be apologizing, but he didn't look like it. "It's fine." Nie Wushuang maintained his smile, but murderous intent began to brew within his pupils. "Ha ha ha! Let's begin." When Lin Yun's hands fell on the zither, the aura he gave off changed. At this moment, he looked serene, like a musician with the zither in his eyes. When many of the women looked at Yi Qingtian's face, and they couldn't describe the charm he was giving off. Yi Qingtian's temperament was charming, and even Nie Wushuang was inferior to him. But zither music suddenly rang out, and it came from Nie Wushuang. He only strummed a zither string, and the explosive note instantly attracted everyone's attention. When he played the zither, he drew many people into his music. Lin Yun merely smiled before he played the zither, and the musical note he released was like a sword. When he closed his eyes, he felt he had returned to the day he just arrived in the Kunlun realm. His experience in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect was filled with anticipation for the future, and he didn't have to worry about his master's lifespan ending. He recalled how he played the flute to kill during the full moon, fully displaying the elegance of flower burial. When Lin Yun reopened his eyes, his pupils shone brightly. "Saint Tune!" Everyone was shocked. Their faces changed. This was because no one expected Yi Qingtian to grasp the Saint Tune. His music didn't seem inferior to Nie Wuxuang, and his skills were stronger than Zhou Su's. As Lin Yun and Nie Wuxuang's music clashed, the sky suddenly became dark, and Lin Yun's music actually suppressed Nie Wuxuang's music. This made Nie Wuxuang frown with a cold light flashing across his pupils because he didn't expect Yi Qingtian to know music. Pitiful attempt. Nie Wuxuang snorted, releasing his great saint tune. A chill began to gather in his fingers, indicating that he was becoming serious. Thunderclouds began to rumble above Lin Yun, with lightning being condensed from the great saint tune. This instantly made everyone's hearts tremble because this attack defeated Zhou Su. Everyone began to wonder if Yi Qingtian could really take this attack head-on. But Lin Yun wasn't afraid and increased his speed while playing the zither, and his musical notes were accumulating like a sword, wanting to sever everything. Lin Yun flicked his finger on the zither just when the crimson lightning bolt was about to descend. He smiled. Great Saint Tune? I happen to have grasped it as well. Crimson fireworks began to bloom and spread out along with his music, making everyone's faces change. Great Saint Tune! Not only did Yi Qingtian grasp the Saint Tune, he even reached the level of the Great Saint Tune. Could it be that Yi Qingtian was also a genius in music Dao? Even Bai Shuang was surprised, and her pupils were filled with doubt when she looked at Yi Qingtian. She muttered, "What's going on?" This was different from the Yi Qingtian she knew. But Lin Yun didn't seem to have turned the table around because of his great Saint Tune because the crimson lightning began to accumulate above his head, gradually forming into a terrifying vortex. But Lin Yun didn't seem to have seen it and was undisturbed by Nie Wuxuang, focused on playing his music. The surrounding wind seemed alive as it danced under Lin Yun's music. But this surprised Nie Wuxuang because he couldn't find any flaw in Yi Qingtian's music, nor figure out how Yi Qingtian managed to do it. Based on Yi Qingtian's performance, his attainment in music could be considered at the top of the pyramid, even within the 10 musical clans. Lin Yun entered a high mental state and laughed as he played the zither. His music gradually became louder, and everyone was shocked to discover that Nie Wuxuang couldn't suppress Yi Qingtian. The crimson vortex was slowly being dissolved, and the lightning was weakened. Rising wind and intoxicating clouds. Lin Yun laughed, and his music suddenly became rampant. His accumulated aura was like a sword that soared to the sky, slicing apart the thunderclouds and allowing sunlight to shine down on him. At this moment, Lin Yun's hair and clothes fluttered in the wind as he wore a smile. Nie Wuxuang, you don't seem that impressive after all. Lin Yun smiled. I suppose it's my turn now? Lin Yun's music tore the thunderclouds apart, and his music was like an army charging at Nie Wuxuang. Lin Yun's music exploded. When he destroyed the lightning vortex created by Nie Wuxuang, it reached the latter in the blink of an eye. His music was like an army galloping through the plains, and this made the faces of many divine Dao Pavilion's disciples change and involuntarily take several steps back. They couldn't believe that this was real. They could believe that Nie Wuxuang was defeated. This was something they didn't expect. Even Nie Wuxuang was shocked, and he nearly exclaimed. But he came from a musical clan and immediately reacted by using the unique playing technique of the Nie clan, playing a few hundred musical notes in a single breath. As the musical notes overlapped, the intent of his song was pushed to the limit. He was enveloped in a crimson radiance, with his hair fluttering in the wind as he roared, "Merciless!" When the two phenomena collided, the entire plaza began to tremble with waves of terrifying aura. The sheer shockwave of the clash made many people fly away. A battle between music can be so terrifying? Did Nie Wuxuang manage to block it? It looks like we can't underestimate musicians. Everyone was surprised, and they were shocked by Yi Qingtian's performance. Nie Wuxuang wasn't inferior either, especially when he released such a powerful phenomenon at the last moment. When the two phenomena clashed again, a vortex formed where Nie Wuxuang was, and the surrounding tables were destroyed with a terrifying shockwave spreading out. The divine Dao Pavilion's saint disciples also retreated when they saw this scene. A moment later, everyone quickly raised their heads when the phenomena disappeared. They saw Nie Wuxuang's hair disheveled with his face pale. All the strings on his zither also snapped, but that wasn't all. Soon after, the zither exploded and broke into two. He lost. Everyone was shocked by this scene with their mouths wide open. Yi Qingtian won. Yi Qingtian sat before the zither with a cocky smile on his face. This was his signature smile that made him look cocky. Naturally, this made many people furious, but they could do nothing about it. After all, Yi Qingtian was facing Nie Wushuang on behalf of the Heavenly Dao sect. So not only did everyone not feel angry about it, they even cheered. Is that the best a musical clan has to offer? Someone like you wants to play for our holy maiden. Young Master Wushuang seemed a little weak. After all, our senior brother Yi only knows bits and pieces about music Dao. Ha ha ha. Nie Wushuang, weren't you really arrogant earlier? Who do you think you are to be cocky in the Heavenly Dao sect? Hurry up, kowtow to senior brother Yi and admit your wrongs. The Heavenly Dao sect's disciples laughed. They weren't pushovers. They were all prideful people within the Eastern Desolation. They just felt suffocating earlier under Nie Wushuang. They were furious when they heard Nie Wushuang's cocky words, who said he would lose if anyone could get within 30 steps of him. This was why they vented their emotions when Nie Wushuang was at a disadvantage. The faces of the Divine Dao Pavilion's disciples became ugly. Nie Wushuang's face was also ugly, and he no longer had his elegance. Eru, Nie Wushuang said coldly. With a wave, he caught the eru thrown at him. When he started playing it, a piece of sorrowful music began to spread with moonlight shining on him. Moon reflected on the Urquin spring. Bai Shuang's face changed. This was the song played by Flower Burial. It's really the eru. Isn't this the song that made Flower Burial famous at the Nirvana banquet? Yi Qingtian is finished now. So Nie Wushuang really knows how to play the eru. Everyone's faces changed and became grave. The eru was an ancient musical instrument in the Kunlun realm, and it was long lost. But it reappeared during the Nirvana banquet. There were rumors that the musical clans immediately searched the ancient records and could only find bits and pieces about the eru. When Nie Wushuang started playing the eru, Lin Yun's phenomenon was shattered, and his music became chaotic. Humph! Nie Wushuang snorted with disdain, looking at Yi Qingtian. Anyone could tell that he worked hard to practice the moon reflected on the Urquin spring, which meant there was an expert in the musical clan. Lin Yun could tell with a glance. It should have been a powerhouse who grasped the imperial tone and deduced the song score, not to mention the special techniques they found in the ancient records. This was why the moon reflected on the Urquin spring played by Nie Wushuang wasn't inferior to his. In some aspects, it was even better than him. With a glance, Lin Yun could tell that Nie Wushuang's eru wasn't simple. It wasn't inferior to the eru in the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Right then, a zither string snapped on Lin Yun's zither, and his hand was cut by it. As Lin Yun continued to play, the strings began to snap, and the energy exploded from the zither, nearly cutting off his 10 fingers. You want to compete with me? Nie Wushuang sneered, and he continued to play the eru. His musical notes swept out like a dragon tail sweeping at Lin Yun. As sadness began to invade Lin Yun's emotions, this instantly reduced his combat power, and his movements became stiff. Ultimately, he had to soar to the sky to avoid this blow. A huge crack swept the place he previously sat, and the sound wave continued to sweep over Lin Yun. Lin Yun could only keep dodging in the air, but took several blows because he couldn't avoid them in time. Great! As expected of young Master Wushuang. This person needs to be taught a lesson. Yi Qinghong cheered, drawing enraged gazes from the surrounding Heavenly Dao sect's disciples. Even the profound Maiden Courtyard's disciples were fuming with anger. Ha ha! Yi Qinghong smiled awkwardly, but he wasn't too bothered about it as he exchanged a gaze with Bai Izhou. This is the outcome of wanting to compete in music with young Master Wushuang. The Divine Dao Pavilion's disciples laughed. This made Wang Yu and the others grit their teeth and become nervous as they looked at Yi Qingtian. Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded from the sky as Lin Yun threw a punch at the invisible dragon's tail. He wiped the blood off his lips and didn't panic. He took those blows on purpose. I finally regained some strength now and nearly fell into the music because it was too gentle. This was to warm himself up by using the pain to pull him out of the sadness. He had belittled Nie Wuxuang. This fellow did have some strength. Yi Qing Tian. Consider it your win if you can reach 10 steps within me. Nie Wuxuang regained his confidence and grinned. Lin Yun couldn't help laughing, looking at Nie Wuxuang trying to show off. Nie Wuxuang still had no idea who he was facing. As he dodged the incoming attacks, Lin Yun turned around and smiled. Actually, I do know how to play the eru as well. I wonder which big sister is willing to lend me their eru. His smile charmed the disciples of the profound maiden courtyard, but they were anxious. Do you have eru? I don't have one. It's too difficult and impossible to master without a mentor. Me too, what should we do? Junior brother Yi needs an eru. The female disciples were anxious as they looked at Yi Qingtian dodging in midair. They couldn't help feeling heartache while looking at Yi Qingtian. But the eru had reappeared not too long ago, and few people owned one aside of those musical clans. No one has one? The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched, and he couldn't help feeling embarrassed. He quickly lowered himself and narrowly dodged an incoming sound wave. When he lowered his head, the moon was reflected in the lake created by Nie Wuxuang, and the moon looked like it was going to fly out. You know how to play eru? A divine Dao Pavilion's disciple mocked. He naturally didn't believe what Yi Qingtian said. Yi Qingtian. Stop trying to show off and surrender. Nie Wuxuang laughed, and he increased his speed of playing the eru. Right then, an eru suddenly flew towards Lin Yun. When Lin Yun grabbed it, he turned around and saw Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang said indifferently, "Use mine." Lin Yun was surprised because he didn't expect Bai Shuang to help him. He was calm now that there was an eru in his hand. But he couldn't be bothered about that for now and smiled. Thanks for lending it to me. This scene nearly drove Nie Wuxuang insane with jealousy, and he roared, "Someone like you playing the eru? Get lost." The moon broke out from the lake, and the unleashed shockwave made many people exclaim. There was a destructive aura, wanting to destroy the entire world with sadness and anger. This instantly surprised all the heavenly Dao sect's disciples because they had never imagined that the eru was so powerful. Even from so far away, the sorrowful tune of the eru had affected their emotions, and some even broke down crying on the ground. How the hell did he manage to do this? Wang Yu wiped the tears off his cheeks. His face was filled with disbelief because he had previously interacted with musicians. But he had never experienced having his emotions affected, and this made him feel a chill run down his spine, compared to the terrifying aura of Nie Wuxuang's music. He began to worry if Yi Qingtian could hold his own as he looked at the moon soaring from the lake, charging at Lin Yun. But compared to the panic on everyone's faces, Lin Yun wasn't afraid and even wanted to laugh. "I'm not worthy of playing the eru? Was Nie Wuxuang worthy?" Then, Lin Yun drew the bow when the bright moon was about to fall on him. He played a piece of cheerful music, which swept the sorrowful tune played by Nie Wuxuang. This was the second eru score he played, Horse Racing. Under his music, the sorrowful tune played by Nie Wuxuang was rapidly disappearing, and the destructive aura also disappeared. The bright moon had disappeared before it could even reach Lin Yun, and it became a breeze that blew over him. As Lin Yun's hair fluttered in the wind, he smiled brightly, shocking everyone. Everyone was tearing up earlier, but they suddenly felt joy in their hearts and couldn't help feeling relaxed. The sadness in their hearts disappeared, replaced with a smile on their faces that was simply unbelievable. Nie Wuxuang was dumbfounded by this scene, with his mouth wide open. Who the hell could tell him what was going on? You really know how to play the eru. Lin Yun's performance shattered Nie Wuxuang's pride, and his eyes bulged. I happen to know a little. Lin Yun smiled, increasing his speed and playing a cheerful melody. When Lin Yun played the music, everyone felt like they were in a grassland with horses galloping around, and they could hear waves of laughter around them. Everyone was affected by this emotion, and they couldn't help smiling in real life. This instantly made Nie Wuxuang panic, and he tried to create the phenomenon of the moon reflected on the Urquan spring again. But things didn't go as he expected. Lin Yun's melody was cheerful, and he relaxed as he played it. He even deliberately showed off his skills by increasing his speed at certain parts. On the other hand, Nie Wuxiang felt that the bow in his hand was heavy and difficult for him to play. His face became red, and he could only play half a note. The sadness in his heart had reached the limit because the grievance he felt wasn't fake. But when he raised his head to look at Lin Yun wearing a smile and playing such a cheerful melody, he couldn't get into the sorrowful mood, no matter how he tried. Let's not mention the moon reflected on the Urquin spring, but he couldn't even play the eru, which made his face bitter. Everyone around him was laughing, and he was the only one who wanted to cry. A brief moment later, his eru left his hand as he was sent flying back by the sound wave, throwing out a mouthful of blood. Looking at this scene, Lin Yun wore his signature smile and cockily said, "Consider it your win if you can get within 10 steps of me. You're pushing it." Nie Wuxiang became furious as he charged at Lin Yun. "Ha ha ha! Great!" Lin Yun laughed because this was going according to his plan. When Nie Wuxiang was about 10 steps away from him, he was blocked out by an invisible sound barrier. This made Nie Wuxiang's face change when he landed on the ground, and he instantly understood what Yi Qingtian was trying to do. Yi Qingtian wanted him to humiliate him, just like how he humiliated others. Yi Qingtian was previously affected by Nie Wuxiang's music and took several blows because of his emotions. When Nie Wuxiang raised his head, his heart sank when he saw the smile on Yi Qingtian's face and wanted to retreat. As a heavenly song, we naturally need someone to dance with the music. Lin Yun laughed, and his melody became even more cheerful, instantly drawing Nie Wuxiang into his music. This made Nie Wuxiang lose control of his body, and he began to dance on the spot. His body swayed, and he was really dancing to the music. If his facial expression wasn't even uglier than crying, it might be a perfect dance with the song. When everyone saw Nie Wuxiang making a joke out of himself, they laughed even louder. Senior brother Nie. The Divine Tao Pavilion's disciples lowered their heads in shame. They gritted their teeth with determined looks because they couldn't let Nie Wuxiang embarrass himself any longer. A few of them dashed forth, wanting to grab Nie Wuxiang and bring him back. But they were horrified to find out that they were also drawn into the music. Before they could regret it, Lin Yun's laughter resounded once more. "Everyone, let's dance together." The exchange between holy lands was rather serious, and there had never been such a hilarious scene. 10-odd men dancing together to Yi Qingtian's song, and this scene made everyone from the Heavenly Tao sect burst into laughter. Nie Wuxiang was incredibly hilarious because he was smiling but trying to control himself with great difficulty. So this made his facial expression become twisted, looking like a clown. Everyone from the Heavenly Tao sect laughed heartily, especially when they recalled how cocky Nie Wuxiang was. So what if he was young Master Wuxiang? He was nothing but a joke in front of Yi Qingtian, and this scene was enough to make the Divine Tao Pavilion unable to raise their heads for at least half a year. Ultimately, their Heavenly Tao sect was still the strongest in the Eastern Desolation. "We can't rely on people like Yi Qinghong, Bai Yizhou, and Zhang Kuei. Ultimately, we have to depend on senior brother Yi to win." Someone sighed, saying what was in everyone's hearts. This naturally made the faces of Yi Qinghong, Bai Yizhou, and Zhang Kuei dark. When Lin Yun was done playing horse racing, the Divine Tao Pavilion's disciples were still dancing under the momentum. But when they came to their senses, their faces became red with shame and could only lower their heads. They wanted to find a hole and hide in it. Nie Wuxiang's cheeks twitched, and he turned to look at Bai Shuiying. He was worried about his image in Bai Shuiying's heart. But when he looked at Bai Shuiying, he nearly lost it because Bai Shuiying's gaze was on Yi Qingtian. "Let's consider that you won in music. But Yi Qingtian, do you dare to compete in the sword?" Nie Wuxiang had no way to vent the emotions in his heart, and his face distorted as he looked at Yi Qingtian. He no longer looked like the gentleman from before. He had lost his elegance. "What?" Lin Yun stowed the eru, intending to stop it here. But he couldn't help looking at Nie Wuxiang weirdly after hearing what the latter said. "What's the matter? You're scared?" Nie Wuxiang asked indifferently. Are you not the newly risen genius swordsman within the heavenly Tao sect? Everyone knew that Nie Wuxiang still wasn't willing to give up. Since he was defeated in his strongest trait, he naturally wanted to defeat Yi Qingtian in Yi Qingtian's strongest trait as well. A powerful sword intent suddenly exploded out from Nie Wuxiang. It was the firmament sword intent at greater mastery. He said, I know a bit or two about sword techniques. Yi Qingtian, do you dare to spar with me? There was a powerful gale in his sword intent. Nie Wuxiang's wind intent had reached the 6th grade. This instantly made the faces of everyone from the heavenly Tao sect change because Nie Wuxiang wasn't a pushover, and his martial intent alone was enough to intimidate many people. I advise you to give up on that, Lin Yun said. Honestly speaking, he had no interest in bullying someone. What's wrong? You're afraid. Nie Wuxiang squinted his pupils with a cold light flashing across them. You can still compete with me in terms of music. But in the sword, you're not even worthy of kissing my foot? Lin Yun said, raising his sword to the quasi-astral sword intent before flicking his finger. When a sword ray flew out from his finger, the quasi-astral sword intent shredded Nie Wuxiang's Gale's word intent. This made Nie Wuxiang take several steps back, throwing out a mouthful of blood as he clutched his chest. What else do you want to compete in? Lin Yun looked at Nie Wuxiang, keeping a smile on his face. He asked, movement technique? Fist technique? Saint physique? Or background? Nie Wuxiang's face alternated between blue and red. For some reason, he was intimidated by Yi Qingtian's gaze, and this was something he had never felt before. Yi Qingtian seemed like someone he had to look up to. Go back. Don't embarrass yourself any longer, Lin Yun said. You're only born in a better environment than most people. But when the golden era arrives, one's background is worthless. If you still behave this way, you'll soon be surpassed by countless people in your clan, let alone gaining a foothold in the Eastern Desolation. Lin Yun's words were like a dagger stabbing into his heart. Every musical clan flourished, and they had countless branches. He might be a descendant of the main branch, but he would be disposed of if what Lin Yun said really took place. Nie Wuxiang was speechless as he looked at Yi Qingtian. He took a deep breath before he said, Thanks for your guidance. This time he left without turning around. The other Divine Tao Pavilion's disciples also had no face to stay here any longer. They covered their faces and quickly left with Nie Wuxiang. This was supposed to be a lengthy exchange, but it ended quickly, something no one had expected. At the beginning of the exchange, Nie Wuxiang wanted to use this opportunity to gain a foothold in the Eastern Desolation. But Yi Qingtian's appearance ruined it all. Humph! Bai Yizhou, Yi Qinghong, Zhang Kuei, and Xiao Jingyan turned to leave, but they coldly looked at Yi Qingtian one last time before leaving. They naturally felt terrible about Yi Qingtian stealing all the limelight, especially Yi Qinghong, who had a deep feud with Yi Qingtian. Senior brother Yi, please hold it right there. Lin Yun suddenly called out to Yi Qinghong. The four turned around and curiously looked at Yi Qingtian, not knowing what the latter wanted to do. Yi Qinghong sneered. Junior brother Yi was mighty today and slapped young Master Wuxiang in the face. What's the matter? You want to slap our faces as well? He didn't fear Yi Qingtian, and there was even a hint of provocation in his tone, hoping for Yi Qingtian to make a move. Yi Qinghong was at the 7th transformation of the Nirvana stage, and he cultivated the Dao Yang Sword Sutra. He was confident that he could crush Yi Qingtian like an ant. Lin Yun went straight into the topic and said, You gave me a palm a month ago, so I wish to return it to you. Everyone in the surroundings took a deep breath. From Yi Qingtian's flick earlier, they already sensed that his cultivation was at the 3rd transformation of the Nirvana stage. Reaching it in such a short time must definitely be related to a saint origin. But even so, it was tantamount to fantasy to fight Yi Qinghong, who was at the 7th transformation of the Nirvana stage. Yi Qinghong's face sank, and he said, It looks like you really want to slap my face. You might have a slight chance of winning with the sword, but do you want to compete without weapons? Haha, come on then. Don't blame me for using too much power to destroy you. Yi Qinghong sneered. He wasn't furious but was looking forward to it instead. Is it that funny? Yi Qingtian's figure blurred in front of Yi Qinghong, and his voice suddenly resounded beside Yi Qinghong's ears. This startled Yi Qinghong, and he quickly circulated the Dao Yang Sword Sutra. His body became heated, and there was a sword vibration echoing out. He was like a sharp sword erected in the sun. Lin Yun was already impressed that he could so react quickly, but he was still a tad slower. Before Yi Qinghong could unleash his full strength, he already had to face the incoming attack from Yi Qingtian. But he wasn't too bothered about it because Yi Qingtian was only at the third transformation of the Nirvana stage, and he was confident of defeating Yi Qingtian with half of his strength. When their palms collided, blood splashed as Yi Qinghong screamed. This was because Yi Qinghong's arm was blown apart, with blood gushing from his shoulder. "I'll kill you." Yi Qinghong lost his rationale and attacked with his other hand. Lin Yun had already expected this and faced it head-on. When his palm landed on Yi Qinghong's chest, he circulated 60,000 strands of Nirvana aura, and his terrifying Nirvana aura began to fill his body. The aura he gave off was comparable to Yi Qinghong's 7th transformation of the Nirvana stage aura. Yi Qinghong disappeared. When he reappeared, he was lying on the ground 1,000 meters away and had already fainted. Yi Qinghong, Xiao Jingyan, Bai Yizhou, and Zhang Kuei were shocked because everything happened too quickly. When they came to their senses, they naturally became furious because Yi Qingtian was too bold. "Yi Qingtian, how dare you!" The faces of Xiao Jingyan, Bai Yizhou, and Zhang Kuei sank as they charged at Yi Qingtian. They were fast and didn't have the slightest intention of underestimating Yi Qingtian. The three knew they would lose their status within the Heavenly Dao sect if they couldn't suppress Yi Qingtian. But Lin Yun didn't dodge the incoming attacks because they would seal off his path of retreat if he dodged. Golden wings suddenly appeared behind Lin Yun and wrapped around him, blocking the three's attacks. When the three palms fell on the wings, it felt as though their palms struck a cauldron and caused a muffled collision. Golden crow wings. Xiao Jingyan, Bai Yizhou, and Zhang Kuei were shocked. It wasn't a secret that Yi Qingtian had exchanged the divine sun-chasing art in the contribution hall, but no one expected Yi Qingtian to reach such a terrifying height so quickly. His golden crow wings had nearly reached the level of a glory saint artifact. At the same time, Lin Yun circulated his two-sword sutras and opened his wings, sending the trio flying away. When the trio regained their footing, Lin Yun hovered in the air and was enveloped in a golden radiance that made him look like a deity. The faces of Xiao Jingyan, Bai Yizhou, and Zhang Kuei sank as they circulated their cultivation techniques with various phenomena appearing around them. All of this took place in a brief moment after Nie Wushuang left, and Lin Yun was facing the trio without taking a step back. He was trying to face the three of them before everyone's eyes. "That fellow?" Chun Zhong felt his throat dry with the corner of his lips twitching. He began to wonder what kind of monster Yi Qingtian was. Wasn't it rumored that the heavenly jade sword saint crippled him? So why did he become stronger instead? Was this the same person he knew in the celestial purging peak? Is it only because of the saint origin? Not only him, but everyone else had the same question. "Are you guys done messing around? Or do you guys want to fight here?" Bai Shuaing roared. Xiao Jingyan, Bai Yizhou, and Zhang Kuei quickly stopped and looked at Yi Qingtian with gloating expressions. They naturally thought that Bai Shuaing was reprimanding Yi Qingtian. After all, Yi Qingtian had just crippled Yi Qinghong. Not to mention he was guilty of intruding on the forbidden ground. But just when they were waiting to see how Bai Shuaing would convict Yi Qingtian, a palm knocked the three down from the air. The power of this palm was terrifying, and it wasn't what the trio could resist. Their nirvana auras were smashed apart, and they threw out mouthfuls of blood as they looked at Bai Shuaing in bafflement. "I'm asking you guys, so where are you guys looking at?" Bai Shuaing asked coldly. "What?" The trio widened their mouths in disbelief because they couldn't comprehend what happened. Wasn't Bai Shuaing going to convict Yi Qingtian? So why was she targeting them instead? "Get lost," Bai Shuaing said coldly, seeing that the trio still wanted to say something. Bai Yizhou's face changed. He felt embarrassed with resentment to be reprimanded by Bai Shuaing, but they didn't dare to stay and left quickly. "You, come with me." Bai Shuang looked at Yi Qingtian before she left. Holy Maiden, please wait. When Lin Yun stowed the golden crow wings and was about to leave with Bai Shuang, Bai Xiao suddenly appeared before Bai Shuang. What is it? Bai Shuang asked. Yi Qingtian is still in confinement and can't leave just like that. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain to the heavenly Jade Sword Saint, Bai Xiao said honestly. Do you think you can explain now? Bai Shuang asked. If you didn't let him leave on purpose, would he have been able to leave Remorse Cliff? Bai Xiao was speechless when he heard that. He intruded on the celestial pool because of me. Since I didn't pursue it back then, I naturally won't pursue it now, Bai Shuang said. What? Bai Xiao was briefly stunned before he came to his senses and smiled. Thank you, Holy Maiden. Bai Xiao felt relieved after hearing what Bai Shuang said, because he didn't have to be blamed now. Coincidentally, as Yi Qingtian brushed past him, he gave him a deep smile. This made the corner of Bai Xiao's lips twitch because he knew Yi Qingtian was showing off. At Remorse Cliff, Bai Xiao still praised Flower Burial and compared Yi Qingtian with him. But who knew that Yi Qingtian would slap his face? Who said that Yi Qingtian didn't know music? But Bai Xiao wasn't bothered about it. Instead, he felt great, just like the other Heavenly Dao Sect's disciples, because Yi Qingtian maintained the glory of the Heavenly Dao Sect. He was curious since Yi Qingtian knew how to play music and eru. Thank you for taking care of me at Remorse Cliff. Lin Yun patted Bai Xiao's shoulder and left with Bai Shuang. They both walked for some time, but neither of them spoke. The Nether Orchid Mountain was gorgeous, and they didn't take long to arrive before a lake. Bai Shuang stopped and turned around. Yi Qingtian, thank you for what you did today. Senior sister is the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden. Even without me, I believe you can easily deal with Nie Wushuang, Lin Yun said with a hint of doubt. He didn't expect Bai Shuang to thank him. The Nether Orchid Holy Maiden? Bai Shuang smiled. I remember telling you I was never concerned with my identity as the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden. In big clans, the identity as Holy Maiden is only to marry us off for a good price. Holy Maiden must be joking, Lin Yun replied. The reason why he came today was because of his guilt. No matter what he did, Nie Wushuang wasn't worthy of Bai Shuang. I'm not joking with you. I might seem glorious as the Holy Maiden, but even my clansmen won't be on my side at a crucial moment nor consider my opinion. Bai Shuang sighed, turning around to look at the lake. Just like Bai Ijo. He might seem to be on my side most of the time, but he secretly had contact with Nie Wushuang, so I can naturally see through his disguise. Lin Yun was shocked because this was the first time he felt that Bai Shuang looked lonely, and it was no wonder why she had such a cold temperament. He initially thought Bai Shuang would ask why he was proficient in music, but he didn't expect Bai Shuang to speak about everything from her heart with him. She was furious that her clan had made this arrangement with Nie Wushuang, but she could do nothing about it. Lin Yun kept quiet and listened to what Bai Shuang said, her life in the clan, and how lonely she was. From this lake, he could see the vague outline of the dustless palace when he raised his head, and many people were cleaning up the mess. The Yi clan's descendants had also rushed over. After a brief chat, Bai Shuang turned to look at Yi Qingtian. Oh right, when did you learn music? Not to mention you even knew how to play the eru. You have really changed my impression of you because I can't get familiar with it after practicing for a long time. Truth be told, the Azure River Sword Saint brought me to meet someone before returning to the Heavenly Dao Sect. We chatted happily, and he even taught me music. I didn't know his identity then, but I later realized that he must be Lin Yun, champion of the 9th Heavenly Path. What? Bai Shuang's eyes lit up after hearing what he said, and she said, now that I calculate the time, that should be the same time his identity was exposed at the Black Tortoise Void Sea and was saved by the Azure River Sword Saint. No wonder. It's impossible for Nie Wushuang to win against you if you have Flower Burial teaching you. Lin Yun was surprised, and Bai Shuang seemed to have inexplicable confidence in him. Senior sister also met him before? Lin Yun asked. Bai Shuang briefly hesitated before she replied, I guess so. He defeated my clone when challenging the Elysium Core ranking, but I was already in the Dragon Pulse realm. So I invited him to the Heavenly Tao sect to fight for real. Oh, Lin Yun casually replied but was inwardly shocked that Bai Shuang remembered that. Did he tell you when he's coming to the Heavenly Tao sect? Bai Shuang asked in a seemingly casual tone. Lin Yun briefly hesitated before he replied, No. He seemed to have gone to the Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain. Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain, as I've expected. Bai Shuang's face became pale, and her body trembled a little. She already had her speculation because it was best for Flower Burial to go to the Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain after his identity was revealed. After all, that Saint Elder said she would protect him, and even Tian Xuanzi didn't dare to intrude on the Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain. It was only speculation in the past, but she believed it now after hearing it from Yi Qingtian. She asked, Have you mentioned this to anyone? No one. No one knows about this besides the Azure River Sword Saint. Lin Yun replied. Good. Keep it a secret because a lot of people in the world want his life, Bai Shuang said. But Lin Yun was confused about why Bai Shuang wanted him to keep it a secret, and he realized he couldn't see through her. Oh right. Yi Qingtian, you're already at the third transformation of the Nirvana stage? Are the rumors real that you've refined a saint origin? That's true, Lin Yun replied. Saint origin is good, but it's an external item, and your foundation was too shallow in the past. You might be able to progress swiftly in your cultivation, but you'll have to overcome many difficulties when reaching the quasi-saint realm. So you have to be prepared for that. Bai Shuang smiled. Do you want to spar? Bai Shuang tied her hair and took out a sword. Sure. Lin Yun already guessed that Bai Shuang had many things hidden in her heart. They both distanced themselves and bowed before entering the divine firefly sword stance. They briefly faced off before they charged at each other. Their swords clashed with various phenomena appearing around them, empowered by their martial intents. This was a spar between the divine firefly sword. Lin Yun's divine firefly sword had each the minuscule stage, but he was surprised to discover that Bai Shuang's divine firefly sword wasn't weaker than his and was even stronger. But it wasn't surprising because Bai Shuang practiced the divine firefly sword longer than he did. Lin Yun soon adjusted his strategy and no longer faced her head-on with the divine firefly sword. Instead, he relied on his attainment in the sword. The divine firefly sword dramatically relied on combining moves and forming a cycle. After Lin Yun and Bai Shuang exchanged over 10-odd moves, he was in a disadvantageous position without using his Azure Dragon Sword Heart. Without using his sword heart, he couldn't bring out the astral sword intent, so he couldn't gain any advantage in his fight against Bai Shuang's divine firefly sword. Bai Shuang grasped both ice and fire intents, and her ice-fire sword intent reached a perfect state. It was even more perfect than Lin Yun's Azure Dragon Sword intent. This immediately baffled Lin Yun because he didn't expect Bai Shuang's sword intent to be so strong, and it seemed that Bai Shuang's martial intent was higher than his. He was too obsessed with the sword and ignored his martial intent. On the other hand, Bai Shuang had separated herself from sword intent and used a higher perspective to understand sword intent. This was a brand new way of thinking that Lin Yun never noticed. He naturally focused more on sword intent and felt that sword intent was stronger than other martial intents. But Bai Shuang's perspective was above ice, fire, and sword intents. This was an interesting experience that gave Lin Yun a whole new idea. After all, martial intents were just a method to fight enemies. As Lin Yun became determined to compete with Bai Shuang, his sword techniques suddenly changed, and his sword became pure. His sword flew out of his hand, catching Bai Shuang off guard. Her attack missed, and just when she was about to be trapped in Lin Yun's sword rays, Bai Shuang turned around and became transparent. The two let go of themselves and competed purely based on their understanding of the sword. One was detached from the sword, and there was a clear divide between her and her sword. On the other hand, there might be no sword in his hand, but he was actually one with the sword, and they couldn't be separated. Junior brother Yi, be careful now. Bai Shuang no longer held back and executed a powerful sword technique. A massive power gushed out from Bai Shuang's hand into her sword, and a massive power gathered at her sword tip, distorting the surrounding space. This sword is called Withered Tree Coming to Life. By Shuang slashed, and her frail body seemed to be filled with life force with her feet rooted in the space. She seemed to have turned into a massive tree at this moment, and Lin Yun was sent flying by this aura before he could even respond. He instantly recognized the Wither Sword art, the sword technique taught by the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint. But he didn't have the time to practice it. Now that he looked at it again, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint truly deserved her reputation. Ultimately, he was still too young, and Bai Shuang's foundation was too strong as the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint had taught her over the years. Thank you for your guidance. Lin Yun's gaze flickered, and he began comprehending the intent behind that attack. Bai Shuang's attack didn't contain a hint of murderous intent, and Lin Yun knew this was her form of gratitude for his help against Nie Wushuang. After experiencing this sword, he could save a lot of time when practicing the Wither Sword art. No need to thank me. Since my master has taught you this sword technique, you'll master it sooner or later with your talent. Bai Shuang said, and she seemed to be in a better mood after venting her emotions. Senior sister, what's your real cultivation? Lin Yun asked. He wanted to know how strong the Golden Generation geniuses were. But Bai Shuang smiled and disappeared. When Lin Yun looked around, she was already on a rock a few hundred meters away. Before Lin Yun could speak, Azure Saint Radiance shone on Bai Shuang. How dazzling! Lin Yun squinted his pupils, but he didn't have much shock on his face, as though he had already expected this scene. It turned out that Bai Shuang was a quasi-saint at the Azure Origin phase. Yi Qingtian, don't go to the Celestial Pool anymore in the future. The Solar Lunar Divine Rune isn't there, Bai Shuang said as she looked at Lin Yun. I know you're not a lecher like what others said, and you don't have to feel guilty towards me because I was never bothered by it. When Bai Shuang finished, she flew away like a fairy. Senior sister, your Eru. Lin Yun quickly took out the Eru, but Bai Shuang already left before he could return it. You can keep it. You're more suitable for it than me. Bai Shuang smiled, and she left. Lin Yun merely stood there, feeling lost. He couldn't help feeling guilty in front of Bai Shuang for some reason. She said that she was never bothered with her status as the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden, and she didn't want to be a holy maiden, but she was a holy maiden in Lin Yun's eyes. She was like a hibiscus that came out of the water. 3 days later, Wang Yu told Lin Yun that Bai Shuang had left the Heavenly Dao sect. Bai Shuang left? This news was so sudden for Lin Yun that it made him feel at a loss, as though he had lost something. He said many things to Bai Shuang in the past because he had to maintain his disguise as Yi Qingtian. It was like a game and he was pretending to be someone else. He didn't have to pay any price. But now, Lin Yun was shocked to discover that Bai Shuang had always maintained her calm. She was polite and kept her distance. Even when she revealed her murderous intent multiple times, she ultimately endured it. She maintained her composure whenever he faced her, and now that Lin Yun thought about it, he felt a little ashamed when he faced Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang was straightforward whenever she interacted with him. When he revealed his talent, she hoped he had changed and wouldn't waste his talent. When she saw him with Wang Mayan, she warned him not to get too close to the latter, which proved correct. As the saying goes, a gentleman had nothing to hide. Bai Shuang was honest with him, but he always had a mask, even if he seemed cocky. He didn't even dare to reveal his true appearance. He was like a clown right from the start. It turned out that he was the one who fell too deep in his acting. Yi Qingtian, don't be sad. Wang Yu sighed. He didn't know how to comfort Yi Qingtian. I'm not sad, Lin Yun replied. You still have to pretend in front of me? Wang Yu revealed an expression as though he understood Yi Qingtian well. Lin Yun couldn't help turning to look at Wang Yu in surprise. I naturally know you well, Wang Yu replied as though he knew what Yi Qingtian was thinking. He continued. I have already told you at Remorse Cliff that only I know you the best in the world, but nothing good comes if it's forced, so don't dwell on it too much. Lin Yun couldn't help smiling when he heard that. Still pretending? Wang Yu sneered. Did you fail in your confession 3 days ago? What confession? Lin Yun asked. Wang Yu glanced at Lin Yun and continued. Do you want me to tell you everything? Wang Yu already had his speculation when Bai Shuang called out to Yi Qingtian, and Yi Qingtian had probably confessed to Bai Shuang. But he was probably ruthlessly rejected by her. After that, Bai Shuang became honest with the elders of her clan that she was already at the quasi-saint realm, and she used this opportunity to temporarily leave the heavenly Dao sect. When Lin Yun heard what Wang Yu said, he couldn't help feeling speechless. Love has been complicated since ancient times. Don't dwell on it too much. Everyone thinks you're a scumbag, but I know you're not. Wang Yu sighed. The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched when he heard that. He really wanted to tell Wang Yu that he knew nothing about him. Who could have thought that the holy maiden's heart already belonged to someone? If I had known about that, I wouldn't have persuaded you to leave Remorse Cliff. This is all my fault, Wang Yu suddenly said, which shocked Lin Yun just because he wanted to refute Wang Yu's words. Who told you about that? Lin Yun asked suspiciously. Everyone already knows about it. Bai Shuang was honest to the Bai clan's elders that she already had someone she liked, and she had been waiting for him in the heavenly Dao sect, which was why she didn't leave after reaching the quasi-saint realm, Wang Yu said. One has to leave the sect after reaching the quasi-saint realm? Lin Yun asked in bafflement. The quasi-saint realm is a step onto the saint path, and the benefits of staying in the sect aren't high, Wang Yu said. There's also an unspoken rule in the heavenly Dao sect. Once a saint disciple reaches the quasi-saint realm, he or she will have to leave the sect and kill a demonic cultivator that's at the quasi-saint realm. This might be an unspoken rule, but everyone has been following it. This is why it is rare to see saint disciples who are at the quasi-saint realm in the sect. Lin Yun finally understood what Wang Yu meant through his explanation. He asked, "Who's that person?" He already knew Bai Shuang had someone she liked, but she never told him about who it was, so he was pretty curious about who this person was. She didn't say who it was, Wang Yu said furiously. That man must be a scumbag, using tricks to fool the holy maiden, and even said to meet in the heavenly Dao sect. In the end, he never came. Lin Yun was briefly stunned and looked a little dazed. I actually don't believe it either, but the holy maiden admitted it personally. She said they already consummated their marriage and hoped that her clan wouldn't arrange any marriage for her. Wang Yu sighed. Isn't that the same as falling out with the Bai clan? Lin Yun asked. It's not that simple. This is equivalent to breaking away from the Bai clan entirely. But it was lucky that the heavenly Jade Sword Saint showed up, or it would have been tough to clean the matter up. Wang Yu nodded. Why did she have to take it so far? Lin Yun sighed. Stop sighing. The Bai clan blames you for it, and I heard her younger sister wants to take your life. Wang Yu smiled. What does it have to do with me? I'm not the person she's waiting for. Isn't her younger sister a little too domineering? Lin Yun asked curiously. That might be the case, but what's reasonable? They didn't know who took the holy maiden's virginity, and they couldn't afford to provoke the heavenly Jade Sword Saint. So they naturally chose to take it out on you, Wang Yu sighed. Furthermore, the Bai clan wouldn't have lost a holy maiden if you hadn't chased Nie Wushuang away. Lin Yun didn't want to say anything more, but this was ridiculous. He picked up his teacup and took a sip, but there was another meaning in this, sending his guest off. But Wang Yu pretended not to see the hidden meaning and continued to chat with Yi Qingtian about other matters, such as the 4 strongest swordsmen of the heavenly Dao sect had returned, and a few were actually at the 9th transformation of the Nirvana stage. The heavenly Jade Sword Saint had accepted them as her outer disciples and privately taught them sword techniques. He blabbered about why the heavenly Jade Sword Saint did all this and how there must be a hidden reason why the heavenly Jade Sword Saint was so concerned about this sword assembly. I heard that the heavenly Jade Sword Saint wanted to get something from the hidden sword manor, Wang Yu said, looking at Lin Yun's face. What does it have to do with me? I won't go to the sword assembly. You can just say what you want. Stop beating around the bush, Lin Yun said. Wang Yu awkwardly smiled. Actually, there's more than one holy maiden in the heavenly Dao sect. Since the Nether Orchid holy maiden has left, isn't there another holy maiden? Coincidentally, you happen to know this holy maiden as well. You talking about Wang Mayan? Lin Yun asked, raising his head. That's right. She's actually from the same clan as me. She might not have a good reputation, But she's a peerless beauty, Wang Yu smiled. Rather than a peerless beauty, she is more like a femme fatale. Lin Yun inwardly muttered. You must have kept your distance from her because of Bai Shuang. But you don't have to worry about that now that Bai Shuang is gone, Wang Yu said. Lin Yun maintained his silence. He was really speechless this time. When Wang Yu saw that Yi Qingtian was silental, his eyes lit up, and he smiled. You don't have to say anything. I know what you mean. I know that it's inappropriate now, so I'll take my leave first. I'll look for you after some time. Before he left, Wang Yu gave Yi Qingtian a deep gaze as though he knew everything. After Wang Yu left, Lin Yun muttered, I thought I was an expert, but he's the expert instead. He knows everything aside from Sword Dao. I have no idea how he comprehended the life intent. Wang Yu was a good person and one of Lin Yun's few friends within the Heavenly Dao sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't put up with someone who blabbered so much. Lin Yun, that last lied. She's still a virgin, Lil Purple said. You're also knowledgeable when it comes to this field? Lin Yun asked. Lil Purple's face blushed, and she said, Didn't you forget that I've seen her entire body back in the celestial pool? So this is only her excuse to cut clean with the Bai clan. But I wonder who's the person she's waiting for? Lin Yun said after a brief pondering. You're not afraid that she'll go look for him? Lil Purple asked. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he replied. What does it have to do with me? I should leave the sect as well. I have to make a trip to the Myriad Grave Valley. Are you really thinking about grasping nirvana intent? It's not that easy. Let's not mention that you haven't grasped the life and death intents. It's not easy to comprehend nirvana intent, even if you did possess them. If you're not careful, you might spend from a decade to a century trying to comprehend it. Lil Purple said because she knew how tough it was to grasp nirvana intent. As the saying goes, time was the monarch and space was king. But when nirvana appears, they're both nothing. It might sound unbelievable, but it wasn't a lie because it was rumored since ancient times. The Iris Sword Saint can do it, so why can't I? Lin Yun refuted. He's different, Lil Purple said. I have already looked into the Myriad Graves Valley. That place is filled with graves, blood crows, and bizarre flowers. Even if I can't find any clues about life intent, I can upgrade the flower burial sword. So consider it as killing two birds with one stone. Over at Indigo Thunder Peak, sword rays flickered, accompanied by occasional dragon roars in a certain courtyard. When the sword rays flashed, thunderstorms raged. Lin Yun was practicing his sword in his courtyard. After fighting with Bai Shuang 3 days ago, Lin Yun would try to fuse his sword and Azure Dragon intents, as well as practicing the Wither Sword art. He had a lot of insights into his battle with Bai Shuang, who merged her fire, ice, and sword intents. Lin Yun's Azure Dragon intent wasn't any weaker than the Ice Fire intent and was even stronger in a certain sense. But he neglected the Azure Dragon intent. He might fuse them occasionally on a whim, but it was lacking compared to Bai Shuang's Ice Fire intent, which mimicked the sun and moon. Lin Yun had some clues about fusing them over the past 3 days, but he still couldn't find the key, which made him a little irritable. Even the Wither Sword art was tossed to the side. I possess dual sword souls, and my senior brothers praised me, so I shouldn't be inferior to Bai Shuang. Lin Yun was inwardly baffled. Strictly speaking, Bai Shuang couldn't be considered a pure swordsman. She practiced her martial intents differently from others and cultivated the perception that she was above them. She must be following some kind of ancient path, and she was really mysterious. Even Lil Purple couldn't see through her entirely. While Lin Yun was pondering, a figure approached during the night. She was surrounded by a thin cloth, giving off a profound radiance, and had a voluptuous figure. Senior sister? Lin Yun was surprised to see this person, and he cupped his fists together. I pay my greetings to the profound maiden. Xianxia hovered in the air and looked at Yi Qingtian curiously. After all, Yi Qingtian stood out in the exchange 3 days ago and defeated Nie Wushuang with music before crippling Yi Qinghong of the Yi clan. So no one didn't know about him within the Heavenly Dao sect, and even the Eastern Desolation knew that there was someone like him. Then again, what made Xianxia really curious were the rumors that Yi Qingtian confessed to Bai Shuang, forcing the latter to reveal her cultivation at the quasi-saint realm and leaving the sect. He rose to fame because of that, but his reputation was mixed. Initially, someone like Yi Qingtian wouldn't catch Xianxia's attention, and she would maintain her distance from him. But for some reason, she couldn't help feeling a close connection with this person, and she didn't feel any disgust upon meeting him. She even felt that Yi Qingtian seemed to be on guard against her, and this guard was deliberate and reserved. Yi Qingtian, you've caused quite the commotion in just half a month. Xianxian smiled. Profound maiden, you must be joking, Lin Yun replied carefully. Xianxian couldn't help laughing when she saw Yi Qingtian's expression and even wondered if it was her misperception. Yi Qingtian was a little too serious in front of her, and he was nothing like the rumors. She didn't ask too much about it and said, My master wishes to see you. Please lead the way, profound maiden, Lin Yun said, cupping his fists together. Half a stick of incense later, Lin Yun finally met the legendary Serene Dust Great Saint. When the Serene Dust Great Saint saw him, she got Xianxian to leave before she examined him with a smile. The Serene Dust Great Saint was famous for being overprotective within the Heavenly Dao sect, and her enemies tended to end up miserable. After all, a saint sovereign was forced into a tough position because Xianxia was hung outside the profound maiden courtyard. Lin Yun took a deep breath before he cupped his fists together. Disciple Lin Yun greets mistress. Mistress? The Serene Dust Great Saint was briefly stunned before she wore a playful smile. If your master knew what you called me, he'd probably expel you. Don't address me in this manner in the future. Okay, mistress. Lin Yun nodded. The Serene Dust Great Saint's face sank, and she coldly said, I have already joined Buddhism, and I'll break your legs if you address me that way again. I'll make you speak. Kneeling. Lin Yun awkwardly smiled. Okay, mistress. The Serene Dust Great Saint snorted before she pointed for Lin Yun to sit down. She said, You've caused quite the commotion recently. Even the Bai clan and Yi clan were fuming. I pondered and decided to keep you here. After she said that, she suddenly thought of something and looked at Lin Yun's smile. This instantly made her awkward, but she was a great saint. She smiled. If Wuming were as smart as you back then, I wouldn't have joined Buddhism. If I heard you calling me mistress a few hundred years ago, I would probably rejoice. I've become old now. You dare to call me mistress, but I don't dare to acknowledge it. The Serene Dust Great Saint's voice sounded a little sad and heart-aching. Lin Yun quickly said, Mistress, you must be joking. Mistress is still beautiful, and many women within the Heavenly Dao sect can barely hold a cradle to your beauty. He wasn't lying because the Serene Dust Great Saint's beauty wasn't inferior to the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint. They both had their traits and they were both rare beauties. The Serene Dust Great Saint smiled. Even Wuming never praised me like that. Alright, let's stop joking around. You'll stay here for the next few days, and no one will dare to make trouble with you here. What has Bai Ziyuan taught you? The Serene Dust Great Saint asked, looking at Lin Yun. Wait, who's Bai Ziyuan? Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he knew who the Serene Dust Great Saint was talking about. She must be referring to the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint, so he said, Martial Ant taught me the Divine Firefly Sword and the Wither Sword Art. The Wither Sword Art? The Serene Dust Great Saint was baffled, and she said, I never heard of this Wither Sword Art before. Tell me more about it. When Lin Yun explained that the Wither Sword Art was similar to the Divine Firefly Sword with 13 sword forms, and that it was hard to master it. Lin Yun had spent a lot of time on the first sword form alone and barely managed to learn it. His interaction with Bai Shuang gave him more insight into this sword technique, allowing him to progress rapidly. After hearing Lin Yun's explanation, the Serene Dust Great Saint laughed. That's not any Wither Sword Art. That's the Saint volume of the Divine Firefly Sword, also known as the Divine Sun Moon Sword, but it's difficult to practice it without reaching the Saint realm. Didn't Bai Ziyuan tell you about it? What? Lin Yun was surprised and finally understood why he could feel a connection between this sword technique and the Divine Firefly Sword. So that was the next level of the Divine Firefly Sword. In the Saint volume, even the radiance of fireflies can compete with the sun and moon. 13 swords are equivalent to 13 steps, and each step is as high as 1,000 feet. The difference is huge, the Serene Dust Great Saint explained. I might not be a pure swordsman, but I still know a thing or two about the sword. But it's hard to practice this sword technique without Saint Aura, and you'll have to reach the quasi-saint realm, at the very least. Lin Yun finally understood why Bai Shuang could practice it when it was tough for him. One must know that Bai Shuang didn't even grasp astral sword intent, and his sword talent was definitely stronger than hers. Bai Ziyuan didn't tell you about it? The Serene Dust Great Saint asked coldly. Lin Yun's face changed, and he felt that the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint might have had a deeper reason for not saying anything. He also couldn't practice the 13 Firefly swords back then, but he managed to enter the threshold because of the Heavenly Dome Sword intent. He now grasped the Astral Sword intent, which even saints would have difficulty grasping. This was probably why the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint felt he could practice it, since she didn't tell him, maybe because it wasn't the right time or she didn't tell him on purpose. You probably took the fall for wooming. A great saint lowering herself to a junior. How shameless can she be? The Serene Dust Great Saint said. Lin Yun smiled awkwardly because that really seemed to be the case. He could sense that the Serene Dust Great Saint didn't have a good relationship with the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint, and it was best for him not to get involved in this topic. She probably wanted to see you suffer and beg her, the Serene Dust Great Saint said. Tell me about the martial techniques you know. I'll see if I can give you any pointers. You don't have to worry about suffering here because I will take good care of you. Thank you, mistress. Lin Yun thanked and performed all the martial techniques he knew. After reaching the Nirvana stage, his martial techniques have become systematic. He had the Divine Sun-Chasing Art for his movement technique, 2 Saint Physiques for his body-refining technique, the Sovereign Dragon Fist for fist techniques, Flicking Divine Finger for secret techniques, and the 13 Firefly Swords and sort of the beginning for sword techniques. There were also other less commonly used techniques, such as the Heavenly Silkworm Hands and Nether Shackles. The Sovereign Dragon Fist? The Serene Dust Great Saint said, This is a Dragon Clan's martial technique, and I know some of them. Form the Sovereign Dragon Seal and let me see. Lin Yun nodded and began to form seals with dragon aura sweeping out from his body. He formed the Blue Dragon Seal, Silver Dragon Seal, and Golden Dragon Seal before the 3 seals combined to form the Sovereign Dragon Seal. You're still lacking the White Dragon Seal, Indigo Dragon Seal, Blue Dragon Seal, and Red Dragon Seal of the 7 Divine Dragon Seals. The Serene Dust Great Saint said, I'll first teach you the seals and give you a Sovereign Dragon Seal painting. Focus on perfecting the Sovereign Dragon Seal first. As for the fist technique, I'll think of a solution for you, so you don't have to be too anxious about it. If the Sovereign Dragon Seal isn't complete, you can't unleash the true power of this fist technique. Lin Yun rejoiced when he heard that. The Sovereign Dragon Seal had been incomplete for a long time, and he couldn't find an opportunity to perfect it. He was already thinking about giving up on it, but he didn't expect to get the rest from the Serene Dust Great Saint. The Dragon Clan has 2 powerful fist techniques known for their power. They are the Imperial Dragon Fist and Sovereign Dragon Fist. I would actually prefer that you practice the Imperial Dragon Fist, but forget it since you've practiced the Sovereign Dragon Fist. The Serene Dust Great Saint smiled. I'll listen to the mistress. Lin Yun smiled. The Serene Dust Great Saint's smile became more amicable, and she was even more satisfied when she looked at Lin Yun. She said, You can stay in the Dustlight Temple to cultivate during your time here. This is where I usually cultivate. Don't forget about resources as well. You've finished all the Nirvana pellets, right? I'll give you some more, including True Dragon Saint Liquid, to nourish your body. I'll also get a few more Saint Dragon pellets for you. Lin Yun widened his eyes when he heard that because the Serene Dust Great Saint was too generous. Oh, I know you and Xian Yen are acquaintances from back in the profound Amber Realm, but I hope you can keep your identity a secret for now, the Serene Dust Great Saint said. I understand. Lin Yun nodded as he took a deep breath. This made the Serene Dust Great Saint see that he had a little heartache, so she comforted him. You don't have to worry about it too much. You won't have to hide your identity after Wuming reaches the Emperor Realm. Can Master really succeed? Lin Yun asked. The Serene Dust Great Saint smiled. Why not? Wu Ming has a breath held in his chest. Those in the same generation are already dead, and yet he is persevering. Everyone says he's dying, but I know he will succeed. Do you know what that breath is? Wu Ming was never weaker than anyone, including the 9 emperors. Lin Yun was briefly stunned because the serene dust great saint really understood his master. This was what Lin Yun was concerned about. With his master's talent, he could have already reached the emperor realm. But because of that breath, he wanted to reach the same height as the 9 emperors if he made a breakthrough. Otherwise, he would rather die than become an emperor. But the serene dust great saint's smile disappeared after Lin Yun left. She wasn't as optimistic as what she said. The Dustlight Temple was located in the depths of the profound maiden courtyard, and there was a gigantic 1,000-bladed Buddha carved on the cliff. There was a massive plaza before the statue. This place was so densely enveloped in saint aura that it formed a mist around the plaza. If cultivators stayed here, they could benefit from the saint aura, even if they didn't cultivate it. This was where the serene dust great saint cultivated, and this was naturally a superb place to cultivate within the heavenly Tao sect since a great saint could use it. Even the most outstanding saint disciple of the profound maiden courtyard or saint elders didn't dare to cultivate here. Xianxia was an exception, and now there was Lin Yun. Relying on the resources given to him by the serene dust great saint and this place, Lin Yun made a breakthrough and reached the 5th transformation of the nirvana stage in just half a month. Even Lin Yun was amazed by his cultivating speed. His cultivation stagnated when he was with the heavenly jade sword saint, and he only improved in the sword. But with the serene dust great saint, she felt a heartache for him because his cultivation was too low. She even gave Lin Yun 10 saint dragon pellets, which were rare in the world, and countless nirvana pellets, as well as true dragon saint liquid. According to the serene dust great saint, Lin Yun needed true dragon saint liquid since he possessed 2 saint physiques. She got him 12,000 kilograms of 7th grade true dragon saint liquid. The serene dust great saint placed it and Lin Yun in a cauldron, before burning them with sacred flames, allowing him to refine and absorb the true dragon saint liquid. She even went as far as to obtain 6,000 kilograms of 9th grade true dragon saint liquid. 9th grade true dragon saint liquid was refined with pure-blooded dragons, and even the heavenly Tao sect didn't have much. Lin Yun even wanted to secretly keep some of it because it was too extravagant. But he would be despised by the serene dust great saint and even laughed at him for not being a country bumpkin. She only left in satisfaction after watching him refining all of the true dragon saint liquid, and this naturally made Lil Purple, who was within the iris secret realm, anxious. But there was nothing Lin Yun could do about it because this was a demand from the serene dust great saint, and it wasn't because he didn't want to secretly keep it for himself. Ultimately, Lil Purple could only puff her cheeks and grumble. The heavenly jade sword saint was cold like ice, with no one daring to approach her. She had tempered his sword intent, while the serene dust great saint was like a honey, doting on Lin Yun, and this experience was something he never felt before ever since he came to the Kunlun realm. One day, Lin Yun opened his eyes and saw that Xianxia was here without him knowing it. Lin Yun wasn't surprised because they were already familiar with each other over the past 15 days. "Senior sister, you're really early today?" Lin Yun smiled. "That's not it. I'm here to tell you that I'll be leaving. After all, we can be considered acquaintances over the past 15 days, despite you being like a block of wood most of the time." Xianxia smiled. "Leave? Where are you going? Are you going to leave the heavenly Tao sect?" Lin Yun asked after a brief stun. Xianxia burst into laughter, looking at Lin Yun's dumbfounded appearance. "Where can I go if I'm not in the heavenly Tao sect? I have some matters to attend to at the God Burial Woods. A divine blood flower will bloom soon, and the saint disciples ranked in the top 100th from the 6 holy lands will go there." "Senior sister, you're also on the king ranking?" Lin Yun pretended to be curious. He didn't care about the divine blood flower, nor the king ranking, but was concerned about Xianxia's safety. Xianxia was his weakness and bane. "I have long reached the 9th transformation of the nirvana stage, and I was in the top 100th last year. I should be in the top 50 or even higher now," Xianxia confidently said. The king ranking didn't have any quasi-saints, but there wasn't any limit on the age. The scope was the entire Eastern Desolation, and it was terrifying that Xianxian could be ranked in the top 50, not to mention that she was still so young. "I'll get going now," Xianxian said and left. Lin Yun wanted to open his mouth, but she had already turned around. When he felt a little helpless, Xianxian suddenly turned around and asked, "Yi Qingtian, do you have something hiding in your heart? You can actually tell me about it. It will form a demon in your heart if you can't resolve it." Lin Yun bitterly smiled because he had a lot he wanted to tell Xianxian, but he couldn't. Let's not mention that he couldn't reveal his identity. But he didn't dare to, even if he could. He was the one who chose Su Xiao back then, and it had already been 5 years since Xianxian left. "I knew it. You have something in your heart, and I have long noticed it." Xianxian sighed. Lin Yun briefly hesitated before he smiled. "Actually, it's nothing. I have a friend, and he ran into some issues." "Oh? Go on." Xianxian blinked her eyes, but she was laughing inwardly. Was this person really his friend? "I have this friend. He used to have a junior sister. Since he had just arrived in the sect, that junior sister took great care of him. They experienced a lot together, and they supported each other." Lin Yun sat with his legs crossed, paying attention to Xianxian's expression. He continued, "Their relationship has long surpassed that of martial siblings, but my friend was too young back then. He didn't know the feelings of that junior sister and only treated her as a young sister. He was only focused on finding the person he loves." Xianxian listened to the story and suddenly smiled. "That junior sister must be really pretty." "Yeah, she's as pretty as senior sister." Lin Yun couldn't help saying that, looking at Xianxian in a daze. Xianxian blinked her eyes and felt that Yi Qingtian finally revealed his fox's tail. In a teasing tone, she smiled. "Yi Qingtian, is that what you said to Bai Shuang as well?" Xianxian was smiling, but this made Lin Yun's heart ache. He had a lot of bitterness in his heart, but he didn't know how to express it. It felt as though there was an invisible hand clenching his heart. He squeezed out a smile as a form of response and continued. "They both experienced a lot after that, and they even shared the pain of losing someone who was a friend and a family to them. When all the hardships before them were cleared, my friend finally found clues about his lover. He asked his junior sister about it, and his junior sister encouraged him with a smile, telling him not to miss this opportunity. When everything was over, he discovered that the junior sister had left when he turned around. It has been many years since then, and my friend is in much pain because he realized how wrong he was." Xianxian sighed. "The moonlight in the heart. The junior sister is still inferior to the moonlight. The moonlight in the hearts of every man was their weakness, just like the moonlight shining through the window. Couldn't be reached or touched, but people always yearned for it. Every man had 2 girls in their hearts, the goddess in their hearts when they were young, like the moonlight in their hearts. The other was a woman who lived by his side. She could be a lover, a wife, or a real person in front of him." Lin Yun didn't know if Su Xiao could be considered his moonlight, but he knew that Xianxian was also an important person in his life. If Su Xiao was the moonlight in his life, Xianxian was the woman in front of him. People might call him greedy, but he really wanted all of them. They were people he was willing to put his life at risk for to protect them, and they were also his weakness. Xianxian smiled. "Yi Qingtian, is the friend you're talking about you?" "Senior sister. Would you forgive my friend if it's you?" Lin Yun asked. He didn't reply to Xianxian's question. Xianxian was briefly stunned before she said, "And you're still not admitting that you were referring to yourself when you mentioned this friend. Senior sister, would you forgive my friend if it's you?" Lin Yun repeated his question. Xianxian was still wearing a smile, and she said, "Yi Qingtian, I never realized that you're pretty adorable. It looks like the rumors are true." "What rumors?" "There were rumors that Bai Shuang was forced to leave by you, and there were also rumors that you took her virginity a year ago," Xianxian said. "I didn't believe it at first, but I'm starting to believe it now. That junior sister should be from the Yi clan, right? As for the moonlight, it's naturally Bai Shuang. As expected of you, Yi Qingtian." Even I was mistaken. Lin Yun opened his mouth and was speechless, but he couldn't help expressing a grievance. This made Xianxia laugh, and she said, "All right, I won't tease you anymore, and I'll answer you seriously. Since you can ask that question, it means you've yet to grow up, and you don't understand your junior sister." "What do you mean?" Lin Yun asked. "If my guess is right, your junior sister has never blamed you for it. She can even give up the opportunity to wander the world with you, so how could she blame you? She just hopes everything is good for you," Xianxia said. When she said that, her expression darkened as though she thought of something. She smiled bitterly. "I also have a friend, and her junior brother is as good-looking as you. No, he's even more good-looking than you." Lin Yun's heart fluctuated like a pebble thrown into a lake, and he had difficulty holding himself down. He bit on his lips and raised his head. "Senior sister, I'm also your junior brother." Xianxia was stunned when she laughed. "Yi Qingtun, it's not good to take advantage of someone else. I only have one junior brother in my life. He came facing the wind and became enemies with the entire world for me." After she was done speaking, she left, but her voice still resounded. Since ancient times, being lovesick has always been the harshest. Xianxia gradually disappeared into the distance until she could no longer be seen. Lin Yun stood up and was filled with mixed feelings while watching Xianxia's leaving figure. A long time later, he took a deep breath and smiled. "It looks like I've been misunderstood." 3 days later, Lin Yun's hands began to change on the massive Buddha statue, performing the blue dragon seal, golden dragon seal, silver dragon seal, and white dragon seal. As a boundless nirvana aura was poured into his 10 fingers, 7 dragon seals were formed before they began to fuse. Ultimately, a 7-colored radiance shone from his hands, forming layers of light curtains behind him. Lin Yun had executed the perfect sovereign dragon seal with an ancient aura being emitted from it. At the same time, a terrifying dragon aura also enveloped the entire region. The mist covering the plaza was swept away, and Lin Yun's aura swept out into the surroundings. He sighed because the terrifying power of the sovereign dragon seal even made him fearful. This is the power of the complete sovereign dragon seal? He now understood why his master told him not to rush with the sovereign dragon seal. No matter how he trained in it, it would be incomplete without the perfect sovereign dragon seal. With a single thought, he dispersed the sovereign dragon seal. Bai Shuang and Xianxia had left, and the heavenly Tao sect suddenly felt empty to him. He muttered, "It's time for me to get going as well." Lin Yun went to meet the serene dust great saint and told her about his intention, to which the latter nodded in agreement. He wanted to go to the Myriad Graves Valley. Since those at the quasi-saint realm couldn't, the dangers were relatively low for Lin Yun. But the moment he came out of the profound maiden courtyard, he ran into a woman that shared an uncanny resemblance with Bai Shuang. Lin Yun instantly realized that this must be the saint disciple Wang Yu spoke of, the younger sister of Bai Shuang, Bai Qingyu. She seemed to be waiting outside the profound maiden courtyard for a long time, and she roared when she saw Lin Yun. "Yi Qingtun, it's either you die or I die today." Lin Yun stopped and looked at Bai Qingyu. "It's prohibited to take another disciple's life, not to mention I'm the secluded disciple of the dragon origin great saint. So you should address me as senior brother." Bai Qingyu executed a profound movement technique and dashed forth. When she landed on the ground, she coldly said, "You think you deserve to be called senior brother by me? Someone like you should pay for taking my sister's innocence with your death." Lin Yun didn't want to waste any time with her. She was no different from a child in his eyes. Anyone could tell she was spoiled. But she was Bai Shuang's younger sister, and Lin Yun couldn't teach her a lesson like he taught others. "Yi Qingtian, you've finally come out. You must be guilty since you've been hiding in the profound maiden courtyard." For figures walked out, and Lin Yun was familiar with them. They were Xiao Jingyan, Bai Yizhou, Zhang Kuei, and Yi Qinghong. After some time of not seeing each other, they reached the 8th transformation of the Nirvana stage. Everyone has gotten stronger, and Xiao Jingyan was the most unpredictable amongst the 4. As a saint's disciple of the heavenly Yin Palace, He was mysterious and gave off a powerful aura. He was also the one who spoke out. "Yi Qinghong, I thought you'd be in bed for at least half a year," Lin Yun said, after what he experienced in the plaza before the dustless plaza. Yi Qinghong became more scheming, and he wasn't furious by what Yi Qingtian said. Instead, he smiled. "Not bad. It can be considered a blessing in disguise, and I have to thank you for that." Yi Qingtian, the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden, left the sect after speaking with you. "You dare say that it has nothing to do with you?" Bai Yizhou coldly questioned. "Yi Qingtian, I'll give you a chance. I won't pursue this matter if you can defeat me. If you lose, you must sever your arms and never appear within Heavenly Tao sect again," Bai Qingyu said. Seeing such a tyrannical brat, Lin Yun said, "Sure. Come on then. This brat probably doesn't know about the dangers that are in the world, and there was a high probability that she had been indoctrinated with improper thoughts or even instigated by others. To put it bluntly, she had no brains. If Lin Yun disagreed, she might fight him on the spot, disregarding the sect's rules. "Let's agree in advance that we won't use our constellations," Lin Yun said. "Okay." Bai Qingyu rejoiced and circulated her nirvana aura with her saint's sword shining brightly. Those from the Heavenly Tao sect would be able to recognize this sword. This was the Stale Water Sword, a two-spirit glory saint artifact. The sword's body looked like rippling water. A two-spirit glory saint artifact? Lin Yun never looked down on her right from the beginning, but he was surprised her weapon was a two-spirit glory saint artifact. "You only said that we're not allowed to use our constellations, and you said nothing about glory saint artifacts. You can die now." Bai Qingyu smiled, and she released her cultivation without any reservation. Her cultivation was at the 9th transformation of the Nirvana stage. This made Lin Yun frown, and he now knew why the Serene Dust Great Saint said his current cultivation was weak. He drew out the flower burial sword, and a dazzling radiance enveloped the sword as it flew around him. Sword manipulation, not bad. Bai Qingyu activated a glory spirit, and waves began to appear with the sword as the center. She had fused with the surrounding ocean, and she could unleash a massive wave with a swing of her sword that made the surrounding space tremble. Stale Water Astral River. Bai Qingyu soared to the sky and thrust her sword forth. She stood on a wave with a boundless ocean beneath her, and the power of this sword was terrifying. Lin Yun had to admit that Bai Qingyu was worthy of being Bai Shuaing's younger sister, since she wasn't weak. Lin Yun calmly flicked his finger, and the flower burial sword disappeared. When the flower burial sword reappeared, it was like a bright sun unleashing a horrifying sword aura, and Lin Yun easily destroyed the phenomenon of Bai Qingyu's attack. When Lin Yun flicked his finger again, the flower burial sword turned around and shot forth. This made Bai Qingyu's face change. She wanted to execute a secret technique to increase the power of her sword aura, but Lin Yun didn't give her the opportunity. With a flick, the flower burial sword's attacks began to change. Bai Qingyu had already lost when she made the wrong move, and the stale water sword was knocked away from her hand. A hint of greed flashed within Xiao Jingyan's pupils when he saw this scene, while Yi Qinghong and others exclaimed in surprise, "That fellow is already at the 5th transformation of the Nirvana stage? I can't comprehend it. That fellow is a little too terrifying to reach the 5th transformation of the Nirvana stage in such a short time." Bai Yizhou shook his head. "That's not the key. Most importantly, he's no weaker than Bai Qingyu despite his cultivation being at the 5th transformation of the Nirvana stage. Bai Qingyu is Bai Shuaing's sister and possesses a saint physique. The resources she consumed ever since she was young were more than us. But Yi Qingtian can easily face her with his cultivation at the 5th transformation of the Nirvana stage. If he's at the 9th transformation of the Nirvana stage, he might immediately enter the king ranking." Everyone was shocked, with fear flashing within the depths of their pupils. They could feel immense pressure coming from Yi Qingtian and knew they had to get rid of him. "You're despicable." Bai Qingyu wasn't convinced by her loss. "I haven't even revealed half of my strength, and you launched a sneak attack against me." Lin Yun felt helpless when he heard that, and he could only comfort, "Go back and train if you want to fight me again." Bai Qingyu gritted her teeth. unable to accept her loss. She might not be comparable to her sister, but she was also a genius ever since she was young. She might lose occasionally, but she only lost to famous opponents, and Yi Qingtian wasn't someone like that. Lin Yun shook his head and ignored her. Strictly speaking, Bai Qingyu wasn't weak but lacked actual combat experience. She didn't even have murderous intent and couldn't fully use her cultivation. Let's not mention him, but even the likes of Yi Qinghong could easily defeat her. She was a delicate flower compared to her sister. Did we allow you to leave? Yi Qinghong, Xiao Jingyan, Zhang Kuei, and Bai Yizhou stepped forth. Xiao Jingyan was the first to speak. We couldn't enjoy our battle to the fullest with Bai Shuaiing around. Now that you're here, why don't you give us some advice? The four of you who are ranked in the top 100th on the king ranking want to join hands against someone at the 5th transformation of the Nirvana stage? A terrifying aura swept out, forcing Yi Qinghong, Xiao Jingyan, Zhang Kuei, and Bai Yizhou to take a few steps back. When a figure landed on the ground, Yi Qinghong, Xiao Jingyan, Zhang Kuei, and Bai Yizhou took a few steps back before they regained their foothold. Their faces changed with shock as they looked at this person, and they exclaimed, Bai Xiao! Bai Xiao was an older generation saint disciple, and he was someone in the top 10 of the king ranking in the past. Now that he was nearly 100 years old, his cultivation naturally reached the quasi-saint realm. On the other hand, Yi Qinghong, Xiao Jingyan, Zhang Kuei, and Bai Yizhou were only in the top 100th of the king ranking, especially Xiao Jingyan, whose strength was deep and unfathomable. He must be strong as a person, since he could lead the Wang clan's younger generation in the heavenly Yin Palace despite having a foreign surname. Bai Xiao, do you want to meddle in our affairs? Bai Yizhou furiously looked at Bai Xiao. They might belong to the Bai clan but weren't in the same faction, so they had more enmity instead of a close relationship. Bai Xiao's face was indifferent as he raised his head. Bai Yizhou, it's forbidden to kill a fellow disciple within the sect, and I naturally have to interfere as a golden guard. Who's killing a fellow disciple? We're only sparing as fellow disciples, Bai Yizhou said in a strange tone. He has become famous within the Eastern Desolation after defeating young Master Wushuang half a month ago. Who within the Eastern Desolation doesn't know that we have a genius in the Heavenly Tao sect? Nye Wushuang was famous. Even if he had just entered the Eastern Desolation, he was famous as a descendant of the musical clan. Half a month ago, his defeat greatly embarrassed him, making Yi Qingtian famous within the Eastern Desolation. Instead, ha! Bai Xiao sneered. He couldn't be bothered to argue with these people and merely turned to look at Bai Qingyu. Don't get involved with him. Bai Qingyu was like a delicate flower with no experience in the outside world, and she wasn't the same as Yi Qinghong, Xiao Jingyan, Zhang Kuei, and Bai Yizhou. But Bai Qingyu clearly failed to understand the hidden meaning in Bai Xiao's words, and she said indignantly, he forced my sister to leave and ruined her reputation. I won't let him off so easily. But Bai Xiao merely shook his head and left with Lin Yun. Seeing this, Bai Qingyu was still fuming and chased after them. Is there something wrong with Bai Xiao's head? How can someone from the Bai clan stand together with Yi Qingtian? Bai Yizhou said furiously. Since the exchange between the two sects, they had been waiting for Yi Qingtian to come out so that they could teach him a lesson, but it was interrupted by Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao can't protect him for the rest of his life, Yi Qinghong said coldly. Let's just wait. The ancestor has abandoned him, and no one can protect him, not even the heavenly Jade Sword Saint, nor the Dragon Origin Great Saint, not to mention a tiny Bai Xiao. The strong peak Saint Sovereign? Zhang Kuei's eyes lit up. The Yi clan's ancestor might be a Saint Sovereign, but his strength was terrifying, and he was extremely old. He had an unrivaled status within the Heavenly Tao sect and could mobilize the sect's resources. Ha! The seniors of my Zhang clan have also reached the limit of their patience with Yi Qingtian, Zhang Kuei added. Before Lin Yun defeated Zhang Yu, he already offended Zhang Yu's master, so the Zhang clan naturally disliked him. That fellow is really cocky. We must let him know who's in charge within the Heavenly Tao sect, Bai Yizhou said coldly. Xiao Jingyan suddenly said. He has been looking into the myriad Graves Valley for the past few days. I'm guessing that he's probably planning to leave the sect. Good. Keep a close eye on him. If he dares to step out of the sect, we'll find an opportunity to get rid of him. Otherwise, we won't have a bright future once he reaches the quasi-saint realm and joins the golden generation, Yi Qinghong said. The other three nodded and left after hearing what Yi Qinghong said. After leaving the profound maiden courtyard, Lin Yun separated from Bai Xiao and returned to Indigo Thunder Peak. It was different within Indigo Thunder Peak because he had become a legendary figure. Whenever disciples of Indigo Thunder Peak saw him, they would have excitement on their faces, which Lin Yun nodded as a greeting with them. Lin Yun didn't take long to meet the Indigo Thunder Peak master. After the latter heard what Lin Yun said, he asked in a surprised tone, "You're going to Myriad Graves Valley?" "Yeah. I'm here to bid you farewell and ask if you have any news about Myriad Graves Valley," Lin Yun replied. The information was limited in the contribution hall and was definitely not as detailed as information from a quasi-saint. The Myriad Graves Valley is located within the God Burial Mountain range, and countless ancient tombs exist there. The sins there can cover the clouds, and blood crows can also be found there. But the environment also gave birth to countless bizarre flowers. Although those at the quasi-saint realm can't enter the Myriad Graves Valley, that doesn't mean it's not dangerous there. Many flowers are tainted with sin and are turned into terrifying monsters. Aside from that, there are also ancient creatures like the blood crows. The Indigo Thunder Peak Master shared what he knew about the Myriad Graves Valley. As I've thought. Lin Yun's eyes lit up when he heard that. The Myriad Graves Valley was the land of death, but the vitality was terrifying, which meant that there was something weird about it. If he went there, he could upgrade the flower burial sword, even if he couldn't find the secrets of life intent. With so many bizarre flowers, it should be enough to upgrade the flower burial sword. Peak Master, do you know the origin of the vitality there? Lin Yun asked the crucial question. An Adumbra flower, the Indigo Thunder Peak Master said. The Adumbra flower was known to be one of the 3 rare flowers that could actually be found within Myriad Graves Valley. This gave Lin Yun a surprise. If he could find it, he might be able to upgrade the flower burial sword into a Two-Spirit Glory Saint artifact. Lin Yun got a map from the Indigo Thunder Peak Master before bidding his farewell. He didn't want to waste any time, but before he left, the Indigo Thunder Peak Master's voice resounded, "Be careful. The Myriad Graves Valley is weird, so keep your guard up." Lin Yun nodded his head. But when he left the Indigo Thunder Peak, he ran into Bai Qingyu. Bai Qingyu raised her brow and questioned, "Yi Qingtian, you're going to the Myriad Graves Valley? Don't deny it because I heard your conversation." Lin Yun was curious about how Bai Qingyu managed to listen to his conversation with the Indigo Thunder Peak Master. Most importantly, he and the Peak Master failed to detect her. But he soon figured Bai Qingyu must have a treasure to conceal her aura. He replied, "It has nothing to do with you." Bai Qingyu sneered, "You want to sneak away and shake me off? Dream on. I'm determined to take your head, no matter what." Lin Yun's expression became strange when he heard that. He asked, "You sure you want to kill me? You probably never even killed an ant before in your life." When Lin Yun fought her earlier, he could sense that she didn't have a hint of murderous intent on her, and she was just a delicate flower. She might have a strong foundation, a Two-Spirit Glory Saint artifact, or even other treasures, but it wouldn't change the fact that she was too inexperienced. When fighting others, it would be impressive if she could even bring out 30% of her strength. Without mentioning Lin Yun, even a wandering cultivator at the Nirvana stage could find ways to kill her. Being exposed by Yi Qingtian only made Bai Qingyu feel ashamed, and she roared, "How have I not taken lives before? My sister and the clan elders told me that I could shine in the golden era with my talent, and even become an emperor in the future." "Oh? So I'm talking with a future emperor." Lin Yun smiled. "Humph. Good that you know now," Bai Qingyu said proudly. Lin Yun couldn't be bothered with this brat and disappeared, flying past her. "Yi Qingtian, don't even think about leaving. I have to take your head today, no matter what." Bai Qingyu snorted and chased after Lin Yun, executing an ancient movement technique. But it was a pity that Lin Yun was faster than her, and he soon disappeared from her sight. "Damn it. Where did that bastard go? Bai Qingyu said furiously. She yelled, Yi Qingtian will see. I won't let you go so easily. Lin Yun glanced back at Bai Qingyu from far away but wasn't too bothered about her. An hour later, Lin Yun left the Heavenly Dao sect. He wore black clothes with a bamboo hat as he rode on Lil Red in its dragon-blooded horse form. The journey to the God Burial Woods was far, and it was more appropriate to ride the dragon-blooded horse. Firstly, Lil Red wasn't slow and Lin Yun could save his Nirvana aura to handle unexpected situations. Not long after he left, the news of Yi Qingtian heading to the Myriad Graves Valley spread throughout the Heavenly Dao sect. That troublemaker has finally left the Heavenly Dao sect. I heard he's heading to the Myriad Graves Valley. The Myriad Graves Valley? Are there even treasures there? So many people's eyes are on him. So isn't it the same as courting death to leave the Heavenly Dao sect? His safety can still be ensured in the sect, but who will care about him outside? You can't put it that way. He can't possibly stay within the Heavenly Dao sect for the rest of his life. The news spread like wildfire, and the whole Eastern Desolation knew about it in just half a day. Many people learned that Yi Qingtian had gone to the Myriad Graves Valley, thanks to Nie Wushuang. Nie Wushuang had a huge fame, and Yi Qingtian became famous after trampling on him. In addition to his fame within the Heavenly Dao sect, there were many rumors that he was catching up to the golden generation within the sect, not to mention his scandal with the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden. So many people wanted to take a look at Yi Qingtian, who forced the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden to leave the Heavenly Dao sect. When Yi Qinghong heard that Yi Qingtian had left the sect, he was excited. I never expected him to leave so quickly. Quick! Let the ancestor know about this. The Myriad Graves Valley is within the God Burial Mountain range, the perfect place to take his life. Yi Qingtian is simply courting death. Zhang Kuei, Bai Izhou, and Yi Qinghong immediately dispatched people from their clans to the God Burial Mountain range. In a courtyard within the Heavenly Yin Palace, Wang Mayan was cultivating as an overwhelming fragrance swirled around her. Xiao Jingyan suddenly appeared and said, Holy Maiden, the news has already spread. The Zhang clan, Bai clan, and Yi clan have made their moves. Are we going to make a move as well? Of course. Wang Mayan smiled, opening her eyes. I've wanted to know who he is for a long time, and if he's that person. After all, he's the biggest variable for the divine sect. Wang Mayan was mysterious, and not even Xiao Jingyan could see through her. Not even her actual appearance. This was because she cultivated the thousand-faced demonic art, possessing the natal saint heart and the unawakened divine lunar in physique. But this was all revealed by the Wang clan, and no one knew if it was genuine or fake. Have you discovered why he went to the Myriad Graves Valley? Wang Mayan asked. It's not clear. The Myriad Graves Valley is mysterious, but no one knows its secrets. The only valuable item is the Adumbra flower, Xiao Jingyan said. But it's not easy to obtain the Adumbra flower. It's more worthwhile to go after the divine blood flower rather than the Adumbra flower. Wang Mayan's eyes lit up, and she smiled. The divine blood flower? It's a treasure. Let me think about it. Xiao Jingyan asked. Holy Maiden, are you going to the God Burial Mountain range? Wang Mayan's gaze flickered, and she smiled. I'm in the crucial moment of making a breakthrough, and I can't leave this place so easily. But I will personally make a trip there if there's an opportunity. For the divine blood flower or Yi Qingtian? Xiao Jingyan asked. What if I want them both? Wang Mayan smiled. Yi Qingtian is already a dead person, and I will personally make a move. So he'll undoubtedly be dead. Holy Maiden can go for the divine blood flower if you wish to go out. I'll find a way to snatch the divine blood flower for you from the hands of the 6 holy lands, Xiao Jingyan said. I have my plans with the divine blood flower. You go with them and try to find Yi Qingtian's true objective. You can capture him alive, but don't kill him. Wang Mayan smiled. Xiao Jingyan briefly hesitated before he nodded. Before leaving, he mustered his courage and asked, Holy Maiden, when will you tell me the secrets regarding the divine solar-lunar rune? Relax. Even if I tell you about it, you won't be able to retrieve it anytime soon. It's not time yet, Wang Mian smiled. Okay. Xiao Jingyan retreated. Lin Yun had been riding Lil Red in its dragon-blooded horse form for 7 days before finally reaching the God Burial Woods. The God Burial Woods was located outside the God Burial Mountain Range, and it was a massive forest that was covered in a blood mist, permeating a mysterious and devilish aura. The God Burial Woods was famous within Eastern Desolation, and not a single person within Eastern Desolation didn't know about it. It was rumored that deities have died here during ancient times. When the Golden Era was destroyed, a huge battle occurred, and there were many ancient ruins within the God Burial Woods. But Lin Yun's objective wasn't the God Burial Woods, but the God Burial Mountain Range instead. The God Burial Mountain Range had an ancient and powerful seal. The interior of the mountain range was a mysterious world, and the Myriad Graves Valley was situated within it. Senior Sister Xian Yen was looking for the divine blood flower within the God Burial Mountain Range. This was because the seal would gradually weaken as time passed, and spatial fragments would appear. But those spatial fragments only allowed those beneath the quasi-saint realm to enter. If those above the quasi-saint realm tried to enter, their only outcome would be death. But the case might be different in the future. Many people speculated that the seal would weaken so that even quasi-saints could enter. For hours later, Lin Yun found a place to rest within the God Burial Woods to cultivate. But after he closed his eyes, someone riding a white horse approached. This horse also possessed the Dragon Clan's bloodline, and it was extraordinary. No ordinary demonic beasts would dare to approach this horse. But after this horse looked at Lil Red, it was afraid and didn't dare to approach. No matter how the rider tried to control the horse just wouldn't approach within 100 miles of Lil Red. With no choice, the rider could only come down from it. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, he saw Bai Qingyu coming down from the white horse. She was donned in white clothes that made her look clean. Bai Qingyu proudly said, "Yi Qing Tian, don't think that I won't recognize you just because you have a hat on." Lin Yun only disguised himself simply with the bamboo hat, and it wasn't surprising that someone could see through his identity. But he was curious about how Bai Qingyu managed to find him so accurately. He asked, "How did you find me here?" "That's a secret." Bai Qingyu glared at Yi Qingtian and said, "I already said that you can't shake me off. Your head belongs to me." Lin Yun removed the bamboo hat and said, "Even if I give you 100 tries, you can't kill me. Don't be so sure now. Many people know that you've gone to the Myriad Graves Valley, and you will definitely be in trouble when you fight others. I just have to stay on the side and watch." Bai Qingyu smiled, raising her brow. "Not bad, you know how to use your brain now," Lin Yun said. "That's for sure," Bai Qingyu said proudly, but she immediately sensed something unusual with Yi Qingtian's tone. While pondering, Lin Yun waved his hand at the stalewater sword on the white horse. The white horse wanted to escape, but Lil Red grinned and stood in its way. The stalewater sword resisted Lin Yun, but Lin Yun had a powerful sword intent, and it didn't take long for the stalewater sword to fly into his hand. "My sword!" Bai Qingyu exclaimed. Under her disbelief, Yi Qingtian even drew the stalewater sword out. This naturally shocked Bai Qingyu, and she exclaimed, How is this possible?" The stalewater sword was a two-spirit glory saint artifact with her imprint, so not a single person could draw it out without her permission. Bai Qingyu came to her senses and dashed over. "Return it to me!" Lin Yun had no intentions of taking the stalewater sword away. He just had a speculation and got his answer after drawing it out. This two-spirit glory saint artifact was unique, and even his broken sword, physique, couldn't break this sword in a short time. But he didn't hold it for long and sheathed it before tossing it back to Bai Qingyu. "How did you do it?" Bai Qingyu asked. Lin Yun jumped on the dragon-blooded horse and said, "There are many things in the world that you don't know about. Stop following me. The God Burial Mountain Range is dangerous, and someone like you will lose your life. Let's go." The dragon-blooded horse ran and soon disappeared. "How dare you look down on me when you're already in trouble?" "Humph. Follow him." Bai Qingyu's face became red with her cheeks puffed as she jumped on the white horse, chasing after Yi Qingtian. 3 days later, Lin Yun came to a treehouse inn. This inn was built by emptying the interior of the tree. Many people were coming in and out of the God Burial Mountain range, so someone naturally created an inn business here as a lodge for visitors. This was also a simple market for exchanging information. One could enjoy their time here if they were willing to spend money. So there were all sorts of people here. If anyone wanted to enter the God Burial Mountain range through the spatial crack, they would have to buy a blood flame crystal from the inn owner and wait for the seal's fluctuation to calm down. Lin Yun entered the inn, bought a blood flame crystal, and was brought to a hall. There were many cultivators gathered here, and they were all planning to enter the God Burial Mountain range. Lin Yun's arrival did not cause any commotion, so he casually went up the stairs to wait. Lil Red also returned to its cat form and drank some wine beside him. The divine blood flower is going to appear soon, and I heard that the king rankings geniuses from the Holy Lands are all going there. The divine blood flower is the most valuable treasure within the God Burial Mountain range, and the appearance of each divine blood flower will cause an uproar. The majority of experts on the king ranking will gather there. It's futile no matter how many people go. Demonic cultivators and wandering cultivators cannot be compared to the saint disciples of the Holy Lands, and they can only try their luck with some saint herbs that appear with the divine blood flower. But if the first on the king ranking, Xianxia, went there, the 6 Holy Lands will have no show. Xianxia has been first on the king ranking for many years, so he can attempt to reach the quasi-saint realm at any time. If he's here, the saint disciples of the 6 Holy Lands might be unable to do anything to him. There were many cultivators at the Nirvana stage in the inn, and they naturally knew a lot of information about the experts on the king ranking. When Xianxia's name appeared, the discussions became even more heated. First on the king ranking? Lin Yun muttered. He wondered how far he could reach on the king ranking with his current strength. There were various discussions within the hall, and someone even mentioned Flower Burial, who was first on the Empyrean, Elysium Core, and Dragon Pulse rankings. Many people speculated that Flower Burial must have reached the Nirvana stage by now, and he might be able to compete with Xianxia. Then again, there were naturally many people who disagreed with that. After all, it had been a long time since Flower Burial last appeared, and no one felt that Flower Burial could confront the top-tiered saint disciples of the 6 Holy Lands. Xianxia was mysterious, and his experience could be described as legendary. So many people amongst the demonic cultivators worshipped him. Suddenly, the hall became quiet as a woman appeared. This woman had an extraordinary temperament, and it was rare for someone with her temperament to show up here. She was naturally by Qingyu, looking around as if she was looking for someone. When she discovered Yi Qingtian, she rejoiced and came over. I already said that you can't shake me off. Bai Shuiying sat down and asked in a surprised tone, "Since when do you have a cat? This cat is pretty adorable. The God Burial Mountain range is unsuitable for you, and you'll die here if you keep following me," Lin Yun said. "Yi Qingtian, aren't you looking down on me? I was only careless in our previous fight, and you would not be my opponent if we fought for real," Bai Qingyu said coldly. Bai Qingyu was like Bai Shuiying, born with an extraordinary appearance. However, Bai Qingyu was more tender in comparison. But this tenderness only made her look even more bewitching. She would shine brightly if she participated in an exchange between holy lands, and the various clans' descendants would surround her like a moon. But it was a pity that there were various types of people in this inn. Many people's gazes became lustful when they looked at her. Finally, a demonic cultivator at the 8th transformation of the Nirvana stage finally couldn't hold it, and he walked over, "Bringing a chick with you to the God Burial Mountain range. I can tell that you're a ruthless person at first glance. State your price for me to play with her." This was a middle-aged man wearing purple clothes and had a burly figure. Lin Yun didn't respond to his crude words, but Bai Qingyu's face sank. She drew the stale water sword and easily cut through the Nirvana aura protecting the middle-aged man. The inner armor he wore was a saint artifact, but how could it stop the sharpness of the stale water sword? His armor was sliced apart, and Bai Qingyu's sword sent him flying away. The middle-aged man even suffered an injury to his heart. The middle-aged man fell to the ground with blood pouring out from his mouth, and his face became pale. But he was fortunate that he was at the Nirvana stage. He quickly circulated his nirvana aura to his heart to stop his injuries from worsening. Where the hell did this dog come from? Get lost. Bai Qingyu looked at the middle-aged man in disgust. She could have taken his life with her attack, but she didn't have much experience in the outside world, and her murderous intent was lacking, so she ultimately spared his life. How dare you hurt someone from our Thunder Eagle stronghold? Are you tired of living? The people from a few tables stood up and charged over. When the other cultivators in this hall heard the Thunder Eagle stronghold's name, their faces changed because it was a subsidiary force of the Black Mountain Seven Saints. The Black Mountain Seven Saints were a union between seven saints, and the Whitebone Blade Saint was in the union. Lin Yun killed the Whitebone Blade Saint's disciple in the past. The Black Mountain Seven Saints were famous within the Eastern Desolation, and many demonic cultivators became their subsidiaries. The Thunder Eagle stronghold was one of the forces. The middle-aged man got up with great difficulty and retreated. He said, "Lord Third, there's something weird with that lass. Her sword isn't ordinary." The one known as Lord Third had a tall figure and bulging muscles. He didn't reveal his cultivation, but the ominous aura enveloping him was terrifying. It's actually the third master of the Thunder Eagle stronghold. He's an expert on the king ranking. That lass is in trouble now. She has provoked someone she shouldn't. Anyone can tell that she came from a proper family. I wonder what she is doing here. Reaching the nirvana stage was difficult and only possible with a few hundred years of accumulation. There were only about a few 100,000 nirvana stage cultivators. That might sound like a lot, but the Eastern Desolation was massive with hundreds of millions of cultivators. So nirvana stage cultivators could be considered as the top of the pyramid. But young cultivators at the nirvana stage were rare, and even the Heavenly Tao sect didn't have many. The king ranking only picked 10,000 people, and those who could be on the ranking were all at the 9th transformation of the nirvana stage. Anyone on the king ranking could quickly deal with 3 ordinary cultivators at the 9th transformation of the nirvana stage. After everyone knew that the burly man was Third Master Lei, they all began to sympathize with Bai Qingyu. "Third Master will take that lass down for you." For people stood up from behind Third Master Lei, all at the 8th transformation of the nirvana stage. They circulated their nirvana auras and charged at Bai Qingyu. The 4 weren't weak. They all practiced low-grade ghost spirit martial techniques and executed a fist technique, the Star Annihilation Fist. Their fist techniques had already reached greater mastery, and their attack power felt like they could destroy stars. Lin Yun calmly drank his wine while Bai Qingyu swung her sword and severed the hands of the 4 people. She was invincible when the stale water sword was drawn, and Lin Yun's face changed because he knew he had to upgrade his flower burial sword. Screams came from the hall as the 4 rolled on the ground. This scene made everyone raise their heads to look at Bai Qingyu. Someone already analyzed that Bai Qingyu probably had a huge background and wasn't someone the Thunder Eagle stronghold could provoke. Third Master Lei widened his mouth because he also didn't expect this scene. As his face changed, his ominous aura disappeared, and he squeezed out a smile. "I apologize for being blind, and I hope this lady can spare us." He was humble as he bowed and almost kneeled on the ground. Bai Qingyu turned to look at Lin Yun as if she was boasting and turned around. "Give me 3 kowtows, and I'll spare your life." Third Master Lei was decisive, and demonic cultivators like him were used to begging for forgiveness. He immediately went down on his knees and performed a kowtow. This made Bai Qingyu even smugger, as if she was saying that even a demonic cultivator on the king ranking was kowtowing to her. But Lin Yun was focused on drinking and paid no attention to Bai Qingyu. When Third Master Lei finished his 3 kowtows, he cupped his fists together. "Thank you for sparing my life. Get lost," Bai Qingyu said, losing her interest in the Third Master Lei. But right when the Third Master Lei retreated, he smiled and flicked something out from his sleeve. This was a black liquid that shot towards Bai Qingyu. When Bai Qingyu sensed it, the black liquid penetrated her saint armor and entered her body through her lower abdomen. "How dare you launch a sneak attack at me?" Bai Qingyu roared. She raised her stale water sword and wanted to charge at the Third Master Lei. But the Third Master Lei had no fear as he calmly looked at Bai Qingyu. When Bai Qingyu took 2 steps out, she fell to the ground, clutching her abdomen with her face distorted by pain. Her face became pale, and her lips gradually became black. Ha! This is the blood of the netherworld ghost lesser dragon. Even a quasi-saint wouldn't be able to resolve it. You're courting death to dare to injure someone of my Thunder Eagle stronghold. Third Master Lei grinned, and he took a step forth. He kicked the stale water sword away before stepping on Bai Qingyu's hand. It was naturally painful for Bai Qingyu, but she gritted her teeth and secretly circulated her cultivation technique to purge the venom. The Third Master Lei naturally noticed this scene but didn't panic because not even someone at the quasi-saint realm could resolve the venom. He stomped on Bai Qingyu's hand and sinisterly laughed. How dare you make me kowtow? I'll strip you naked and teach you a lesson later. The purple-clothed middle-aged man injured by Bai Qingyu earlier also came forth and gave her several kicks. He revealed a lecherous expression and said, Third Master Lei, this lass is pretty stubborn to keep her mouth shut. Do you want me to train her for you? I'll guarantee that you can make her scream however you like after that. Those from the Thunder Eagle stronghold laughed lecherously when they heard that. Get lost. This lass is a virgin, and I like someone like her. Third Master Lei laughed and picked up the stale water sword. The pain nearly made Bai Qingyu tear up, and she felt even more despair. She was shocked to discover that the venom was slowly mixing into her blood and gradually invading her internal organs. This sword... Third Master Lei's face changed when he held onto the sword, and his heart beat violently. He immediately felt fortunate that Bai Qingyu didn't draw her sword, since it was a Glory Saint artifact. But he immediately rejoiced as he turned to look at Bai Qingyu. Saint artifacts would transform after reaching 10,000 saint runes. Those with 50,000 saint runes could be considered a high-grade myriad rune saint artifact, and those with 100,000 saint runes could be compared to a peerless grade myriad rune saint artifact. Even an ordinary saint clan only had 1 or 2 peerless grade myriad rune saint artifacts. A glory saint artifact's value was comparable to 10 peerless grade myriad rune saint artifact, and the value was immeasurable. He knew why Bai Qingyu's attack was so terrifying earlier, but this glory saint artifact now belonged to him. The more Third Master Lei thought about it, the more excited he became. Lin Yun, are you really not going to help her? I feel it's best that you don't care about her. But I don't think you can just watch, Lil Purple said. You're right. I can't do that. Lin Yun lowered his cup and removed his bamboo hat. He turned to Third Master Lei and said, You guys can leave, but put the sword down. Lin Yun, who suddenly spoke, naturally attracted the attention of the Third Master Lei's group. The purple-clothed middle-aged man stood out and looked at Lin Yun in disdain. Who the hell are you to poke your nose in the affairs of my Thunder Eagle stronghold? In his view, Lin Yun was nothing but a coward since he would have stood out before if he had the courage. Lin Yun smiled and threw the cup in his hand. The cup contained a powerful sword intent as it flew over, slamming against the purple-clothed middle-aged man's forehead, causing his head to blow apart. This scene instantly left the entire hall silent, scaring everyone who was there. They never expected that this young man to be so powerful. Third Master Lei was stunned because he was on the king ranking, so his eyesight was naturally better than everyone here. He could tell that this young man was more terrifying than Bai Qingyu. Lin Yun waved his hand and unleashed a sword aura. Facing the sword aura, Third Master Lei realized that he couldn't dodge it. But he was a genius on the king ranking, and he managed to avoid the sword aura at the last moment. But the sword aura still brushed past his arm. The pain made the corner of Third Master Lei's lips twitch, and he released his grip on the sword. Lin Yun waved his hand and summoned the stale water sword over. A powerful force also enveloped Bai Qingyu and brought her over to him before he held her in his arms. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The poison is really powerful. Lin Yun saw that the nether ghost lesser dragon's blood had spread throughout Bai Qingyu's body. It was like a black lesser dragon, spreading throughout her body like a tree, and there was a wisp of lingering thought within the blood. Bai Qingyu's emotions would drastically change in the future if it was left unattended. Don't touch me, you lecher. Bai Qingyu struggled. Lin Yun held onto her shoulder and circulated the blue dragon bone. The blue dragon bone could treat injuries and poison. So the nether ghost lesser dragon's blood was nothing before it. Bai Qingyu was enveloped in a blue light very quickly, and her complexion was rapidly recovering. Kill him! The third Master Lei went insane when the stale water sword was taken away and charged Lin Yun with the Thunder Eagle Stronghold's members. Lin Yun focused on treating Bai Qingyu with one hand while he faced them with the other. He even had time to pour himself a few cups of drinks during the fight. His sword aura was like a dragon, tearing the incoming people into shreds as screams were being yelled out. Bai Qingyu's face was pale. But her face became even paler with fright this time because this was her first time seeing such a bloody scene. How dare you! The third Master Lei was completely enraged, fully releasing his cultivation. When he released his aura, the entire hall lightly began to tremble. One must remember that this inn was fortified with natal saint runes, and even a quasi-saint might not be able to destroy this inn. Holy shit! He's going all out. Let's leave quickly. Many cultivators guessed that Third Master Lei must have used a secret technique to quickly boost his strength when they looked at his current state. They felt that this was related to that sword, but they didn't dare to take any risk. Just when they felt that the young man was doomed, Lin Yun poured himself a cup of wine with his left hand while he pressed down on Bai Qingyu's shoulder and soared to the sky, coming before Third Master Lei in the blink of an eye. When a finger hole appeared on Third Master Lei's forehead, blood gushed out of the wound and Third Master Lei collapsed on the ground. His vitality had disappeared, and he was dead. Lin Yun's feet didn't touch the ground, but he returned to his previous position and drank the cup of wine on the table. The surroundings fell silent, and everyone could feel a chill running down their spines as they gulped down a mouthful of saliva, looking at Lin Yun in horror. Everything happened too quickly. They expected a battle between Lin Yun and Third Master Lei but never expected it to end so quickly. There were even some who couldn't see how he had moved. Right then, applause resounded as a bewitching woman, who was emitting charm from all over her body, appeared before everyone. The purple-clothed woman smiled, as expected of someone who defeated young Master Wushuang. I'm impressed that you were able to slaughter an expert on the king ranking like you're slaughtering a dog. Her words were like a bomb dropping on everyone as they turned to look at Lin Yun with shock in their pupils. He's Yi Qingtian? The newly risen geniuses of the heavenly Tao sect. So he's Yi Qingtian? It looks like the rumors aren't false. It should be him. There are rumors recently that he's going to train in the Myriad Graves Valley. I heard that his relationship with the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden made many people unhappy. Discussion resounded from the surroundings as many people gathered, wanting to look at Yi Qingtian. On the other hand, Lin Yun frowned and wondered who this woman was. He could feel a familiar aura coming from her, but he couldn't remember seeing her before. Right then, 9 people appeared behind this woman. They all wore armor engraved with saint runes that looked like crimson blood. On the breastplate there was a blood moon drawn on it. That was the Netherman saint armor, and Lin Yun recognized it with a glance. Lin Yun squinted his eyes because he had seen it before at the Martial Dao Tea Party. It was a treasure of the Blood Moon sect. Could be considered as a unique glory saint artifact. He still remembered how the 2 god generals had suppressed everyone at the Martial Dao Tea Party, including the Holy Land's geniuses. All 9 people wore the Netherworld saint armor and seemed to be listening to this woman's orders. So this meant this woman must have a high position within the Blood Moon sect. She's the Indigo Robe Venerable, who only takes direct orders from the Blood Moon Divine Maiden. Bai Qingyu said softly as she recovered. Lin Yun found it strange because he had a feud with the Blood Moon sect, but that should be Lin Yun. It had nothing to do with Yi Qingtian. Have you forgotten the Heavenly Holy Maiden? She's probably related to the Blood Moon sect, Lil Purple whispered from the Iris secret realm. Yi Qingtian, tell me what you plan to do at the Myriad Graves Valley. Don't tell me that you're really going to look for the Adumbra flower. The Indigo Robe Venerable smiled. Her smile was charming, and many men even wanted to kneel before her. What has Yi Qingtian's objective at the Myriad Graves Valley got to do with a demoness like you? Bai Qingyu said, looking at the Indigo Robe Venerable. Haha. Yi Qingtian, don't tell me you like a little girl like her? Why don't you bring me to the Myriad Graves Valley? I'll teach you some fun games that a brat like her doesn't know about, the indigo-robed venerable said. Bai Qingyu gritted her teeth and even wanted to charge over with her sword. No one is allowed to make trouble in the inn. The shopkeeper of this inn finally appeared. It was common for scuffles to occur here, and the shopkeeper wouldn't show himself if it weren't something great. But this involved a saint disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect and the indigo-robed venerable of the Blood Moon sect. So the shopkeeper had no choice but to stand out. The shopkeeper's cultivation was at the quasi-saint realm. He didn't fear Lin Yun nor the indigo-robed venerable, but their background. You guys can stay if you want to enter the God Burial Mountain range and leave after buying the Bloodflame Crystale from me. Leave immediately if you guys aren't going to the God Burial Mountain range, the shopkeeper said coldly as he looked at everyone. The indigo-robed venerable fell into deep thoughts, weighing the losses as she looked at Lin Yun with a smile. If one wanted to pass through the spatial crack, one would need the Bloodflame Crystal and wait for the spatial fluctuation to settle down. The Bloodflame Crystal was special. Not even the Holy Lands had many of them. On the contrary, the inn had a lot of them. There were many treehouse inns within the God Burial Forest, and few people knew the force behind these inns. Lin Yun and Bai Qingyu bought a Bloodflame Crystal each, and Bai Qingyu even paid for his. Lin Yun noticed that the Nirvana pellets she took out were high grades, one with close to no impurities. Anyone could tell with a glance that the pellets weren't ordinary. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up and smiled when he looked at the Nirvana pellets, and Lin Yun naturally knew why he was smiling. The Nirvana pellets that Bai Qingyu paid were equivalent to a dozen normal Nirvana pellets, but she paid the same amount as everyone else. Yi Qingtian, do you like to drink wine? Bai Qingyu asked. She pretended to casually take out a jar of wine and shoved it at Lin Yun without him agreeing to it. This is a Dragon Clan's wine that my grandfather gave me, and the name is Heart Incineration. Why, you can have it. She wanted to thank Lin Yun for saving her life, but her pride prevented her from doing so. Dragon Clan's wine was incredibly precious to others, especially one with a name. But it wasn't much to Lin Yun, but he still accepted it. When dawn came, everyone held onto a Bloodflame Crystal and headed towards the God Burial Forest. There was a huge cave beneath them, which reeked of mystery and chill. Lin Yun turned around to see the indigo-robed venerable looking at him with a smile and her 9 god generals following behind her. But that wasn't all. Lin Yun even saw 3 familiar faces: Xiao Jingyan, Yi Qinghong, and Zhang Kuei. They had many experts behind them, and they were all probably at the pinnacle of the Nirvana stage. They just didn't know when to give up. For them to chase him all the way here from the Heavenly Tao sect, not to mention they even utilized the forces of their clans. Their clans were ancient saint clans, and they could easily dispatch many experts. They were all looking at Lin Yun with friendly smiles. This wasn't the Heavenly Tao sect, and Lin Yun's identity as a great saint's secluded disciple was useless here. As everyone entered the cave, Lin Yun saw another group watching him not too far away. This person was also familiar. It was Bai Izhou of the Nether Orchid Courtyard. He was initially here with Xiao Jingyan and others, but he changed his mind after seeing Bai Qingyu. He also had a group of Bai clan experts behind him, and they were all at the pinnacle of the Nirvana stage. Brother Izhou, are we really not going to care about Qingyu? A Bai clan disciple asked. They were watching when Bai Qingyu faced the Thunder Eagle stronghold the night before, but they were stopped by Izhou when they wanted to help. There's no need, Bai Izhou replied. What if something happens? Someone asked in a worried tone. That's even better. If Bai Qingyu is dead, Yi Qingtian will be doomed. At that time, the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden will personally come for him. Bai Izhou smiled. Are we not going to do anything about Yi Qingtian then? He forced the Holy Maiden away and even committed blasphemy against her multiple times. Another Bai clan disciple said. The Bai clan's disciples were long unhappy with Yi Qingtian's actions within the Heavenly Tao sect, especially after Bai Shuaying left. It's inconvenient for us to make a move with Bai Qingyu around, Bai Izhou said after a brief pondering. Furthermore, the grudge between my Bai clan and him isn't as deep as the Zhang clan and Yi clan. There are plenty of people who want his life. Not to mention there's something weird about this matter. It's weird for Xiao Jingyan to lead the Wang clan's party. Not to mention even the Blood Moon sect has appeared. This was why Bai Yizhou changed his mind at the last minute and casually found an excuse to leave. But there was something else he didn't say. He was shocked when he saw Yi Qingtian kill Third Master Lei yesterday. Bai Yizhou naturally wouldn't place someone like Third Master Lei in his eyes, and he was confident of killing someone like Third Master Lei when he was at the 6th or 7th transformation of the Nirvana stage. The saint disciples of the Heavenly Tao sect might not seem to have much difference from each other, but they were monstrous geniuses outside the sect. Otherwise, everyone wouldn't have tried their best to enter the Holy Lands. Not to mention they were geniuses, it was also a fact that they could become a saint's disciples. With a saint personally teaching them, the difference between them and ordinary people would only grow even bigger. But Bai Yizhou couldn't kill Third Master Lei as easily as Yi Qingtian did. We'll enter after them. Since we're already here, we naturally can't go back empty-handed. We'll go and take a look at the Divine Bloodflower situation. Perhaps there might be a chance for us, Bai Yizhou said. It was already certain that Yi Qingtian would die since the three clans were joining forces. Even if Yi Qingtian wasn't dead, they could probe Yi Qingtian's trump cards. Lin Yun held onto the blood flame crystal and found himself in a completely different world after coming out of the cave. This space had no stars, the airflow wasn't smooth, and the spiritual energy was thin. This should be the underground world of the God Burial Mountain Range. When Lin Yun raised his head, he could see the rough outline of a city in the distance. That was an ancient dragon city. The 6 Holy Lands currently manage it, and it was a safe zone in the underground world. The Dragon City was now called the 6 Holy City, and someone like Xianxia might be in the city. Before everyone gathered, Lin Yun executed his movement technique and flew towards the Myriad Graves Valley. When everyone saw Lin Yun executing his movement technique, they were briefly stunned before they chased after him. But the underground world was complicated, and Lin Yun easily shook them off. 6 hours later, Lin Yun came to a valley covered in crimson clouds, the Myriad Graves Valley. When he looked down at the valley, he could see many graves. It was just as rumored. The vitality and spiritual energy here was dense, and many flowers were growing around the graves. Towering trees could be seen everywhere, and the flowers were bewitching, giving off a strong fragrance. The Myriad Graves Valley is bigger than I thought, and even some regions are covered in a mist. Empress, how can I find the Adumbra flower? Lin Yun could only seek help from Lil Purple. But Lil Purple seemed to be alarmed by something, and she didn't reply to him. He asked, "What's going on?" Lil Purple uneasily said, "Lin Yun, there's something weird about this palace, and there might be a divine array beneath this valley. Even at my pinnacle, I can't set up this kind of divine array." Divine arrays were arrays set up with divine runes, and it was long lost in the Kunlun realm. There were only spiritual arrays now. Even an array fully created with saint runes could only be called a spiritual array. Divine arrays were rare, even in ancient times, and many deities feared them. How is that possible? Lin Yun muttered. The Myriad Graves Valley might be weird, but it shouldn't be so dangerous. After all, people are training here often. Those people are too weak and they can't trigger the array. It's like an ant trying to shake an elephant, Lil Purple said. Lin Yun fell silent and squinted his pupils. He now realized that he was right to be coming here. If what Lil Purple said was true, it might not be a coincidence for Wang Yu to grasp life intent here. The Adumbra flower might be the core of this divine array, Lil Purple said. Let's find it first. I might not need to take it away. I just need the flower burial sword to devour the fragrance coming from it, Lin Yun said. Okay. But let's immediately leave if there's any danger. Lil Purple was cautious for once. She wasn't this afraid, even when going to the Myriad Demon Peak. Since we know it's the core of the divine array, it's easier to find. We can just follow the runes. Lil Purple said as the crimson and golden seals on her forehead bloomed beneath the phoenix tree in the Iris Secret Realm. The ancient array within the Iris Secret Realm was activated with the phoenix tree at the center. Found it! When Lil Purple opened her eyes, she pointed in a direction for Lin Yun. Lin Yun didn't hesitate to jump into the myriad graves valley with Lil Red behind him. Yi Qing Tian. A bark echoed as a figure descended from the sky. Bai Qingyu seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. Lin Yun stopped when he saw Bai Qingyu and frowned. Bai Qingyu, are you courting death to come here? You think I don't know what kind of place the Myriad Graves Valley is? This place might be dangerous, but it's not a forbidden ground. So I don't have to be afraid with my strength here. Bai Qingyu snorted. Why are you following me then? Lin Yun said with a headache. I'm naturally here waiting for you to be pursued. I'll save you then to repay you for what you did. After that we can have a fair fight, Bai Qingyu said. I don't need you to save me. You just stay here, and I'll fight you when I return. You might die if you follow me, Lin Yun persuaded. Humph. Who do you think you're looking down on? Bai Qingyu's face became cold. You have yet to see my true strength. If I go all out, I can easily level the entire Myriad Graves Valley. Suddenly, Lin Yun's face changed as he dashed over. But it was too late. A crimson flash swiped down, the claws piercing Bai Qingyu's shoulders and carrying her away. This was a blood crow that was close to 3 meters and enveloped in a crimson mist. It looked exactly like a crow except for having a human's face and a crow's beak. The pain of being grabbed by the blood crow made Bai Qingyu's face distorted. She couldn't even draw her sword, and she began to struggle in panic. But the more she struggled, the deeper the claws dug into her. The blood mist around the blood crow was slowly entering Bai Qingyu's body through her wound, and sinister crimson lines began to appear on her face, with her nirvana aura becoming chaotic. Hee, this is actually a virgin. I bet your blood will be tasty, the blood crow said. Your blood also smells tasty. Do you want to give it a try? A cold voice came from above the blood crow. When the blood crow raised its head, a flash of golden radiance enveloped 10-odd miles of radius. It was Lin Yun with a pair of golden crow wings behind him. The golden crow wings were too striking in the Myriad Graves Valley. But the blood crow was too fast, and Lin Yun couldn't be bothered about anything else. As a sword vibration echoed, the flower burial sword turned into a streak of light, shooting at the blood crow. The flower burial sword left behind ripples as it flew forth. The blood crow screamed, letting go of Bai Qingyu to avoid the sword. Bai Qingyu's body fell from the sky, and she would probably have been heavily injured if she had fallen to the ground from such height. But a black shadow flashed, and Lil Red caught her. After catching her, Lil Red sighed. So heavy. You fat cat. How dare a pet like you call me fat? Bai Qingyu was injured, but she roared when she heard Lil Red say she was heavy. But when she finished, she fainted right away. 10 moves later, the blood crow was shredded as Lin Yun landed on the ground and held onto Bai Qingyu's wrist. He said, just some ominous aura and her injuries aren't serious. This woman is too annoying. You should just let her die, Lil Purple said in an annoyed tone. Let's talk about it after she's awake. Lin Yun fed a pellet to Bai Qingyu and said, Lil Red, you carry her. Big brother, she's really heavy, Lil Red muttered. But the unconscious Bai Qingyu seemed to have heard it and muttered, I'm not heavy. Lin Yun couldn't help smiling at this scene because she was actually concerned about her weight when she nearly died. She's clearly heavy, Lil Red said reluctantly as it followed behind Lin Yun. Half a stick of incense later, 3 figures arrived. Yi Qinghong coldly said, that golden radiance should be the golden crow wings. Zhang Kuei closed his eyes as a white radiance was being emitted from him, and the dust particles in the air began to shine with different colors. When Zhang Kuei opened his eyes, his pupils squinted, and he could sense 10-odd different auras in the dust particles. It turned out that Zhang Kuei practiced an eye technique. Eye techniques were rare in the Kunlun realm, with few inheritances. His eye technique was called the Myriad Demon Pupils, one of the oldest inheritances of the Zhang clan. It was rumored that one could even change space upon being cultivated to the pinnacle. Aside from Yi Qing Tian, there's another person, Bai Qingyu. They just fought a blood crow, Zhang Kuei said. It is a little troublesome that Bai Qingyu is also here. Yi Qinghong frowned. What trouble is there? This is the Myriad Graves Valley, and 1 or 2 dying makes no difference. Xiao Jingyan smiled. We can just say that Yi Qingtian killed Bai Qingyu, and the Bai clan even has to thank us for it. Yi Qinghong and Zhang Kuei were briefly stunned. They were both ruthless people, but they were inferior to Xiao Jingyan. Yi Qinghong's face changed, and he smiled. This is a pretty good idea. Junior brother Zhang, lead the way. Xiao Jingyan smiled. Zhang Kuei didn't say anything and chased in the direction Lin Yun left in. To the Zhang clan, Yi Qingtian had to die today no matter what. It was practically certain that Yi Qingtian was behind what Zhang Yu suffered. Since Bai Qingyu was also here, they could only consider her unlucky. For hours later, Lin Yun stopped and decided to rest. Bai Qingyu had awakened. Her complexion was much better, and she had changed her clothes. She even recovered from the injuries on her shoulders after consuming a profound wither pellet. She was fine now, except that her complexion was a little ugly. She already realized that she would only hold Yi Qingtian down in the Myriad Graves Valley, which greatly struck her pride. She was initially optimistic that she could regain her confidence while being in the Myriad Graves Valley, wanting to save Yi Qingtian once. Otherwise, she would feel guilty about scolding Yi Qingtian in the future. But she didn't expect to nearly die after coming to the Myriad Graves Valley, and Yi Qingtian having to save her again. Even someone as prideful as her could no longer maintain her pride. Feeling depressed, Bai Qingyu muttered, Yi Qingtian, you can leave. You don't have to care about me. The exit isn't far away. I'm fine if you want to leave, but I'm afraid it'll be dangerous if you leave now, Lin Yun said. Bai Qingyu gritted her teeth and said, Yi Qingtian, you actually hate me, right? You probably wished that I'd die here. Lin Yun didn't say a word, but flicked his finger, flicking a green droplet from his body, creating a hole in a tree far away. He said, this should be the origin essence of the stale water sword. Because it's not poisonous and is beneficial to cultivation. I didn't realize it initially. You probably placed it on me when we fought and relied on it to track me. When did you notice it? Bai Qingyu asked in disbelief with her mouth wide open. When I drew out the stale water sword, Lin Yun replied. Bai Qingyu was inwardly shocked. She never expected Yi Qingtian's thoughts to be meticulous and had suspected her from the beginning. She horrifyingly asked, so you pretended not to know and purposely lured me here? More or less, yeah. Since you're out, at least you're safer with me. If I forced it out of my body, you'd only wander around aimlessly, and you'd probably die over 100 times in the Myriad Graves Valley, Lin Yun said. So, Bai Qingyu said, so you don't have to care what I think of you. You're Bai Shuang's younger sister, and I won't let you die here, Lin Yun interrupted. Bai Qingyu's face became pale, and she couldn't help trembling as she recalled everything that happened. It turned out that everything was within Yi Qingtian's palms, and she was foolish not to discover it. When she looked at Yi Qingtian again, the pride and confidence engraved deep in his bones made her feel ashamed. What's the matter? Your injuries have relapsed, Lin Yun asked. No, Bai Qingyu guiltily shook her head and changed the topic. Yi Qingtian, did you take my elder sisters? No, Lin Yun refused before Bai Qingyu could even finish her sentence. He then shared what he knew about Bai Shuang with Bai Qingyu. Who's the person my sister has been waiting for? Bai Qingyu asked. No idea, but that person is definitely not me, Lin Yun replied. Hearing what Yi Qingtian said, Bai Qingyu heaved a sigh of relief and snorted. I knew that my sister wouldn't take fancy to someone like you. Indeed, but the person she fancied isn't good either, Lin Yun smiled. Bullshit, Bai Qingyu rebuked. The person my sister fancied must be a peerless hero. Most importantly, he must be graceful and have a backbone. Ever since she was young, my sister liked those with a backbone, rather snap than bend. That person must be famous in the Kunlun realm, or my sister wouldn't keep it a secret. As Bai Qingyu spoke, she peeked at Yi Qingtian and continued. My brother-in-law must be stronger and more dashing than you. So? Lin Yun asked. Bai Qingyu snorted. You're really boring. Don't you know how to hold a conversation? Do you know how many people want to flatter me? You're not gentle at all. As they interacted, Bai Qingyu noticed that Yi Qingtian wasn't that terrible and looked nothing like the rumors. When her depression disappeared, she looked like a cheerful beauty. If Bai Shuang was like a flawless jade, Bai Qingyu was the spring. Because you've never suffered before, you don't know how gentle the world is. Gentle doesn't mean being gentle with you. It can be a form of gentleness to live in the world, Lin Yun replied. Yi Qingtian, what have you experienced? Why do I feel like you've gone through many life and death experiences? A genius swordsman like you should be vigorous. What are you hiding in your heart? Bai Qingyu asked curiously. I have a sword hidden in my heart, and I have a lot of people to protect with my sword, Lin Yun said. What does that mean? Literally. While Bai Qingyu was furious, her stale water sword sensed something and began to vibrate. Her face changed as she tremblingly said, Yi Qingtian, the stale water sword can sense murderous intent, and I have never seen it react so violently before. Yi Qinghong and the others. They're here for me. You don't have to be afraid. Lin Yun raised his head and could see several people coming over. Not long later, Xiao Jingyan, Zhang Kuei, and Yi Qinghong arrived. Yi Qinghong grinned. As expected of you, Yi Qingtan. You have no intention of leaving, despite knowing that we're here. You think you people scare me? You're just a loser, Lin Yun said indifferently. Yi Qinghong laughed. I like your confidence. You're so cocky just because you refined a saint origin. You might have become stronger, but you're still as foolish as before. This isn't the Heavenly Tao sect. What are you guys trying to do? We're all saint disciples of the Heavenly Tao sect, and killing between disciples is forbidden, Bai Qingyu said. Junior sister Qingyu, this fellow tainted your sister's reputation. So we're just upholding justice today. Zhang Kuei grinned. Stop. Yi Qingtian was framed. You guys must get through me if you want to kill him. Bai Qingyu stood before Lin Yun. Xiao Jingyan, Zhang Kuei, and Yi Qinghong exchanged gazes before they left. They found Bai Qingyu pitifully innocent. Xiao Jingyan smiled. You think we'll spare you? Both of you have to die today. When he said that, 30-odd people appeared, surrounding Lin Yun and Bai Qingyu. They hovered in the air with their constellations behind them. They were all at the pinnacle of the Nirvana stage. They're all loyal servants of the three clans, and each of them were much stronger than Third Master Lei. They weren't afraid of dying at all. 30 experts with experts on the king ranking like Yi Qinghong, Zhang Kuei, and Xiao Jingyan. This made the conceited Bai Qingyu nervous and uneasy. After all, geniuses on the king ranking like those three were much stronger than the Third Master Lei of the Thunder Eagle Stronghold. They practiced ghost spirit cultivation techniques, high-grade ghost spirit martial techniques, and various techniques from their clans. They were blessed with extraordinary talent and have cultivated within the Holy Land ever since they were young. Thus, their foundation was much stronger than others. How dare you guys try to kill a great saint's secluded disciple? Aren't you guys afraid of being in trouble? Bai Qingyu said uneasily. This is the Myriad Graves Valley, not the Heavenly Tao sect. It's normal for a person or two to die. Haven't you been saying that you wanted to take Yi Qingtian's head? Yi Qinghong grinned. This is a good opportunity for you. We can just say that Yi Qingtian killed you, and we took revenge for you. Who knows? The Bai clan will have to thank us for it. Bai Qingyu's face became pale because she never expected these people to be so shameless. She immediately regretted it. She knew she was the reason why Yi Qingtian's location was exposed. But Lin Yun was calmly looking at Xiao Jingyan and fell into deep thought. Bai Qingyu gritted her teeth and said, Yi Qingtian, I'll take responsibility for this. I won't hold you down. Leave first and take revenge for me later. She had some grace from her elder sister based on that courage alone. A violent sword aura spread when she drew the stale water sword and activated the two glory spirits. Nether Orchid Valley. Bai Qingyu executed the high-grade ghost spirit martial technique of the Nether Orchid Courtyard, the Nether Orchid Sword technique. The two glory spirits ignited the surrounding spiritual energy and manifested into a massive ocean with a serene valley on it. As Bai Qingyu charged at the three, she released her constellation, a majestic moon. The stale water sword. Yi Qinghong and Zhang Kuei's faces changed. They didn't place Bai Qingyu in their eyes but have heard of the stale water sword's reputation. Let me face her. Xiao Jingyan smiled and released his nirvana aura, forming black flames in his palm. As he stepped forth, the flames in his palm expanded 1,000 times in size. Netherworld Ghost Flame. It was like a cauldron with flames gushing out, enveloping Bai Qingyu. The petals that appeared from executing the Nether Orchid Sword technique disappeared, and cracks also appeared on the phenomenon created by the stale water sword. Bai Qingyu immediately poured her nirvana aura into the two glory spirits, and her sword shone brightly with a boundless vitality surging forth. Under the boundless vitality, the black flames began to wither like flowers, creating a bizarre scene. When the flames dissipated, Xiao Jingyan's punch landed on the sword, and the sheer force behind his punch sent Bai Qingyu flying back by 10 meters. The stale water sword continued to tremble, and Bai Qingyu's pupils were shocked. Her cultivation was one transformation higher than Xiao Jingyan, but the latter's nirvana aura far exceeded her expectations. If it weren't for the stale water sword, she would probably have been heavily injured from that punch alone. Is this the true strength of Xiao Jingyan? Xiao Jingyan's strength also surprised Lin Yun. The former stood midair and said, "I'll be honest with you. I was already in the top hundredths of the king ranking half a year ago, and I will reach the top 10 if my cultivation takes a step further. Yi Qingtian, if you're smart, you will reveal your objective in coming to the Myriad Graves Valley and the secret of your sudden boost in strength. I'm interested in that saint origin you refined." Truth be told, everyone within the Heavenly Tao sect was curious about the saint origin that Yi Qingtian refined. Many people speculated that it might be a great saint's saint origin. Otherwise, it made no sense for Yi Qingtian to improve so quickly. Zhang Kuei coldly said, "Yi Qingtian, you have yet to fully refine the saint origin, right? Hand it over, and we'll give you an easy death without suffering. I have a great saint's saint origin, yet to refine fully it. It's in my heart, so you guys can try digging it out if you guys can." Lin Yun smiled. Not only did he possess a great saint's saint origin, but he also had a divine dragon bone. Greed flashed within Yi Qinghong's pupils when he heard that. He smiled. So it's really the saint origin of a great saint. The Azure River Sword Saint must have gotten it for you, but it's mine now. Yi Qinghong spread his arms apart and flew towards Lin Yun, releasing his constellation. This instantly boosted his cultivation, which was already at the 9th transformation of the Nirvana stage. His constellation was a black saint sword that emitted a powerful sword aura. Lin Yun found the sword rather familiar and muttered, "Tao sword." The Heavenly Tao sect had two divine swords, the Heavenly Sword and the Tao sword. Many people would observe them when forming their constellations, but how powerful their constellations could become depended on the individual. Yi Qingtian, bring out your constellation as well. We can't have fun in the sect, but we can have fun now. Yi Qinghong charged at Yi Qingtian with his boosted aura. "I don't need to bring out my constellation to kill you," Lin Yun said. "Ha!" Yi Qinghong sneered. His body began to blaze like a sun, and sword rays that were 100 feet long flew out as he swung his sword. It looked as though he had thrown a sun out. This was the Dao Yang Sword Sutra, the inheritance cultivation technique of the Dao Yang Palace. Paired with his cultivation at the 9th transformation of the Nirvana stage, the power of his attack was immense. Even Lin Yun was surprised by the power of Yi Qinghong's attack. The Dao Yang Sword Sutra was truly powerful, and he couldn't underestimate it. Because of the disadvantage of his cultivation, he could only dodge and not face it head-on. Yi Qingtian, weren't you really cocky within the sect? Yi Qinghong laughed, seeing that Yi Qingtian didn't dare to face him head-on, and he finally vented all the resentment he had in his heart. As Lin Yun dodged Yi Qinghong's attacks, he flicked out several sword rays. Dao! Just when the sword rays were about to reach Yi Qinghong roared, and a Dao word flew out before the sword rays could close, blocking the incoming sword rays. The collision produced a series of collision sounds, leaving faint ripples in the surrounding air. After 10 odd moves, Yi Qinghong's aura grew even stronger. His attacks made Lin Yun dodge left and right, and the fluctuation even left several wounds on him. But Yi Qingtian was coming out unscathed. Not even a strand of hair was damaged. Ha ha ha! Yi Qingtian, is this the best you can do? Give me your best. Yi Qinghong laughed. Lin Yun did as he wished and drew his sword, unleashing a sword ray that could slice apart heaven and earth. Before the Tao could fully bloom, a red line appeared on Yi Qinghong's neck, and his head flew away. Sheathing his sword, Lin Yun calmly said, I still have a lot of abilities, but it's a pity that you can't see them anymore. Lin Yun had used light of the beginning, and this feat shocked the experts from the 3 clans as fear was projected in their pupils. They couldn't believe that someone like Yi Qinghong was killed with one sword. Light of the beginning. Xiao Jingyan and Zhang Kuei responded first as they looked at Yi Qingtian with shock. They naturally knew about that sword rumored to be legendary in the sect. But Yi Qingtian had only used it once, and many people subconsciously forgot about it. Because of that, a saint disciple, a genius of an ancient saint clan, was killed. I'll deal with him. Xiao Jingyan frowned with rage blazing within his pupils. Yi Qinghong was too useless. Yi Qinghong got too cocky before the battle ended. But he believed that Yi Qingtian must have exhausted himself after unleashing that attack earlier, and this was the perfect moment to kill him. Xiao Jingyan approached Yi Qingtian and threw his punch out, which Yi Qingtian faced head-on. As 2 powerful saint auras clashed, cracks began to spread on the ground. But the surrounding ancient trees were tough, and they only rustled with their leaves falling. Lin Yun took several steps back and knew it was right not to clash with Yi Qinghong earlier. After all, his cultivation was lacking. Xiao Jingyan snorted and continued charging forth, unleashing the netherworld ghost fire from his palm, which became even more terrifying with each attack. As the ghost fire roared, it manifested into ominous beasts that wanted to devour Lin Yun whole. This forced Lin Yun to draw his sword. He drew an arc in the air before thrusting it at Xiao Jingyan. But Lin Yun wasn't wielding his sword, but manipulating it through the air. This made Xiao Jingyan frown, and his body swayed, leaving behind a few afterimages and retreating. The flower burial sword left behind various afterimages as Lin Yun reached out and grabbed the sword, and thrust it at Xiao Jingyan's eyes. Get lost! Xiao Jingyan roared as he clenched his 5 fingers, and a black demonic radiance shot out from his body, which sent Lin Yun flying away. Xiao Jingyan was cautious by not giving Lin Yun a chance to get close and refused to clash with Lin Yun in sword techniques. As Xiao Jingyan fought, he took full advantage of his cultivation. After clashing with Xiao Jingyan, Lin Yun noticed that Xiao Jingyan had a lot of experience in fighting with swordsmen and was proficient in dealing with swordsmen. Die! Xiao Jingyan stepped forth, creating a crack a few thousand meters beneath him, and he dashed forth. His speed was too fast for the naked eyes, and the netherworld ghost fire turned into 2 dragons that wrapped around his arms. When a palm descended from the sky, the 2 dragons flew out like scissors towards Lin Yun. Although the place was vast, Lin Yun couldn't escape when facing the 2 dragons. The surrounding space began to distort, piquing Lin Yun's interest when he saw this. Even the Azure Dragon Sword Heart wasn't effective in this isolated space. It was already too late for him to dodge this attack, so Lin Yun decided not to dodge it and faced this head-on with his 2 saint physiques. After the 2 dragons flew past, blood dripped down from Lin Yun's lips, making Bai Qingyu's face change with anxiety. Top 100th on the king ranking, pretty impressive. Let me experience your strength next time. Lin Yun wiped the blood off his lips and left. No next time for you, Xiao Jingyan sneered and dashed forth. Lin Yun might seem to be escaping, but he wasn't really escaping. Just when Xiao Jingyan's gaze was fixed on him and was about to catch up to him, an incident occurred as Lil Red jumped out and took on the ancient Dracope form. The ancient Dracope was massive, and its palm slammed against Xiao Jingyan, catching the latter by surprise. The powerful momentum made Xiao Jingyan slam into the ground with a vast crater being created on the ground, causing the surrounding ground to tremble. When he raised his hand, Xiao Jingyan was crushed into pieces. At this moment, Lin Yun finally intended to leave and arrive before Bai Qingyu. He grabbed Bai Qingyu and threw her to Lil Red, yelling, "Let's go!" You think you can leave? Zhang Kuei gave the order, and 36 experts at the pinnacle of the Nirvana stage charged forth. When they unleashed their attacks, all sorts of phenomena appeared in the world, enveloping them. Seeing this formation, Lin Yun couldn't face their attacks, even if his sword technique was strong. He couldn't take their attacks head-on, even with the two saint physiques. There were too many of them, and none of them were weak. Big brother, I'll cover you. Lil Red took out its weapon, the heavenly demonic dipper staff. It swung the staff in one hand while protecting Bai Qingyu with the other, using its body to face the incoming attacks. Relying on its massive body and the staff, it managed to stop the attackers. But they were elites and soon split up, forming a group of 10 to chase after Lin Yun. Yi Qingtian, let me see how you run today. Zhang Kuei's eyes flashed with cruelty because he didn't believe Yi Qingtian could face 10 opponents with a higher cultivation than him. This scene made Lin Yun take a deep breath and hold onto the flower burial sword with his right hand, pouring his nirvana aura into the sword. As the sword began to vibrate, Lin Yun could hear the flower burial sword's excitement, as though it was saying that it didn't fear anyone. Lin Yun laughed when he sensed the sword's excitement, and he drew his sword, activating the two glory spirits. This was his strongest attack without using his astral sword intent, and the power reached an unbelievable height. Lin Yun also immediately broke through the bottleneck and made a breakthrough. When he drew his sword, the Nirvana aura was converted into a sword aura with a dazzling sword ray that lit up this entire region. The 10 experts didn't dare to be careless and unleashed their attacks together. Combined, their attacks formed a massive vortex that left cracks in the surrounding space. The surrounding trees snapped, and blood began to drip down from the trees. As the flower burial sword clashed with the vortex, a powerful shockwave swept out with cracks spreading on the ground, soon reaching 10 miles in radius. As cracks spread out on the ground, the sword ray cut through the silver vortex, and Lin Yun dashed forth. All the rocks were reduced to ashes in his path, and he quickly reached the 10 experts. The 10 experts had just unleashed their attacks, and they were gasping for their breaths with their foreheads covered in sweat. When they saw Yi Qingtian charging over, their pupils were projected with horror and quickly tried to escape. The 10 of them immediately split up and ran for their lives. But before they could turn around, Lin Yun divided himself into 13, each afterimage swinging a sword with blood splashing. When the 13 afterimages overlapped, Lin Yun's surroundings were filled with mutilated corpses, and Lin Yun raised his head to look at Bai Qingyu. Bai Qingyu was on Lil Red's shoulder, and she was so terrified that she didn't dare to say a word. It was as though she had a new understanding of Yi Qingtian. After all, Lin Yun didn't go easy on them and mercilessly slaughtered all 10 of them. There wasn't even a complete corpse left. When Zhang Kuei saw this scene, he was dumbfounded. Is this Yi Qingtian's true strength? Lil Red was still facing 20-odd experts, and its body was covered in wounds. It was heavily injured. Lin Yun gave up on escaping. Instead, he charged at Zhang Kuei. Myriad Demon. But before Zhang Kuei could finish, Lin Yun executed the first sword form of the Divine Firefly Sword's Saint Volume. Withered Tree coming to life. Only quasi-saints were qualified to practice the Saint Volume. In addition to the glory spirits, Lin Yun's sword rays cut Zhang Kuei into pieces before he even responded. Lin Yun sheathed his sword, spread his arms apart, and landed beside Bai Qingyu. He took a pellet and shoved it in his mouth before using the fastest speed to recover his nirvana aura. He said, "Let's go." Lin Yun had exhausted his nirvana aura after executing numerous attacks, and he had to recover his nirvana aura as quickly as possible. Now that he thought about it, it had been long since he used his full strength. Without a leader, the 20-odd experts were easily dealt with by Lil Red using the heavenly demonic dipper staff. This scene left Bai Qingyu stumped while riding on Lil Red's shoulder. Yi Qingtian was covered in blood, consisting of a mixture of his blood and his enemy's blood. This made Bai Qingyu feel uncomfortable because Yi Qingtian should be a gentleman in her impression. Even if she threw a tantrum, he would only smile it off. But Yi Qingtian now looked like a ruthless butcher, making Bai Qingyu feel a chill run down her spine. She finally understood what Yi Qingtian meant yesterday, that living in the world was a form of gentleness. When Lil Red charged out of the encirclement, Xiao Jingyan's minced meat body suddenly flew up and reconstructed. He was enveloped in a demonic radiance that looked even more terrifying than before. Lin Yun seemed to have expected this and stood up with his sword. Seeing this, Bai Qingyu asked, Yi Qingtian, where are you going? Luring him away, Lin Yun said. I'll help you, Bai Qingyu said. There's no need, having this is enough for me. Lin Yun pointed at the flower burial sword before soaring to the sky. This made Bai Qingyu feel disappointed because Yi Qingtian seemed to despise her. Yi Qingtian, you think Bai Qingyu can survive if you lure me away? That's impossible, because both of you will die today. Xiao Jingyan's hair fluttered as he became enveloped in a demonic radiance. Lin Yun didn't choose to fight him head-on and continued to lure him away. This way, Bai Qingyu and Lil Red would be safe. He was worried because Bai Qingyu and Lil Red were injured, and they might be unable to leave the Myriad Graves Valley, even if he lured Xiao Jingyan away. He initially wanted to help Bai Qingyu treat her injuries, but he didn't have the time. Xiao Jingyan suddenly thought of something and smiled, changing his direction. Why should he waste time chasing after Yi Qingtian? Since Yi Qingtian was concerned about Bai Qingyu, he could just capture her. He pushed his movement speed to the limit. He chased after the escaping ancient Dracope, descending from the sky with his palm, sending the ancient Dracope and Bai Qingyu flying away. Under the heavy blow, Lil Red returned to its cat form. Bai Qingyu also threw out a mouthful of blood, and her grave injuries worsened even more. Descending Nether Orchid. Bai Qingyu gritted her teeth and activated the Stalewater sword at full force, wanting to inflict injuries on Xiao Jingyan. Even if she dies, she had to do something. Stop! Lin Yun yelled when he saw this scene. In his eyes, Xiao Jingyan was an expert in the top 30, and he wasn't someone like Bai Qingyu could handle. But everything was too late. Bai Qingyu might possess a two-spirit glory saint artifact, but Xiao Jingyan's pupils flashed with disdain, knowing she couldn't even bring out the full force of it. Bai Qingyu lacked fighting experience. Xiao Jingyan merely tilted his body to the side to avoid the incoming attack, before unleashing his attack when Bai Qingyu revealed her flaw. He clenched his fist and punched Bai Qingyu's chest, disrupting Bai Qingyu's nirvana aura. The punch broke her ribs, and the impact injured her internal organs as she flew back like a broken kite. When she fell to the ground, she fainted from the pain, and her injuries were so serious that her vitality had nearly disappeared. Trash! Xiao Jingyan seized the Stalewater sword and mocked. If you could have even brought out 1/10 of this sword's power, I wouldn't have dared to move against you. Let me use your beloved sword to end your life. Then, Bai Qingyu had to die or he wouldn't be able to stay in the Heavenly Dao sect in the future if news of them trying to kill Yi Qingtian spread out. When Xiao Jingyan swung his sword, waves overlapped. This was a two-spirit glory saint artifact that many quasi-saints would risk their lives for. Even a saint lord would be willing to lower themselves to seize it. It's mine now, Xiao Jingyan laughed, swinging the sword down. But Lin Yun finally arrived and clashed with the Stalewater sword head-on. When the two swords clashed, Xiao Jingyan smiled. I already guessed that you'd return. You tried to lure me away, but you're forced to come back in the end. Do you feel foolish? I'm a swordsman. I just have to be true to my heart. Lin Yun smiled. Xiao Jingyan mocked. You can be true to your heart when you're dead. You wouldn't understand. Lin Yun smiled. He grabbed his sword with both hands and pushed Xiao Jingyan back. Leave with her. Lin Yun grabbed Bai Qingyu and threw her over to Lil Red. Women are really troublesome. Lil Red shook its head and left with Bai Qingyu. Do you guys think you can escape? Xiao Jingyan chased after Lil Red again. His speed was fast, and he was bound to catch up since Lil Red was carrying someone. But Lin Yun suddenly executed the sword of the beginning with the flower burial sword, aimed at Xiao Jingyan's back. This made Xiao Jingyan feel a heightened danger, and his body stiffened before being enveloped in a boundless sword aura. The surrounding space began to squeeze down on him, and Lil Red gradually got further away, even though he was chasing after them. Xiao Jingyan was getting closer to Lin Yun, who used light of the beginning. Xiao Jingyan could no longer be bothered with by Qingyu and released all the saint aura within his body. When Lin Yun's sword fell to his neck, Xiao Jingyan's neck suddenly thickened, and Lin Yun's sword failed to decapitate him. As Xiao Jingyan retreated to the side, blood flowed down his neck. Xiao Jingyan was inwardly shocked and knew he was careless, even if he was prepared. How terrifying! That's the light of the beginning. He was previously still laughing at Yi Qinghong, and yet he made the same mistake. Xiao Jingyan now knew how Yi Qinghong died. Lin Yun was also shocked as he looked at Xiao Jingyan. This was the first time the light of the beginning failed to take his opponent's life. Then again, he had just created this move, and it still wasn't complete yet. There was still a lot of room for improvement. But it would be troublesome to find an opportunity to kill Xiao Jingyan now that he had failed. He now knew why Xiao Jingyan could make it into the top hundredths of the king ranking with his cultivation only at the 8th transformation of the Nirvana stage. As expected of a genius swordsman, your cultivation is clearly weak, but you're dangerous with your sword in your hand. Then again, you lost your opportunity, Xiao Jingyan said coldly. Talk after you catch up to me. Lin Yun didn't waste words with Xiao Jingyan and fled. When Xiao Jingyan turned around, Bai Qingyu was nowhere to be seen. Damn it! He quickly circulated his movement technique. A lotus would bloom beneath his feet whenever he stepped forth. The lotuses were all made of netherworld ghost fire. He had actually managed to keep up with Lin Yun. Lin Yun took a deep breath before executing the golden crow wings at full force, increasing his speed. You can't escape, Xiao Jingyan snorted as he turned into a bolt of lightning with black flames blazing on the lightning. Lin Yun suddenly turned around and reached out. Since Xiao Jingyan didn't bring out his constellation, Xiao Jingyan had yet to treat him seriously, and Lin Yun wanted to use this opportunity to kill him. Black tortoise chains. 9 shackles flew from Lin Yun's palm, manifesting into lightning pythons that shot towards Xiao Jingyan. Xiao Jingyan tried his best to dodge, knocking 2 shackles away. But he was bit by 3 pythons on his chest, right shoulder, and wrist. When Xiao Jingyan fell to the ground, he threw a mouthful of blood. His injuries were clearly heavy, but they didn't look like a heavy casualty. This instantly made Lin Yun realize that something wasn't right, and he frowned. Your physique isn't any weaker than some natal saint physiques. You have a lot of trump cards. I don't believe that trash can become so powerful by relying on one saint origin, Xiao Jingyan said. I'm curious. I'm not surprised that the Yi clan, Zhang clan, and Bai clan want to kill me. But for an outsider like you to be involved, you must be under Wang Mayan's orders, right? Lin Yun asked. Xiao Jingyan's face changed, and he guessed that Yi Qingtian was buying time to recover his nirvana aura. Yi Qingtian must have exhausted much of his nirvana aura after unleashing so many attacks. But he didn't expose Yi Qingtian and smiled. Perhaps we can exchange our secrets. Tell me why you're here in the Myriad Graves Valley, and I'll tell you my relationship with Wang Mayan. His words proved that Wang Mayan had interfered in this matter. Lin Yun replied, I'm naturally here for the Adumbra flower. Bullshit, Xiao Jingyan said in disdain. Do you think I'm easy to bluff like Bai Qingyu? Who doesn't know that the Myriad Graves Valley has a huge secret hidden here? But no one has managed to find it throughout the years. You must know something about it. Lin Yun was inwardly shocked when he heard that, and he immediately thought of what Lil Purple said about a divine array hidden beneath the Myriad Graves Valley. He said, I don't know. I'm here for the Adumbra flower. Who doesn't know that the Adumbra flower is in the Myriad Graves Valley? But no one has managed to find it. Who are you bluffing? Unless... Xiao Jingyan suddenly smiled and squinted his pupils. I'm actually not concerned about that. I heard you're also looking for the solar-lunar divine rune. Lin Yun raised his brow and instantly felt that Xiao Jingyan wasn't simple. Don't be so surprised, Xiao Jingyan smiled. If you can help me find the solar-lunar divine rune, Wang Mayan is nothing. I can even help you. Lin Yun's face sank, and he asked, Xiao Jingyan, who are you? Who are you too? Xiao Jingyan smiled. Let me guess, is your surname Lin? Lin Yun was calm and composed when he heard that, which disappointed Xiao Jingyan. Xiao Jingyan smiled. You can really put up an act, but it doesn't matter. Let me tell you who I am. Xiao Jingyan's bones began to wriggle and crackle as a demonic radiance shone from his body, and a horrifying pressure began to spread. While Lin Yun felt uncertain, Xiao Jingyan's forehead broke apart, and a vertical eye appeared. The Demon Spirit Clan, Lin Yun exclaimed. It has been a long time since I used my real appearance. It's actually getting stuffy. Xiao Jingyan greedily gasped for his breath. But Lin Yun was greatly shocked by Xiao Jingyan's appearance. He had multiple encounters with the Demon Spirit Clan within the Kunlun realm and Profound Amber realm. But most of the demon spirit he ran into were dead, demonic corpses or on the brink of death. But no one expected that the Demon Spirit Clan had joined a holy land. This was too unbelievable. Surprised? The Kunlun realm also belongs to us. I know you're buying time and I'm doing the same. You can die now. Xiao Jingyan smiled. After revealing his true identity, a horrifying power spread out with his cultivation, teaching the pinnacle 9th transformation of the Nirvana stage. The stale water sword in his hand emitted a powerful sword ray that flew out with a massive water geyser reaching 1,000 feet. After Xiao Jingyan revealed his true identity, his strength was greatly boosted, with his speed and strength drastically rising. He could easily unleash 1/10 of the stale water sword with a simple swing of his sword. With 1/10 of the stale water sword's power and Xiao Jingyan's strength, the power of his attack was terrifying. The power of his attack was immense, and there was nowhere to hide. Left with no choice, Lin Yun could only activate the glory spirits within the flower burial sword and faced it head-on. The flower burial sword trembled, and Lin Yun could feel his hand becoming numb. Taking a few steps back, the power of Xiao Jingyan's sword was too strong. Lin Yun frowned because there was a huge gap between their cultivations. Now that Xiao Jingyan had the stale water sword, the difference between them had gotten even bigger. If he was hit by the attack head-on, he would immediately be heavily injured. He only had the advantage of his attainment in the sword, Azure Dragon Sword Heart, and Astral Sword Intent. There was also the Azure Dragon Sun Moon Umbrella, but that was his last resort. If he failed to kill Xiao Jingyan, his identity would be instantly exposed. Lin Yun and Xiao Jingyan clashed over 10-odd times in the blink of an eye. Xiao Jingyan was fearless as he faced Lin Yun, fearlessly relying on the stale water sword and his demon spirit's physique to suppress Lin Yun. So what if your sword techniques are powerful? You're nothing before absolute power. Xiao Jingyan maniacally laughed. With the stale water sword in his hand, he wouldn't even fear someone at the Azure origin phase of the Quasi-Saint realm, not to mention Yi Qingtian, who was only at the 5th transformation of the Nirvana stage. The phenomena created by the stale water sword was massive, and had locked onto Lin Yun. As the two fought, hundreds and thousands of sword auras would ripple out, flying towards the sky, earth, or turning into howling winds. At the same time, Lin Yun and Xiao Jingyan also had powerful movement techniques. The surroundings were covered with their afterimages, and those afterimages were real, looking like spatial disorders from afar. After 80 clashes later, Lin Yun clashed with Xiao Jingyan once more. The flower burial sword was practically knocked away from his hand, but Lin Yun strengthened his grip on it. He already began to bleed from his palm, which flowed down the sword. I'm impressed that you have yet to summon your constellation, Xiao Jingyan snorted. He had an advantage in his cultivation, not to mention he still had the stale water sword. So it should be a one-sided battle, but as they fought, Xiao Jingyan realized that Yi Qingtian's Nirvana aura had reached over 100,000 strands. This naturally made him shocked because many experts at the 9th transformation of the Nirvana stage didn't even have 100,000 strands. Lin Yun's gaze was cold and ignored Xiao Jingyan's words. Lin Yun, why don't you escape first? Even if you use the Azure Dragon Sword Heart and Astral Sword Intent, the best you can do is inflict heavy injuries on him, and you might not be able to kill him. But once your trump cards are revealed, it'll be harder for you to kill him again. This fellow is experienced in battle, and it's too weird even if he's a demon spirit. If you can't kill him in one go, it'll only be troublesome. Lil Purple's voice resounded. I'm trying. Lin Yun controlled the flower burial sword as it flew out, executing the divine Firefly sword. Firefly Radiance, Dawn Radiance, Sunset Radiance, Waning Moon, Heavenly Snowing Mountain. The Flower Burial Sword looked as though it was being controlled by someone to execute the sword techniques, and it wasn't at all weaker than when Lin Yun was executing them himself. Lin Yun took a deep breath and circulated the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra, with nether flowers flying out from his body. With his hands together, nether flowers arranged themselves behind him. Nether flowers were nobles at night, and they were like a wall behind him. He hovered in the air, then flicked his finger when the nether flowers bloomed, executing the flicking divine finger. In the next second, thousands of sword rays flew out from the nether flowers behind him. Lin Yun might seem to be multitasking, but he was linked with the flower burial sword throughout the process. Then again, he didn't need to spend much energy on the flower burial sword. The sword rays left holes on the phenomena created by the stale water sword. This made Xiao Jingyan squint his pupils before he used his full strength to knock the flower burial sword away. But the flower burial sword soon returned and tangled with him. In just a brief moment, Xiao Jingyan's body was riddled with hundreds of sword rays, including his heart. Damn it! Xiao Jingyan gritted his teeth in pain and let out a roar as a pair of demonic wings appeared behind him, full of demonic radiance. The wings were supported by a skeletal frame, and this increased his speed even further. His sword intent is too terrifying, and I'll be exhausted sooner or later. I have to deal severe injuries on him. Xiao Jingyan changed his mind. He took the flower burial sword's attacks head-on and chased after Lin Yun. The golden crow wings also appeared behind Lin Yun, and he quickly retreated when he flapped the wings. As Lin Yun tapped his fingers, the wall of nether flowers behind him began to bloom. Hundreds and thousands of sword rays shot towards Xiao Jingyan as Lin Yun waved his hands. Xiao Jingyan was covered in blood as he charged over, but he disregarded his injuries like a madman. Not knowing how long later, the nether flowers behind Lin Yun began to wither. An opportunity! Xiao Jingyan's eyes lit up and accelerated his speed, swinging the stale water sword. Indigo Thunder Azure Frost. Xiao Jingyan was also using the divine Firefly sword, but he naturally didn't reach Lin Yun's height. Even so, close to 300,000 strands of Nirvana aura were poured into this attack, allowing his attack to reach a terrifying height. But Lin Yun seemed to be prepared as the golden crow wings opened up, and he avoided the incoming attack before throwing punches out, unleashing sword rays through his fists to destroy Xiao Jingyan's attack. When Xiao Jingyan raised his head, Lin Yun already soared to the sky and came behind him. Xiao Jingyan quickly turned around, but it was already too late. Lin Yun had grasped his flaw at that moment. As the golden crow wings shone, the heavenly dragon and divine phoenix seals bloomed in both of his hands, with the heavenly dragon in his left and divine phoenix in his right. As two sword rays intersected and struck Xiao Jingyan, the heavenly dragon and divine phoenix dashed forth. This nearly severed Xiao Jingyan's body into two, revealing his bones, which were cracking. But even so, Xiao Jingyan still didn't suffer any heavy injuries because he was recovering at a rapid speed. Demonic energy had enveloped his wounds, and he was recovering with his flesh wriggling. This naturally made Lin Yun take a deep breath and wondered if Xiao Jingyan was still human. Lin Yun, his eyes. Lil Purple's voice resounded. When Lin Yun raised his head, he saw a vertical eye on Xiao Jingyan's forehead, surging with a terrifying, torrential demonic aura. Sword! Lin Yun waved his arms and the two wings slashed down, instantly reaching Xiao Jingyan. He didn't stop there and reached out to grab the flower burial sword before executing the light of the beginning without any hesitation. This time, his sword was aimed at the eye on Xiao Jingyan's forehead. No! Xiao Jingyan was frightened by this and quickly shut his third eye. When he shut his third eye, his aura began to drop and his body returned to his original human appearance, while the sword landed on Xiao Jingyan's forehead. Hehe, I can actually dodge your sword, but I need you to take the initiative to give me an opportunity. Xiao Jingyan laughed as he swung the stale water sword. Lin Yun was already exhausted and had less than 1/10 of his Nirvana aura remaining. Just when the sword was about to reach him, Lil Purple flew out from the sword box and dragged Lin Yun by his shoulder to dodge this sword. But a portion of the attack still landed on Lin Yun's chest, leaving behind a deep wound that showed his bones. A little girl? Xiao Jingyan coughed, looking at Lin Yun who had already ran away. He wanted to chase after Yi Qingtian, but he didn't make a rash move. In the end, he roared, "Why is that bastard so hard to kill?" He began to suspect that Wang Mayan knew something and let him take the risk on purpose. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was fooled by the heavenly unholy maiden. If he didn't have so many trump cards, he would have died long ago, just like Yi Qinghong. After Lin Yun had flown a few hundred miles away, he stopped and executed the divine tortoise transformation to conceal his aura. After he was done, he sat down to activate the blue dragon bone, and his injuries began to recover at a rapid speed. But the wounds left behind by the powerful martial intent and the stale water sword couldn't be recovered so quickly. 15 minutes later, when Lin Yun opened his eyes, he had recovered some of his nirvana aura and fled for another few hundred miles before he calmed down. Lin Yun turned to Lil Purple and asked, "Empress, is the Demon Spirit clan that hard to kill? I've never interacted with the Demon Spirit clan before. Xiao Jingyan is only an ordinary demon spirit. If he's a silver-eyed demon spirit, you probably wouldn't be safe, even if you brought out the Sovereign Saint artifact." Lil Purple sighed. "Well, that's true," Lin Yun replied. He had interacted with a silver-eyed demon spirit back in the ancient barren battlefield. That silver-eyed demon spirit was restrained by the nether shackles, but it was still incredibly powerful. If they're not strong, the darkest era wouldn't have lasted for 100,000 years. I already said that darkness will return. The 9 emperors probably didn't kill them all, Lil Purple said. In that era, humans were nothing but livestock. Only the Holy Lands and ancient saint clans could protect the region they were in. But low-leveled cultivators had to worry about living for another day, and it was an era without any hope. Lin Yun was also inwardly concerned because that meant that the peace that was maintained for 3,000 years would be disrupted. Lil Purple said, "I should have guessed that they must be planning something big to look for the divine solar lunar rune." Wang Mayan. Lin Yun's pupils radiated with murderous intent because this must be related to her. "Don't think about that for now. You should think of how to deal with Xiao Jingyan. You have to kill him, not just defeat him," Lil Purple said. "I roughly have an idea now," Lin Yun replied. As he spoke, he took out the 3 lives fruit with one last attempt left. The Serene Dust Great Saint gave him a lot of resources, and he didn't need to worry about resources until he reached the Saint Realm. He just needed time. Xiao Jingyan was too strong, and Lin Yun had to make a breakthrough before using the Astral Sword Intent and Azure Dragon Sword Heart. If Lin Yun wanted to kill him, he had to give it his all to take Xiao Jingyan's life. While Lin Yun was making a breakthrough in the 3 lives realm, Lil Red hid with Bai Qingyu. Lil Red used its claws to dig a cave before covering it with rocks. When they were in the cave, Lil Red took out a flame crystal to bring light and warmth to the cave. When Bai Qingyu woke up, she tried moving, but the pain made her face twitch. There were 2 bloody holes on her shoulders left behind by the blood crows, not to mention she broke all her ribs. Bai Qingyu's face was pale as she wailed from the pain and tears rolled down her cheeks. She didn't just suffer heavy injuries. Most of her dragon pulses were destroyed, and she couldn't even circulate her cultivation technique. This meant that she had been crippled. Why? Bai Qingyu was horrified to discover that she might have to live as a cripple. As a genius, she was the princess of the Bai clan ever since she was young, and yet she fell into the mud now. Most importantly, she lost the stale water sword, a gift from her elder sister. At this moment, her mentality had collapsed with tears rolling down her cheeks. "Why? Shut up. Do you want to lure the enemies over? You're really annoying. Don't you know what my big brother did to save your life?" Lil Red looked at Bai Qingyu with disdain. It initially didn't want to care about Bai Qingyu because it could sense a terrifying aura coming from Xiao Jingyan, so it wanted to stay behind and help Lin Yun. "But it really hurts," Bai Qingyu sobbed. "You're really annoying." Lil Red took a saint pellet and gave it to Bai Qingyu. "I don't want it. Just let me die," Bai Qingyu said. She would rather die in Xiao Jingyan's hands than live as a cripple. If she died in Xiao Jingyan's hands, she wouldn't owe anything to Yi Qingtian and wouldn't have to feel guilty. You want to die with only this much injury? My big brother suffered worse injuries and still didn't give up, Lil Red said, but it quickly shut its mouth after noticing its slip of the tongue. Oh right, Yi Qingtian was crippled in the past. Can he help me recover? Bai Qingyu asked with her pupils shining brightly. I don't know. Even if my big brother doesn't, Lord Phoenix definitely has a way. But she probably hates you, and she might not save you. You? Bai Qingyu wanted to argue. But Lil Red took this opportunity to shove the pellet into her mouth. She felt much more comfortable when the saint pellet entered her mouth. Her injuries gradually recovered, but her dragon pulses were still damaged, and it would take some time for her internal organs to recover. Bai Qingyu also knew that the saint pellet couldn't recover her entirely. After she recovered a little, Bai Qingyu turned her head over and saw Lil Red licking its wounds. Her heart immediately became soft after recalling how Lil Red blocked the incoming attacks for her. Little kitty, this is for you. Bai Qingyu took out a silver saint pellet and handed it over. Profound life pellet. Lil Red was surprised and looked at Bai Qingyu. You're really rich. Lil Red swallowed the profound life pellet. The profound life pellet was a 9th grade healing saint pellet. Humph. I have a lot of treasures. As long as you're obedient, I'll give you plenty of benefits, Bai Qingyu said pridefully. After swallowing the pellet, Lil Red noticed its injuries had recovered, and it said, You're not that hateful anymore. Who said that I was heavy earlier? I'm not fat. I'm a great beauty. Bai Qingyu rolled her eyes. But Lil Red didn't seem bothered and indolently said, You're fat in the eyes of a cat. You're saying that I'm adorable like a cat? Bai Qingyu said happily. Since Lil Red had just taken her saint pellet earlier, it went along with her. I guess so. But why must you go after my big brother since you're so adorable? You're only a cat, and you don't know what it means to leave the clan. So I naturally have to do something for my big sister, Bai Qingyu said after a brief hesitation. It has nothing to do with my big brother, who has a good relationship with your sister. Your sister even taught my big brother sword techniques before she left, Lil Red said. I know my mistake now, Bai Qingyu said in guilt, her head lowered. This was why she wanted to make it up to Yi Qingtian. But she only brought more trouble instead. This made her feel terrible, and she would rather die in her attempt to help Yi Qingtian. When Lil Red spoke earlier, Bai Qingyu's mood dropped once more with tears in her eyes. Seeing this, Lil Red panicked. Stop it right there. I hate seeing girls cry the most, and you'll look ugly if you cry. I heard that someone who admits her mistake is good, and I believe my big brother won't blame you for it. Really? Bai Qingyu sobbed. Really? Lil Red forcefully replied. Bai Qingyu peed at Lil Red and said, You're really courageous. You're better than all the men around me. If you're a man, I might even fall for you. But I won't call you stupid cat anymore in the future. Lil Red smiled when he heard that and said, I'm not interested in you. I have to protect my purity before encountering my true love. Bai Qingyu laughed when she heard that and said, What type do you like? I'll introduce you when we get back. Really? Lil Red suddenly looked embarrassed and lowered its voice. Is enough. What? Did your tongue get tangled up? Bai Qingyu asked. Don't you have a white dragon horse? I like someone like your white dragon horse, Lil Red said shyly. Bai Qingyu laughed when she heard that. She said, How dare you go after my horse? As expected of Yi Qingtian's pet, you're as lecherous as him. Lil Lan is a pure-blood and noble divine dragon horse. I love Lil Lan a lot. So her name is Lil Lan. Lil Red was briefly stunned before it said, I'm not lecherous. She's my true love. Humph, you're lecherous. Bai Qingyu snorted. She then blinked her eyes before she smiled. But you're a cat. So why did you fall for a horse? You think I want to be a cat if I had a choice? I used to be a horse, galloping under the sunset and kicking anyone I didn't like. But my youth is gone, Lil Red sighed. Bai Qingyu was teased by that and caressed Lil Red's head. All right, I left Lil Lon in the treehouse inn, and I can help you matchmake when we get back. If you guys get together, you have to treat her well. Really? Lil Red immediately jumped up and began to smile lecherously. This made Bai Qingyu frown. Your smile is really lecherous. You still say that you're not a lecherous cat. I won't smile again in the future and won't do anything bad. I'll beg Lord Phoenix to treat you when we get back. Lil Red immediately shuts its mouth. Really? Bai Qingyu widened her eyes. Really? Lord Phoenix likes me the best. Lil Red said pridefully. That's a promise then. That's a promise. Lil Red and Bai Qingyu patted their hands together. Bai Qingyu smiled but didn't treat it seriously. She also didn't know who this Lord Phoenix was. She only found Lil Red adorable, and her emotions had calmed down because of Lil Red. Lil Red said 3 days later, I'm afraid this place isn't safe. Why? Bai Qingyu asked. If Big Brother had killed Xiao Jingyan, he'd come and look for us. Since he didn't come to find us, something must have happened. So Xiao Jingyan will find us to force Big Brother to appear. Lil Red analyzed. How good would it be if my brother-in-law was here? Xiao Jingyan is surely not his opponent. Bai Qingyu nodded. Your brother-in-law is definitely not as good as my big brother, Lil Red said in disdain. My brother-in-law is a hero. Yi Qingtian might be strong, but he's definitely not as strong as my brother-in-law. Bai Qingyu refuted. My big brother can easily squash your brother-in-law. And my brother-in-law can easily defeat Yi Qingtian with one finger. Bai Qingyu argued, her face red. My big brother can easily kill your brother-in-law with one finger. My brother-in-law can kill Yi Qingtian with a blow, Bai Qingyu said with her face becoming red. Boast, carry on boasting, Lil Red mocked. Bai Qingyu wasn't willing to admit defeat and argued. Humph. My brother-in-law is the best. My big brother is the best. Lil Red argued. My brother-in-law is the best. Bai Qingyu raised her head. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard. Lil Red and Bai Qingyu quickly shut their mouths, becoming nervous. They didn't want to run into Xiao Jingyan. The huge rock covering the cave was suddenly moved aside as 9 figures appeared. It wasn't Xiao Jingyan but the Indigo Cloth Venerable, who they met back in the Treehouse Inn, and her 8 god generals. The Indigo Cloth Venerable was bewitching as she looked at Bai Qingyu and smiled. I finally found you. It's really hard finding you.